provider country. The Nagoya Protocol sets up a system to inform the provider country on milestones related to the utilization of genetic resources abroad. However, to make this system work, every country needs to take action at the national level. Therefore, a country must establish at least one competent national authority, or CNA for short. The CNA issues a permit to grant access to genetic resources in accordance with domestic regulations. Key information from the permit must be transferred to the ABS clearinghouse. The submitted information now constitutes the internationally recognized Certificate of Compliance. Now, let's turn our attention to a user. After possibly many years of laboratory work, she has succeeded in research and development and now puts a product on the market. With her certificate and the required documentation, she goes to the authority for market approval in her country. This authority, since it has been designated to act as checkpoint in the ABS process, sends a message called a checkpoint communiqué to the ABS clearinghouse. The ABS clearinghouse, having received the checkpoint communiqué, automatically informs the CNA in the provider country. This allows the competent national authority to compare the communiqué with the initial permit, domestic legislation, and with the contract documents. Action can now be taken by the CNA if the utilization was not in accordance with the initial agreement. Certainty for all parties is ensured through this process, no matter how much time has passed. Let's take a closer look at the key elements of this global system for monitoring the utilization of genetic resources. The CNA in a country is responsible for issuing a permit when access requirements are met and benefit sharing is agreed. When the information from the permit issued by the CNA is registered on the ABS clearinghouse, it becomes the internationally recognized Certificate of Compliance, the central document to ensure legal certainty in the user country. The ABS clearinghouse facilitates the exchange and flow of information with respect to the utilization of genetic resources. Furthermore, countries that have ratified the Nagoya Protocol are obliged to share information on their national ABS procedures in the ABS clearinghouse. This information helps users to understand the particular ABS requirements of a given country. Checkpoints gather information from users on when and how genetic resources are being utilized in order to report back to the ABS clearinghouse and thus inform the provider. Typical checkpoints are patent offices, funding institutions, publishers, market approval authorities, and other institutions dealing with innovation, product development, and commercialization. The checkpoint communiqué is a standard form for compiling the information gathered by the checkpoint in order to make it available to the ABS clearinghouse and forward it to the provider. All countries have to put all these elements in place. Only when these elements are operating effectively will monitoring the use of genetic resources between countries be possible. This will contribute to increasing transparency and trust and result in more ABS agreements and partnerships, which in turn translate into advances in science, more innovation, products, and benefit sharing for users, providers, and the conservation of nature. products in food, cosmetics, biotech, and medicines, as well as advances in science, are based on genetic resources. Already in 1992, the CBD had established access and benefit sharing principles, which includes the obligation for users of genetic resources to share benefits with providers of those resources. However, one challenge remained: to ensure benefit sharing once the user has left the provider country with the genetic resource. There was no international system that allowed the provider to keep track of what was happening with their resource abroad. With the Nagoya Protocol, which entered into force in 2014, this changed. The ABS Clearinghouse was established as the central hub to facilitate the necessary communication and information exchange between users, providers, and governments. The ABS Clearinghouse facilitates the monitoring of the utilization of a genetic resource once it leaves the provider country. The Nagoya Protocol sets up a system to inform the provider country on milestones related to the utilization of genetic resources abroad. However, to make this system work, every country needs to take action at the national level. Therefore, a country must establish at least one competent national authority, or CNA for short. The CNA issues a permit to grant access to genetic resources in accordance with domestic regulations. Key information from the permit must be transferred to the ABS Clearinghouse. The submitted information now constitutes the internationally recognized Certificate of Compliance. Now, let's turn our attention to a user. After possibly many years of laboratory work, she has succeeded in research and development and now puts a product on the market. With her certificate and the required documentation, she goes to the authority for market approval in her country. This authority, since it has been designated to act as checkpoint in the ABS process, sends a message called a checkpoint communique to the ABS Clearinghouse. The ABS Clearinghouse, having received the checkpoint communique, automatically informs the CNA in the provider country. This allows the competent national authority to compare the communique with the initial permit, domestic legislation, and with the contract documents. Action can now be taken by the CNA if the utilization was not in accordance with the initial agreement. Certainty for all parties is ensured through this process, no matter how much time has passed. Let's take a closer look at the key elements of this global system for monitoring the utilization of genetic resources. The CNA in a country is responsible for issuing a permit when access requirements are met and benefit sharing is agreed. When the information from the permit issued by the CNA is registered on the ABS Clearinghouse, it becomes the internationally recognized Certificate of Compliance, the central document to ensure legal certainty in the user country. The ABS Clearinghouse facilitates the exchange and flow of information with respect to the utilization of genetic resources. Furthermore, countries that have ratified the Nagoya Protocol are obliged to share information on their national ABS procedures in the ABS Clearinghouse. This information helps users to understand the particular ABS requirements of a given country. Checkpoints gather information from users on when and how genetic resources are being utilized in order to report back to the ABS Clearinghouse and thus inform the provider. Typical checkpoints are patent offices, funding institutions, publishers, market approval authorities, and other institutions dealing with innovation, product development, and commercialization. The checkpoint communique is a standard form for compiling the information gathered by the checkpoint in order to make it available to the ABS Clearinghouse and forward it to the provider. All countries have to put all these elements in place. Only when these elements are operating effectively will monitoring the use of genetic resources between countries be possible. This will contribute to increasing transparency and trust and result in more ABS agreements and partnerships, which in turn translate into advances in science, more innovation, products, and benefit sharing for users, providers, and the conservation of nature. Many products in food, cosmetics, biotech, and medicines, as well as advances in science, are based on genetic resources. Already in 1992, the CBD had established access and benefit sharing principles, which includes the obligation for users of genetic resources to share benefits with providers of those resources. However, one challenge remained: to ensure benefit sharing once the user has left the provider country with the genetic resource. There was no international system that allowed the provider to keep track of what was happening with their resource abroad. With the Nagoya Protocol, which entered into force in 2014, this changed. The ABS Clearinghouse was established as the central hub to facilitate the necessary communication and information exchange between users, providers, and governments. The ABS Clearinghouse facilitates the monitoring of the utilization of a genetic resource once it leaves the provider country. The Nagoya Protocol sets up a system to inform the provider country on milestones related to the utilization of genetic resources abroad. However, to make this system work, every country needs to take action at the national level. Therefore, a country must establish at least one competent national authority, or CNA for short. The CNA issues a permit to grant access to genetic resources in accordance with domestic regulations. Key information from the permit must be transferred to the ABS Clearinghouse. The submitted information now constitutes the internationally recognized Certificate of Compliance. Now, let's turn our attention to a user. After possibly many years of laboratory work, she has succeeded in research and development and now puts a product on the market. With her certificate and the required documentation, she goes to the authority for market approval in her country. This authority, since it has been designated to act as checkpoint in the ABS process, sends a message called a checkpoint communique to the ABS Clearinghouse. The ABS Clearinghouse, having received the checkpoint communique, automatically informs the CNA in the provider country. This allows the competent national authority to compare the communique with the initial permit, domestic legislation, and with the contract documents. Action can now be taken by the CNA if the utilization was not in accordance with the initial agreement. Certainty for all parties is ensured through this process, no matter how much time has passed. Let's take a closer look at the key elements of this global system for monitoring the utilization of genetic resources. The CNA in a country is responsible for issuing a permit when access requirements are met and benefit sharing is agreed. When the information from the permit issued by the CNA is registered on the ABS Clearinghouse, it becomes the internationally recognized Certificate of Compliance, the central document to ensure legal certainty in the user country. The ABS Clearinghouse facilitates the exchange and flow of information with respect to the utilization of genetic resources. Furthermore, countries that have ratified the Nagoya Protocol are obliged to share information on their national ABS procedures in the ABS Clearinghouse. This information helps users to understand the particular ABS requirements of a given country. Checkpoints gather information from users on when and how genetic resources are being utilized in order to report back to the ABS clearinghouse and thus inform the provider. Typical checkpoints are patent offices, funding institutions, publishers, market approval authorities, and other institutions dealing with innovation, product development, and commercialization. The checkpoint communique is a standard form for compiling the information gathered by the checkpoint in order to make it available to the ABS clearinghouse and forward it to the provider. All countries have to put all these elements in place. Only when these elements are operating effectively will monitoring the use of genetic resources between countries be possible. This will contribute to increasing transparency and trust and result in more ABS agreements and partnerships, which in turn translate into advances in science, more innovation, products, and benefit sharing for users, providers, and the conservation of nature. Many products in food, cosmetics, biotech, and medicines, as well as advances in science, are based on genetic resources. Already in 1992, the CBD had established access and benefit sharing principles, which includes the obligation for users of genetic resources to share benefits with providers of those resources. However, one challenge remained: to ensure benefit sharing once the user has left the provider country with the genetic resource. There was no international system that allowed the provider to keep track of what was happening with their resource abroad. With the Nagoya Protocol, which entered into force in 2014, this changed. The ABS Clearinghouse was established as the central hub to facilitate the necessary communication and information exchange between users, providers, and governments. The ABS Clearinghouse facilitates the monitoring of the utilization of a genetic resource once it leaves the provider country. The Nagoya Protocol sets up a system to inform the provider country on milestones related to the utilization of genetic resources abroad. However, to make this system work, every country needs to take action at the national level. Therefore, a country must establish at least one competent national authority, or CNA for short. The CNA issues a permit to grant access to genetic resources in accordance with domestic regulations. Key information from the permit must be transferred to the ABS Clearinghouse. The submitted information now constitutes the internationally recognized Certificate of Compliance. Now, let's turn our attention to a user. After possibly many years of laboratory work, she has succeeded in research and development and now puts a product on the market. With her certificate and the required documentation, she goes to the authority for market approval in her country. This authority, since it has been designated to act as checkpoint in the ABS process, sends a message called a checkpoint communique to the ABS Clearinghouse. The ABS Clearinghouse, having received the checkpoint communique, automatically informs the CNA in the provider country. This allows the competent national authority to compare the communique with the initial permit, domestic legislation, and with the contract documents. Action can now be taken by the CNA if the utilization was not in accordance with the initial agreement. Certainty for all parties is ensured through this process, no matter how much time has passed. Let's take a closer look at the key elements of this global system for monitoring the utilization of genetic resources. The CNA in a country is responsible for issuing a permit when access requirements are met and benefit sharing is agreed. When the information from the permit issued by the CNA is registered on the ABS clearinghouse, it becomes the internationally recognized Certificate of Compliance, the central document to ensure legal certainty in the user country. The ABS clearinghouse facilitates the exchange and flow of information with respect to the utilization of genetic resources. Furthermore, countries that have ratified the Nagoya Protocol are obliged to share information on their national ABS procedures in the ABS clearinghouse. This information helps users to understand the particular ABS requirements of a given country. Checkpoints gather information from users on when and how genetic resources are being utilized in order to report back to the ABS clearinghouse and thus inform the provider. Typical checkpoints are patent offices, funding institutions, publishers, market approval authorities, and other institutions dealing with innovation, product development, and commercialization. The checkpoint communique is a standard form for compiling the information gathered by the checkpoint in order to make it available to the ABS clearinghouse and forward it to the provider. All countries have to put all these elements in place. Only when these elements are operating effectively will monitoring the use of genetic resources between countries be possible. This will contribute to increasing transparency and trust and result in more ABS agreements and partnerships, which in turn translate into advances in science, more innovation, products, and benefit sharing for users, providers, and the conservation of nature. Many products in food, cosmetics, biotech, and medicines, as well as advances in science, are based on genetic resources. Already in 1992, the CBD had established access and benefit sharing principles, which includes the obligation for users of genetic resources to share benefits with providers of those resources. However, one challenge remained: to ensure benefit sharing once the user has left the provider country with the genetic resource. There was no international system that allowed the provider to keep track of what was happening with their resource abroad. With the Nagoya Protocol, which entered into force in 2014, this changed. The ABS clearinghouse was established as the central hub to facilitate the necessary communication and information exchange between users, providers, and governments. The ABS clearinghouse facilitates the monitoring of the utilization of a genetic resource once it leaves the provider country. The Nagoya Protocol sets up a system to inform the provider country on milestones related to the utilization of genetic resources abroad. However, to make this system work, every country needs to take action at the national level. Therefore, a country must establish at least one competent national authority, or CNA for short. The CNA issues a permit to grant access to genetic resources in accordance with domestic regulations. Key information from the permit must be transferred to the ABS clearinghouse. The submitted information now constitutes the internationally recognized Certificate of Compliance. Now, let's turn our attention to a user. After possibly many years of laboratory work, she has succeeded in research and development and now puts a product on the market. With her certificate and the required documentation, she goes to the authority for market approval in her country. This authority, since it has been designated to act as checkpoint in the ABS process, sends a message called a checkpoint communique to the ABS clearinghouse. The ABS clearinghouse, having received the checkpoint communique, automatically informs the CNA in the provider country. This allows the competent national authority to compare the communique with the initial permit, domestic legislation, and with the contract documents. Action can now be taken by the CNA if the utilization was not in accordance with the initial agreement. Certainty for all parties is ensured through this process, no matter how much time has passed. Let's take a closer look at the key elements of this global system for monitoring the utilization of genetic resources. The CNA in a country is responsible for issuing a permit when access requirements are met and benefit sharing is agreed. When the information from the permit issued by the CNA is registered on the ABS clearinghouse, it becomes the internationally recognized Certificate of Compliance, the central document to ensure legal certainty in the user country. The ABS clearinghouse facilitates the exchange and flow of information with respect to the utilization of genetic resources. Furthermore, countries that have ratified the Nagoya Protocol are obliged to share information on their national ABS procedures in the ABS clearinghouse. This information helps users to understand the particular ABS requirements of a given country. Checkpoints gather information from users on when and how genetic resources are being utilized in order to report back to the ABS clearinghouse and thus inform the provider. Typical checkpoints are patent offices, funding institutions, publishers, market approval authorities, and other institutions dealing with innovation, product development, and commercialization. The checkpoint communique is a standard form for compiling the information gathered by the checkpoint in order to make it available to the ABS clearinghouse and forward it to the provider. All countries have to put all these elements in place. Only when these elements are operating effectively will monitoring the use of genetic resources between countries be possible. This will contribute to increasing transparency and trust and result in more ABS agreements and partnerships, which in turn translate into advances in science, more innovation, products, and benefit sharing for users, providers, and the conservation of nature. Many products in food, cosmetics, biotech, and medicines, as well as advances in science, are based on genetic resources. Already in 1992, the CBD had established access and benefit sharing principles, which includes the obligation for users of genetic resources to share benefits with providers of those resources. However, one challenge remained: to ensure benefit sharing once the user has left the provider country with the genetic resource. There was no international system that allowed the provider to keep track of what was happening with their resource abroad. With the Nagoya Protocol, which entered into force in 2014, this changed. The ABS clearinghouse was established as the central hub to facilitate the necessary communication and information exchange between users, providers, and governments. The ABS clearinghouse facilitates the monitoring of the utilization of a genetic resource once it leaves the provider country. The Nagoya Protocol sets up a system to inform the provider country on milestones related to the utilization of genetic resources abroad. However, to make this system work, every country needs to take action at the national level. Therefore, a country must establish at least one competent national authority or CNA for short. The CNA issues a permit to grant access to genetic resources in accordance with domestic regulations. Key information from the permit must be transferred to the ABS clearinghouse. The submitted information now constitutes the internationally recognized Certificate of Compliance. Now, let's turn our attention to a user. After possibly many years of laboratory work, she has succeeded in research and development and now puts a product on the market. With her certificate and the required documentation, she goes to the authority for market approval in her country. This authority, since it has been designated to act as checkpoint in the ABS process, sends a message called a checkpoint communique to the ABS clearinghouse. The ABS clearinghouse, having received the checkpoint communique, automatically informs the CNA in the provider country. This allows the competent national authority to compare the communique with the initial permit, domestic legislation, and with the contract documents. Action can now be taken by the CNA if the utilization was not in accordance with the initial agreement. Certainty for all parties is ensured through this process, no matter how much time has passed. Let's take a closer look at the key elements of this global system for monitoring the utilization of genetic resources. The CNA in a country is responsible for issuing a permit when access requirements are met and benefit sharing is agreed. When the information from the permit issued by the CNA is registered on the ABS clearinghouse, it becomes the internationally recognized Certificate of Compliance, the central document to ensure legal certainty in the user country. The ABS clearinghouse facilitates the exchange and flow of information with respect to the utilization of genetic resources. Furthermore, countries that have ratified the Nagoya Protocol are obliged to share information on their national ABS procedures in the ABS clearinghouse. This information helps users to understand the particular ABS requirements of a given country. Checkpoints gather information from users on when and how genetic resources are being utilized in order to report back to the ABS clearinghouse and thus inform the provider. Typical checkpoints are patent offices, funding institutions, publishers, market approval authorities, and other institutions dealing with innovation, product development, and commercialization. The checkpoint communique is a standard form for compiling the information gathered by the checkpoint in order to make it available to the ABS clearinghouse and forward it to the provider. All countries have to put all these elements in place. Only when these elements are operating effectively will monitoring the use of genetic resources between countries be possible. This will contribute to increasing transparency and trust and result in more ABS agreements and partnerships, which in turn translate into advances in science, more innovation, products, and benefit sharing for users, providers, and the conservation of nature. Many products in food, cosmetics, biotech, and medicines, as well as advances in science, are based on genetic resources. Already in 1992, the CBD had established access and benefit sharing principles, which includes the obligation for users of genetic resources to share benefits with providers of those resources. However, one challenge remained: to ensure benefit sharing once the user has left the provider country with the genetic resource. There was no international system that allowed the provider to keep track of what was happening with their resource abroad. With the Nagoya Protocol, which entered into force in 2014, this changed. The ABS Clearinghouse was established as the central hub to facilitate the necessary communication and information exchange between users, providers, and governments. CNA for short. The CNA issues a permit to grant access to genetic resources in accordance with domestic. Many years of laboratory work, she has succeeded in research and development and now puts a product on the market. With her certificate and the required documentation, she goes to the authority for market approval in her country. Contract documents. Action can now be taken by the CNA if the utilization was not in accordance with the initial agreement. Certainty for all parties is ensured through this process, no matter how much of compliance. The central document understand the particular ABS requirements of a given country. Checkpoints gather information from users on when. The checkpoint communique is a standard form for compiling the information gathered by the checkpoint in order to make it available to the ABS clearinghouse and forward it to the provider. All countries have to put all these elements in place. The genetic resource. There was no international system that allowed the provider to keep track of what was happening with their resource abroad. With the Nagoya Protocol, which entered into force in 2014, this changed. The ABS Clearinghouse was established as the central hub to facilitate the necessary on milestones related to the utilization of genetic resources abroad. However, to make this system work, every country needs to take action at the national level. Therefore, a country nation now constitutes the internationally recognized Certificate of Compliance. Now, let's turn our attention to a user. After possibly many years of laboratory work, she has succeeded in research and development and now puts a product on the market. With her certificate and the required documentation, she goes to the authority for market approval in her country. This authority, since it has been designated to act as checkpoint in the ABS process, sends a message called a checkpoint communique to the ABS Clearinghouse. The ABS Clearinghouse, having received the checkpoint communique, automatically informs the CNA in the provider country. This allows the competent national authority to compare the communique with the initial permit, domestic legislation, and with the contract documents. Action can now be taken by the CNA if the utilization was not in accordance with the initial agreement. Certainty for all parties is ensured through this process, no matter how much time has passed. Let's take a closer look at the key elements of this global system for monitoring the utilization of genetic resources. The CNA in a country is responsible for issuing a permit when access requirements are met and benefit sharing is agreed. When the information from the permit issued by the CNA is registered on the ABS Clearinghouse, it becomes the internationally recognized Certificate of Compliance, the central document to ensure legal certainty in the user country. The ABS Clearinghouse facilitates the exchange and flow of information with respect to the utilization of genetic resources. Furthermore, countries that have ratified the Nagoya Protocol are obliged to share information on their national ABS procedures in the ABS Clearinghouse. This information helps users to understand the particular ABS requirements of a given country. Checkpoints gather information from users on when and how genetic resources are being utilized in order to report back to the ABS Clearinghouse and thus inform the provider. Typical checkpoints are patent offices, funding institutions, publishers, market approval authorities, and other institutions dealing with innovation, product development, and commercialization. The checkpoint communique is a standard form for compiling the information gathered by the checkpoint in order to make it available to the ABS clearinghouse and forward it to the provider. All countries have to put all these elements in place. Only when these elements are operating effectively will monitoring the use of genetic resources between countries be possible. This will contribute to increasing transparency and trust and result in more ABS agreements and partnerships, which in turn translate into advances in science, more innovation, products, and benefit sharing for users, providers, and the conservation of nature. Many products in food, cosmetics, biotech, and medicines, as well as advances in science, are based on genetic resources. Already in 1992, the CBD had established access and benefit sharing principles, which includes the obligation for users of genetic resources to share benefits with providers of those resources. However, one challenge remained: to ensure benefit sharing once the user has left the provider country with the genetic resource. There was no international system that allowed the provider to keep track of what was happening with their resource abroad. With the Nagoya Protocol, which entered into force in 2014, this changed. The ABS Clearinghouse was established as the central hub to facilitate the necessary communication and information exchange between users, providers, and governments. The ABS Clearinghouse facilitates the monitoring of the utilization of a genetic resource once it leaves the provider country. The Nagoya Protocol sets up a system to inform the provider country on milestones related to the utilization of genetic resources abroad. However, to make this system work, every country needs to take action at the national level. Therefore, a country must establish at least one competent national authority, or CNA for short. The CNA issues a permit to grant access to genetic resources in accordance with domestic regulations. Key information from the permit must be transferred to the ABS Clearinghouse. The submitted information now constitutes the internationally recognized Certificate of Compliance. Now, let's turn our attention to a user. After possibly many years of laboratory work, she has succeeded in research and development and now puts a product on the market. With her certificate and the required documentation, she goes to the authority for market approval in her country. This authority, since it has been designated to act as checkpoint in the ABS process, sends a message called a checkpoint communique to the ABS Clearinghouse. The ABS Clearinghouse, having received the checkpoint communique, process, no matter how much time has passed. Let's take a closer look at the key elements of this global system of compliance, the central document to ensure legal certainty in the user country. The ABS Clearinghouse facilitates the exchange and flow of information with respect in order to report back to the ABS Clearinghouse and thus inform the provider. Typical checkpoints are patent offices, funding institutions, publishers, market approval authorities, and other institutions dealing with innovation, product development, and commercialization. The checkpoint communique is a standard form for compiling the information gathered by the checkpoint in order to make it available to the ABS Clearinghouse and forward it to the provider. As advances in science are based on genetic resources. Already in 1992, the CBD had established access and benefit sharing principles, which includes the obligation for users of genetic resources to share benefits with providers of those resources. However, one challenge remained: to ensure benefit sharing once the user has left the provider country with the genetic resource. There was no international system that allowed the provider to keep track of what was happening with their resource abroad. With the Nagoya Protocol, which entered into force in 2014, this changed. The ABS Clearinghouse was established as the central hub to facilitate the necessary communication and information exchange between users, providers, and governments. The ABS Clearinghouse facilitates the monitoring of the utilization of a genetic resource once it leaves the provider country. The Nagoya Protocol sets up a system to inform the provider country on milestones related to the utilization of genetic resources abroad. However, to make this system work, every country needs to take action at the national level. Therefore, a country must establish at least one competent national authority, or CNA for short. The CNA issues a permit to grant access to genetic resources in accordance with domestic regulations. Key information from the permit must be transferred to the ABS Clearinghouse. The submitted information now constitutes the internationally recognized Certificate of Compliance. Now, let's turn our attention to a user. After possibly many years of laboratory work, she has succeeded in research and development and now puts a product on the market. With her certificate and the required documentation, she goes to the authority for market approval in her country. This authority, since it has been designated to act as checkpoint in the ABS process, sends a message called a checkpoint communique to the ABS Clearinghouse. The ABS Clearinghouse, having received the checkpoint communique, automatically informs the CNA in the provider country. This allows the competent national authority to compare the communique with the initial permit, domestic legislation, and with the contract documents. Action can now be taken by the CNA if the utilization was not in accordance with the initial agreement. Certainty for all parties is ensured through this process, no matter how much time has passed. Let's take a closer look at the key elements of this global system for monitoring the utilization of genetic resources. The CNA in a country is responsible for issuing a
Yeah, so she's spending her time with us so we can be able to make a difference for the natural products industry. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, please be upstanding. Let's welcome our Minister or CS for Ministry of Sports, Culture and Heritage, Dr. Amina Mohammed. Karibu, Madam. Thank you very much for being here together. We have our PS as well. We have our CS as well in the house. Thank you all for being here. Please, karibuni nyote. Welcome to the Npi Abs High-Level Forum, being held here at the Serena Beach Hotel, with a lot of great people who are here, a lot of representation from many sectors in the industry, the shall I call it, sub-economic base there. And we thank you for being here, each and every one of you. Super duper. So we'd like to, take this. As everybody has settled down, we'd like to start with the national anthem. And I understand we have both national anthems. Okay, 1 second. Okay, let's be upstanding, ladies and gentlemen, for the Kenya national anthem, and immediately after that, the East African anthem. Go ahead. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, that was the East African National Anthem. East African Anthem, we've not had it yet. And I think we need to learn the words. So thank you very much. You may be seated. Please have your seats. We have had a very wonderful session this morning, your ambassador, your honorable minister, and we've been able to get to know one another. We have a lot of communities here that are very interested in indigenous knowledge, traditional knowledge, and being able to access it, be able to benefit from it, and be able to share it, even not only in Kenya, but beyond the country. And of course, as we make a subsector of the economy, creating a new subsector in the economy. It is a long time coming, and thank you for being so interested in making this possible. And I'd like to invite now the Director, Department of Culture, Daktari Lagat, to come and take us through the introductions, and of course, I believe an opening prayer as well. Dr. Lagat, where are you, sir? Karibu sana.
Ambassador Dr. Amina Mohammed, Cabinet Secretary, Minister of Sports, Culture and Heritage, Chief Administrative Secretary, the Minister of Health, Dr. Rashid Aman, Ambassador Simon Abukwesi, PS State Department for University Education and Research, Catherine Bunyasi, representing the Attorney General's Office, Josephta Mokobe, PS State Department for Culture and Heritage, CEOs present, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. First, I wish to convey our apologies for starting late. It was due to circumstances beyond our control, and I'm very appreciative that you were patient throughout this morning waiting for the program to start. I have been asked to come and do two things. First is to facilitate a prayer session, and we will have two prayers, an Islamic prayer and a Christian prayer. And to lead us in those sessions, first we have Florence Were, who will come and lead us in a Christian prayer, after which Dr. Adan Hassan will then come and offer a Muslim prayer. Karibu, Madam Florence.
All protocols observed, ladies and gentlemen. May I kindly request us we be upstanding for a word of prayer, please? Thank you. Let us believe and pray. Father, in the mighty name of Jesus, we come before your divine throne of mercy this morning with thanksgiving in our hearts. We want to thank you for the gift of life. We want to thank you for the journey mercies, Lord, from our various destinations to Mombasa. And Father, even as we deliberate on issues of sustainable utilization of indigenous knowledge and genetic resources, we pray that you may grant us wisdom and strength. And even after we finish the 5-day forum, all glory and honor will be unto you. For it in Jesus' name I do pray and believe. Amen. Thank you.
Dr. Hassan, please. I'm going to provide a recitation of a short prayer is obligatory to be provided in Arabic, but then I will give you a short also English translation. So here we go. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا صراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين. Amen. So I'll give you an English translation of that prayer. In the name of Allah, the entirely merciful, the especially merciful, sovereign of the day of recompense, master of the day of judgment, we worship only you, and we seek help from only you.
guide us to the straight path, the path of those upon whom you have bestowed favor, and not those who have evoked your anger or who have gone astray. Thank you.
You may be seated. It would have been good to get to know who is here. However, in the interest of time, and because we are also many, I think I'll just mention the sectors that are represented here, Madam Ambassador, and I think that will suffice. We have development partners who are here with us. We have national government institutions and departments. We have representatives from the counties. We have experts on intellectual property rights. We have cultural heritage experts, natural heritage experts. We have representatives of industrialists. We have members of the fourth estate. We have indigenous peoples and communities, as well as youth who are represented here. So this is a multi-sectoral gathering, and we hope that we will robustly engage in the different fields that we represent for the purpose of discussing and identifying benefits that can be harnessed for sustainable utilization of traditional knowledge and genetic resources for the sake of developing this country. This is a new area that the ministry has engaged in the last couple of years, and we are very delighted that this morning, and indeed for the next 4 days, we will be discussing these areas and agreeing on how best these resources can be harnessed. I think at this juncture, allow me to invite PS Madam Josephta Mukobe to come and formally welcome you to this meeting and make our opening remarks. Madam PS, karibu.
The CS. Our CS, Dr. Amina Mohammed, our chief guest today. Our CAS, Ministry of Health. My colleague from Ministry of Education, Ambassador Nabukwesi, invited guests from the international world, invited guests from other government departments, invited guests from indigenous communities, all protocols observed, ladies and gentlemen. It is my pleasure to welcome you here. In fact, I'm deeply honored to welcome you all to this unique and important conference on our indigenous knowledge, cultural heritage, and genetic resources here in our coastal city of Mombasa. The theme of this high-level forum is Kenya's ABS journey. That is high-level forum on access and benefit sharing arising from sustainable utilization of indigenous knowledge and genetic resources. A major focus of this high-level forum therefore, is to have a discourse on what it takes to open up the indigenous knowledge and genetic resources as a new area, as a new growth area of our economy. In doing so, we shall highlight our experiences, successes, and lessons learned in Kenya's journey towards full domestication of the Nagoya Protocol and implementation of the various relevant national legislations. But beyond this, we are called upon to explore the different facets of indigenous knowledge and genetic resources value chain necessary to unlock this important subsector of our economy. From the State Department of Culture and Heritage, we are keen to position culture as a centerpiece of our civilization and socio-economic development as stipulated in our Constitution. Ladies and gentlemen, this high-level forum will involve participation of multiple and diverse stakeholders, including cabinet secretaries, principal secretaries, ministries that are relevant for this course, and CEOs of government parastatals who also are relevant to our forum, and the local communities who are important because this is where we are going to get the indigenous knowledge. This conference comprises of 4 themes with a wide range of topics to be presented by experts in the subject areas. We shall also have an excursion in a village in Kilifi County for real practical experience with local communities on access of indigenous knowledge and associated assets and benefit sharing negotiations. Key outputs from this high-level forum, as proposed, will include a commitment to the need for enabling legal and policy framework to spur investment in the indigenous knowledge and genetic resources. Enhancement of public and private partnerships aimed at harnessing the indigenous knowledge and genetic resources subsector. A commitment to the need to create brand ambassadors of indigenous knowledge indigenous knowledge and genetic resources subsector. A commitment to incorporate indigenous knowledge and genetic resources in formal and informal learning institutions to make it part of the knowledge economy. Commitment to initiate indigenous knowledge county digital registries and national repository for protection and spurring socio-economic development. Commitment to strengthen the intellectual property policy framework that is well coordinated and responsive to changing needs of the scientific and technological sector, taking into consideration indigenous knowledge and genetic resources. Once again, we salute you all, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, for giving our invite to participate in this important event. Later on, I just wanted to say later on we are going to engage in a deeper discussion whereby you have learned more about this subject matter. Thank you.
everybody else first. What is that?
Okay, on this juncture, since we are a bit late, we started late, I'm not going to say much, but I take this opportunity to welcome our CS, Dr. Amina Muhammad, to say one or two words of encouragement. Thank you. You're welcome.
Well, thank you. Thank you very, very much, PS Josfeta Mkobe, and I think we should give another hand. Let me, ladies and gentlemen, recognize the Chief Administrative Secretary of the Ministry of Health, Dr. Rashid Aman, who is here with us. Allow me also to recognize Ambassador Nabukwesi, who is PS Higher Education, Ministry of Education, who's also here. I know that there are other representatives who are seated on the podium with us, and I'd just like to recognize all of them, including the CEOs of various state agencies and institutions, heads of corporations, development partners, and I know that the representative of GIZ is here with us. Please feel extremely welcome. So, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I would like to officially welcome all of you to this forum on a subject matter that I know you also believe is of great historical significance to all of us. This conference, which is being held under the theme Kenya's ABS Journey, High-Level Forum on Access and Benefit Sharing, arising from sustainable utilization of indigenous knowledge and genetic resources, unlocking a new subsector of the economy, offers a unique opportunity for national discourse on harnessing indigenous knowledge and genetic resources as a new growth area, a new growth focus of our economy. This high-level forum brings together key players, including representatives of indigenous peoples and local communities who are the holders and owners of the indigenous knowledge and traditionally accumulated skills. We also have representatives from academia, universities and research institutions, representatives from the business sector, and we want to thank them for the role that they have continually played in incubation and commercialization of scientifically validated indigenous knowledge, intellectual assets. County and national government representatives, I want to thank them for their policy, their legal and administrative role, and international development partners who support and oversee best practices across the board. Ladies and gentlemen, globally, the creative economy is valued at $2.5 trillion US, which is approximately 255 trillion Kenya shillings, and accounts for about 30 million jobs. It's for this reason that in April of 2020, His Excellency President Uhuru Kenyatta provided 100 million Kenya shillings to cushion the cultural and creative sectors from the vagaries of the COVID-19 pandemic through the Work for Pay program. We were able through that program to support indigenous people, artists, musicians, actors, and other players from the creative sector during the tough economic times that resulted from the cessation of movement, from closure of exhibition centers and spaces, tourist attraction sites, cancellation of concerts and social events, and all this in an effort to prevent the spread of COVID-19. Our history is illuminated by tales of artistic prowess and cultural richness that is really and truly unique to us, making Kenya the perfect destination for archaeologists, cultural anthropologists, and international tourists. From the expansive region of northern Kenya to the shores of the Kenyan coast, from the unadulated landscapes of Rift Valley to the broad plains of western Kenya and the rest of the country, our people are known to be proud owners and proud participants in their cultural heritage. Indeed, it's been said that people without the knowledge of their past history, origin, and culture is like a tree without roots. So our appreciation for our culture could be attributed to our deeper knowledge and acceptance and conviction that mwacha mila ni mtumwa. And that means, and I think all of us understand Kiswahili, so I don't think I'm going to translate that. But for our colleague and friend from the GIZ who I had speaking Kiswahili, it translates to one who abandons his or her culture is a slave. My ministry, ladies and gentlemen, is awake to the fact that we need to protect, to preserve, and to develop and nurture our heritage and our cultural, and our culture. And that's why we've put in place measures to protect intellectual property, to protect genetic resources and traditional knowledge, and to grow their prominence at the local, regional, and international levels. We believe that the utilization of indigenous knowledge and genetic resources will harness the socio-economic potential of this subsector. It's said that after all, without culture and the relative freedom that it implies, society, even when perfect, is but a jungle. As a ministry, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we're in the process of operationalizing the Protection of Traditional Knowledge and Cultural Expressions Act of 2016 to promote innovation and generate intellectual assets for the marketplace, contribute to developing the indigenous knowledge and genetic resources subsector as a new growth area of our economy at the community, at the county, and at the national levels. Furthermore, the ministry is initiating the rollout of indigenous knowledge documentation and digitization as a pilot program in 13 counties to establish community and county digital registers and a national digital repository of indigenous knowledge associated assets. On this note, I would like to recognize the definite strides that have been made by sister ministries and connected entities, guided by the various international instruments, such as the Convention on Biological Diversity, the Cartagena Protocol, the Nagoya Protocol, the WIPO treaties, CITES, UNESCO, and ILO instruments, as well as various other regional agreements, such as those under ARIPO, to create the required ecosystem that enables the creation of policy, of legal and administrative frameworks as the critical foundational steps in Kenya's ABS journey. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, during these 5 days, you will be told about the strides, the specific and deliberate strides that we have taken as a ministry under the National Museums of Kenya to ensure that our heritage, our traditional knowledge is not lost, it's not eroded, and it does not disappear. And you'll hear from the experts that are in this room on how we intend to continue working with others to ensure that this journey is completed in a manner that grows our economy. You recall I talked about $255 billion, dollars. And I'm hoping that we will be able to contribute to the economy beyond the 5.4% of the GDP that we are contributing presently. And so during that time, you'll also hear of what we've done with specific products. And I think that's going to be the most interesting part of the conversation that you're going to have. Apart from obviously putting in place the policy and the legal frameworks that are required to protect, conserve, and nurture this development. And therefore, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to everyone who played a role in organizing this event. Madam PS, Dr. Taracha, who came to my office, I think, endless times, and Dr. Hassan, to make sure that I clearly understood the uniqueness, the importance, and the critical role that the work they do plays in our economy. And so thank you very, very much to all of you for the role that you have played. This forum provides a perfect opportunity to explore and propose ways of creating an enabling environment for the growth of this critical subsector. I'm optimistic that at the end of this event, after the 5 days, we'll have a communique that shows key resolutions that define the roadmap towards unlocking our indigenous knowledge and genetic resources as a new subsector of our economy. I also know that at the end of the 5 days, we will have a template that can be replicated across the region and probably even wider afield. I want to wish you all the best in the sessions ahead. I look forward to progressive deliberations and concrete results. Ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to declare this forum officially opened. I know that there's going to be an address slightly later that will set the tone, the national tone for the work that you're doing here today. And I think we'll be told at a later stage when exactly we will have the most important address that this event would have. So thank you very, very much. And I, again, have the distinct honor of welcoming all of you and declaring the session officially open. Thank you.
Yes, we'll start to call on this different.
Asante sana, Madam CS. I'd like to now have a short word with the PS and then we shall proceed.
It has been opened by our CS. We wish now maybe to invite one or two of the guests that are around so that we can hear, they can say hello to us. I think we wish to invite, first of all, we have the CAS, Minister of Health, just come and say hello to us.
Hello, good morning everyone. My name is Dr. Rashid Aman. I'm the Chief Administrative Secretary in the Ministry of Health. I want to say that I feel honored and delighted to be here with you to be part of this discourse on a very important subject of indigenous knowledge and genetic resources. I have a particular link to this area because I worked in the national museums for over 15 years, and we had, I would say, set the trend in some areas in this particular field. So I think it's very pleasing to see that it has now been elevated to a high level, has been fully embraced by the ministry, and I think this only portends well for this particular field. Madam CS, as you were out there talking, I thought I'd say something, at least the benefit of my experience and knowledge in the museum over the years, is that we are here today discussing important topics: indigenous knowledge and genetic resources. Indigenous knowledge tends to be more of intangible information, whereas genetic resources is more tangible, something in the form that you can see and feel. And I have been following closely the development of the museum, an institution that has nurtured me for many years. And I want to say that I think it is time we looked seriously at reorienting the purposes of the National Museums of Kenya. The National Museums of Kenya is supposed to be a repository of all matter of things, including knowledge, tangible, intangible, including materials, and including genetic resources. Genetic resources tend to be biological, mostly. And I think over the years I have seen the museum veering away from the natural sciences and biological resources. But we cannot talk about indigenous knowledge without talking about biological resources. The only institution that can effectively be a repository of all these knowledge systems is the museum. So, Madam CS, my plea is that let us reposition and let us give equal focus on all of these areas, both culture as well as the natural sciences. Thank you.
Nice words of encouragement. The next one, whom I wish to come and say hello to us, is the PS. Yes, the PS, University Education and Research. And by the way, everybody who is seated here, or any institution that has been invited here, is here not just by chance, but they have been strategically selected so that they can help us implement this indigenous knowledge information. And so I wish to invite my colleague, Ambassador.
Thank you very much, PS. Our Minister for Sports, Culture and Heritage, Honorable Ambassador Dr. Mina Mohammed, CAS, PS, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Simon Nabukwesi, as you are informed, and I'm happy to be here, and I've seen the Director General and CEO in charge of National Commission for Science, Technology and Innovation, Professor Oyawa is right here, and I've also seen the CEO for National Research Fund, Dr. Jemima Onzare is also here, among other participants. I'm very happy because we want to see how what Professor Oyawa and Dr. Onzare and their teams do and how they can integrate and work with the Ministry of Sports, Culture and Heritage in addressing this issue of indigenous knowledge in order for us to preserve the flora and fauna that is rapidly getting extinct. And some of us who grew up in the villages, we see a lot that has disappeared and has been replaced by something totally exotic and useless to us, and to some extent even destructive. We wish that through this kind of discussion, and I'm very happy that our minister is here and her message has been very clear, that our assembling here marks the beginning of what we want to do to put in place in the interest of the nation and in the interest of humanity. I believe, Honorable Minister, it will be very productive. You always mean what you say, and you always get it done. So I'm happy we are in the right place. With your good sense of direction, we shall achieve a lot. Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you, Ambassador. I invited various PSS. Is there a representative for PS Crop Development and Agricultural Research here? Do we have a rep from that ministry?
Still on the way.
Okay.
Yes.
Do you have somebody from PS to represent PS Wildlife? Okay. PS Environment? Okay, can you say a word or two on behalf of your PS? Okay.
Chief Guest, Honorable Ambassador Dr. Amina Mohammed, all protocols observed. On behalf of the PS, Dr. Chris Kipto, from the Ministry of Environment and Forestry, is that we are very, very pleased to be part of this particular discussion. You recall that part of the discussion that we are undertaking actually touches on the mandate of the Ministry of Environment and Forestry. We believe that if we can be able to harness our indigenous knowledge and genetic resources, we can be able to project and be able to move Kenya to the next level in terms of ensuring that our resources are actually sustainably utilized and for the benefits of all the generation. I think, PS, you'll bear with me that these issues of, that we are discussing as far as access and benefit sharing are very, very critical, and they are issues that we are holding very dear to us, and I want to believe that collectively we can be able to come up with a workable program so that even our resource providers can be able to benefit from being the custodians of the resources. In addition to that, I think it is also important that even as we move towards industrialization, it is important that we come up with measures and means that we'll be able to protect and ensure that our resources are actually sustainably utilized, so that as we do that, we shall be able to ensure that the intergenerational equity as far as the natural resources are concerned actually is achieved. So we look forward to having this part of discussion. I think at the most appropriate time we shall be able to enlighten the membership and the members in terms of what the ministry have been able to do as far as the legal and regulatory framework is concerned. And we believe that collectively we can be able to walk the journey together so that everybody becomes part and parcel of this particular discussion. So thank you very much, and we look forward.
Okay, so thank you, thank you, thank you. We had invited several PSS representing several ministries, such as crop development, wildlife, environment, planning, national treasury, and others. And even the CEOs from various government parastatals. We had also invited you. We had also invited research institutions and the donor community. We have a session after this where we are going to discuss this subject more deeply. And I think I won't ask each one of us to stand now. We shall have a session later. But I wish to also say that we are in Mombasa County government, and it's only fair that the county representative who is here, just to maybe welcome us here to the city, give us the key to this great city.
GIZ.
Yeah. Yeah. Do we have somebody from the Where is the county representative? If they are still on the way, then
Honorable Dr. Amina Mohammed, PSs, our Honorable CS, all directors from different ministries, community representatives, good afternoon. I'm sorry, I'm from Narok County Government. I was expecting that they are looking for someone from Mombasa, but I'm honored to speak on behalf of the county governments. And we are very excited to be part of this very important discussion. And from Narok, I think we really have quite a lot to do with culture. So this indigenous knowledge and genetic resource discussion is very pertinent to us as a county government. And on behalf of the 47 county governments, we would want to say that we are fully in support of this, and we are glad to be involved, because we believe there is not only a potential, it is a potential that is lying idle waiting to be exploited. There's a lot that can be done, and we are looking forward to working together with the national government and the different entities that are involved to make this a reality. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Madam CS, for this program to succeed, we need both national, county, and private sector. And we had invited Dr. Manu Chandaria from the private sector, and I think the representative is here. Maybe we just hear a word or two from the private sector. Yes, please.
It's working.
Good morning, Honorable CS, invited guests. My name is Morara Matunda. I'm representing Dr. Manu Chandaria, who is an industrialist. So I just want to say that the message from Dr. Manu Chandaria is that this is an opportunity that we need to exploit as a country. Dr. Manu has already established an incubation center at Kenyatta University, where he feels that the knowledge that will be gathered can be exploited at the university to convert it into something that can generate income for the country. If we do not do it at this time, by the end of this, as this generation basically matures and exceeds the stage, it will be completely worse, and we'll have actually lost a lot as a country. So this is a very important conversation at this stage, that as a country we need to take it up forward, so it doesn't become a conversation that is taken up and then of course abandoned and then is forgotten completely. It is very important that we sustain, and the Manu at an advanced age is very committed in emphasizing that whatever we start, we need to sustain and ensure it comes out to benefit the future generations. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Maybe just a word from the CEO NATCOM, just a word.
Thank you very much, PS, and our chief guest this morning, Ambassador Dr. Madam CS Ambassador Amina, and CAS Health, who was once the chairman of the board, NATCOM, and also the PS from my ministry, our Ministry of Education, Ambassador Namkwesi, and all the chief guests, all participants. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Briefly, I would like to say that we are honored as the National Commission for UNESCO. As you know, UNESCO is at the heart of culture. We promote preservation and conservation of culture. and therefore we are part of this debate, very, very critical debate, and we are honored to participate. We are critical stakeholders, so we are looking forward to the discussions, and the topic of this conference is also our great concern as UNESCO. We have a number of networks, we work with communities, and indeed the issues that the communities bring on indigenous knowledge, we are also dealing with them. So we are grateful to be part of this debate, and we shall also contribute the best practices of UNESCO and how we can work together. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Njoka. UNDP is also represented here. Just a word or two.
Thank you very much, Madam PS. First, to appreciate Waziri, who is still held very highly within the UN circles. So, Madam Waziri, it's a pleasure to interact with you again. We recall your good work within UNEP and the great work you're doing in Kenya. So, first of all, let me start by issuing an apology from our boss, the UNDP resident representative, Mr. Walid Badawi, had really wanted to be here, but he sent me. So I'll pass a very brief message. I start by really appreciating the great partnership that the government of Kenya has with the UN system in Kenya, and especially UNDP, and the various programs that we have implemented within this area of the ABS. I'll just highlight a bit of 5 of the key results we've been able to achieve over the years. The first one is, I think, UNDP's programming in the ABS area has really strengthened capacity of key national staff, and this is both at the national and at the county level. We've also worked very closely with government to come up with the country interim report on the ABS, a country position paper on digital sequencing information, and also supporting the celebrations of the 10th anniversary of the Nagoya Protocol last year, which is a very important avenue to just come back and ask ourselves, what has Kenya achieved in this area in the 10-year period? UNDP has also been working with all the partners, most of whom are in this room, to really help define a clear legal framework, because we all agree that ABS issues cut across very many ministries, institutions, and especially have a very important home at the counties. So it's really important to come up with a very robust structure that brings the community, the counties, the national government, and all the ministries together. So UNDP has been working on the legal framework, and we really would like to see how that can actually be actualized in the next phase of this work. We've also worked in developing the national guidelines on intellectual property policy for research and development in Kenya. We've also helped come up with the guidelines on traditional knowledge associated with the genetic resources, and also generally done a lot of sensitization. I'm very happy to see even in this room representation from Kakamega County, where we've been working with the community there on how they can be able to tap on the Mondia Waitei and how it can actually be commercialized at a global scale. So there are a lot of such initiatives that we've been doing, and my resident representative would have liked me to just mention this as some of the work that UNDP has done and express our interest to work on this to ensure that we can be able to tap into the opportunities in the ABS area, but also realize sustainable development and a conservation of these resources. Thank you very much, Madam PS, for the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. We should take this juncture to invite a very special guest who has come to be with us here, and his name is Ranjit Krishna from the private sector. Maybe just identify yourself and say hello to us. Have we heard what your name?
Greetings, my name is Ranjit Krishna. It's a pleasure to be here. I think pre-August company, thank you, Vaziri, and for all the rest of the honored guests. And it's a pleasure to be here and explore the opportunities I think we could look at from the private sector in terms of how we could commercialize and build on the resources and the enormous resources that Kenya has. I look forward to that. I look forward to these sessions and seeing what benefit could be derived. Thank you so much.
Thank you, special guest. We have a guest all the way, who has come all the way from Germany. He's the head of GIZ, and he's in charge of the ABS, Access to Benefit Sharing Initiative. If he could address us.
Thank you. Well, Honorable CS, PSs, and other representatives of ministries and the private sector, local communities, CEOs, ladies and gentlemen, I have a great pleasure to present here. I'm not head of GIZ, not yet. I'm the team leader of the ABS initiative. That's a global multi-donor project supporting the implementation of the Nagoya Protocol. And since I'm here the first time and many of you don't know us, let me also explain a bit what we do in Kenya. The ABS initiative is hosted by the German Ministry of Economic Cooperation and Development and implemented by GIZ. I also take this opportunity to convey the cordial regards of the GIZ country director in Kenya, Mr. Bodo Iming, who unfortunately cannot be with us today. Well, I see that this high-level forum is a very unique and an important event. Even His Excellency President Uhuru Kenyatta and high-level representative of various ministries are promoting the use of traditional knowledge of indigenous peoples and local communities in Kenya and genetic resources, especially in the context of developing high-value products as medicines. We are also informed that one of the flagship projects under the Kenya Vision 2030 is the Natural Product Initiative, which works, amongst others, on research and development for COVID medicines based on plant-based active ingredients and traditional knowledge from Kenya. And so with that, the work of this NPI contributes perfectly to the WHO strategy for the African region, which is exactly named Enhancing the Role of Traditional Medicine in Health System, adopted in 2015. And under this strategy, a lot of research institutions and governments in Africa really strengthen their efforts in looking into traditional medicine, into own genetic resources to work on remedies against COVID. And from a German perspective, which I like to bring to this forum as well, the protection and use of traditional medicines forms an important and well-established market in our country. Some of the world-leading pharmaceutical companies working on plant-based medicines are located in Germany. You find phytopharmaceuticals in every pharmacy in Germany, and our country is one of the world's largest markets for phytopharmaceuticals. So it's in 2020, consumers bought phytopharmaceutical medicines worth 1.6 billion euro. That are roughly 200 billion shillings. That's 2.6% of the overall drug sales in Germany. So I just like to underline, we're not talking about a niche market, and we are not talking about backward traditions using these phytopharmaceuticals. It is a thriving market based on sound research and development. And I think that is something which also Kenya should enter. This development, I think, is a very promising field of future research and commercial activities. As I said, I would also like to inform you a bit about what GIZ and our initiative is doing in Kenya. We support the implementation of the benefit sharing principle of the CBD and the Nagoya Protocol, and especially the use of biodiversity for research, spanning from taxonomy to medicinal research, all kind of that, including the development of high-value products. That is what we like to support, with strengthening the legal frameworks, administration, involvement of the local level into all these activities. We know that Kenya has an ABS national framework based on regulations from 2006 and various other legal texts, and we are supporting 6 national institutions, amongst them NACOSTI, others, to set up institutional IT systems for a more efficient processing of all the permits researchers need to undertake research with biological resources in Kenya. These IT systems are ready now, they are in work, and we are now working towards the integration of these institutional systems into one national, one-stop shop for all these ABS permits. That's also very much in the focus of the Kenyan government with this objective of ease to doing business in Kenya. The second pillar is supporting 3 pilot counties, which are Kakamega, Baringo, Laikipia. The colleague from UNDP was already referring to Kakamega. We selected these counties because there is a substantial interest of national and international research organizations and private sector to access genetic resources also for commercial purposes. We support these counties, and the third pillar is we work together with indigenous peoples and local communities, especially from these counties, to strengthen their capacities in ABS, to strengthen their capacities to participate in negotiations of contracts, and of course to create the awareness. Specifically, we supported the development of so-called biocultural community protocols and their distribution, which is a very valuable tool on the local level to document traditional knowledge and how it was dealt with traditionally. Well, coming to an end, one major activity which was always suggested by our partners, especially Mr. Kavaka, who's there and who's our long-term partner here, is to convene a national discourse, a national forum, bringing together the providers of genetic resources and traditional knowledge, the regulators, the private sectors, and the local communities to discuss how the wealth, the richness of Kenya's biodiversity and traditional knowledge can be transformed into sustainable practices, into medicines and other products, cosmetics, whatever you can think about. And I think with this high-level forum, I see that the political will has been established in Kenya to go that way, and we are happy to work together to support you and to see what can be done also from our side to support this extremely important development. Thank you very much.
Thank you for supporting the IK in Kenya. We wish that you continue supporting us more and more. Madam CS, much as we are delighted about this subject area of subject area of IK, indigenous knowledge and access to benefit sharing, there are issues that, legal issues that also go with it, issues of copywriting, issues of intellectual property. And in fact, one of our communities has already petitioned the AG that the entire country is using their dance, the entire country is using their dress, and yet that community is not being compensated. So they have petitioned. And we have none other Then the AG within us here will also listen to the issues that especially the communities that are represented here will generate, and also to say hello to us. Welcome, Madam, from the AG's office.
Thank you very much, Madam PS. Our chief guest, Honorable Amina Mohammed, CS, PS Josfeta Mkobe, all protocols observed. Good afternoon. I bring you warm greetings from the Honorable AG, who would have wished to be here, but due to other engagements, he was not able to make it. Now, I think all has been said and done, and I just want to take you back a bit to how this journey began in the year 2006, whereby the Office of the AG convened members and came up with a policy on the traditional knowledge, TCEs, that is cultural expressions and genetic resources. And this policy, you can imagine from 2006, 2016 is when we got the law. A lot had changed. And in a nutshell, this law fulfilled the constitutional provisions, whereby Article 11 on culture, Article 40.5 on intellectual property, and Article 69 were fulfilled. This law, we have signed the Swakopmund Protocol on Traditional Knowledge. And when you look at that protocol, you'll see that a lot of the Traditional Knowledge Act has incorporated aspects of the Nagoya Protocol. So in a summary, what we are saying is that we are already there. The stage is set. The ball is rolling. And we're very happy that we now have the parent ministry, Ministry of Culture, to spearhead implementation. And what is remaining is for us to just look at the finer details and look at aspects and how we are going to implement this very robust law that contains very many aspects. You look at intellectual property aspects that are incorporated within the derivative works. And I'm glad that the CEOs of Kekobo, I believe Kipi and Kefis, we do have representation here, so that we are able to appreciate what this law has done for the country and how we are all going to benefit from it, even long after we are gone. I'm told that I've not introduced myself. And I thought the PS had said AG was here, but, and then I forgot. So I'm Catherine Bunyasi. I was part of the policy from those years of 2006, and I work with the International Law Division. I'm a state counsel there. So I was also the chair of the interministerial group that came up with the law. So we have received very many petitions, and the most recent being the Masai one, which we forwarded to the Honorable CS. And just to say that, yes, we appreciate you, the Ma community, and remember that we have very many communities in Kenya, and we are going to appreciate each and every community that has a rich cultural heritage, and we all want them to benefit from that culture in terms of all the protocols that Kenya has signed and ratified, be it non-monetary benefits or monetary benefits. So I feel that I'm running into the danger of becoming too technical. So, and I might even get into my next presentation because it's very exciting. But what I also want to add is that we need to work together. It's a journey that we cannot work as one institution. We have to have a multi-agency approach, working together with the local and indigenous communities. And what we are going to do is to bridge the gap. We must bridge the gap whereby knowledge that is secret and sacred, there is a way that you can have, government able to protect that TK for you. Because in the next, some of us, maybe 30, 40 years, we are not going to be here. So what happens to that knowledge? And remember that it is intergenerational. So what legacy are we going to leave behind? So that is something that we must remember to protect, not just for our communities, but for the country of Kenya. So I'll stop there, and I look forward to engaging with all of you. Thank you.
Thank you all for all those who have said one or two words. Your wise counsel will go a long way in being part of the recommendations of this forum. As I said earlier, that later on we are going to delve deeper into this subject of IK and ABS, that is access to benefit sharing, and hopefully that we are going to exhaust the topic. And I think at this juncture, I wish to return the chair I wish to return the mic to Dr. Lagat.
Oh, okay. Do you allow me? Thank you. So with permission of Dr. Lagat, thank you very much. Round of applause for the PS. You're a very good moderator. We appreciate that very much. With your permission, Madam CS and Madam PS, I would like to very quickly introduce some of the communities that are here, just so that we can get to know who is here. And one thing I will ask the communities, I'll ask you to say one sentence on what you want to see at the end of this conference, and at the end of this forum. One thing, okay? And I do want to quickly just let you know that the reason why I'm here, Dr. Taracha and I interacted at the devolution conference. I was a moderator there for the indigenous knowledge breakout, and we got to really enjoy this and find that I didn't know, and I've been involved in indigenous knowledge for about 3 years now. I did not know that there was NPI. So he asked me, do you know what NPI is? I told him, NPI, no. Is that a new party in town? No. He told me it's natural products industry. I was like, oh, I didn't know that existed. Then he told me, do you know what ABS is? And I sold cars. I used to sell cars when I was a young man. So ABS, of course, I know that one. Anti-lock brake system. I said, no, my friend. There's a whole Nagoya protocol, and it has come through, and there's something called access, benefit, and sharing. And I thought, my goodness, this is so incredible. How come we people in Kenya, as Raia, ordinary Mananchi, do not know these things? And with your permission, Madam CS, I was telling them that I would, from this week, because I'm moderating this week, I will be saying Ministry of Culture and Heritage. I'll leave sports out because, sports have done very well. They've got their own champions, and they've done well. We need to have our own champions in culture. Don't we need to do that? And we have seen that there is political will to make this thing happen. There is political will. That is why we've been called here today, this whole week. That is why the CS herself is here. She's pushing it and making sure that this happens. And I told you earlier that the reason why we had the Nagoya Protocol and even the Earth Summit and this traditional knowledge issue became a big issue is because the ladies pushed it. Indira Gandhi, Margaret Thatcher, Wangari Maathai, and now we have our own CS, Amina Mohammed. Who is going to make this happen? Someone said that she means what she says. So she's Amina. She's Amina. She means what she says. Absolutely. So I'd like you very briefly, I'll call it different communities, just say one sentence in the interest of time, but be as significant as possible so that we can be able to see. As you can see, there's political will. What do you want to leave by the end of this week? What would you like to see? I'd like to start with the Ma community. The chairman, Dr. Jonathan Ole Pasha. Round of applause for him.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Honorable Amina Mohammed, CS, Sports and Culture. Oh, you said we skip sports, Sports culture. All protocol observed. Good afternoon once again. My name is Ajay Yemane Pasha. I represent the Ma community. under the auspices of the Ma Unity Agenda Organization. And we are glad to be here today to be part of this very, very important high-level forum in Kenya, where we are talking about the NPI and the ABS. At the end of this forum, we, representative of the Ma community, we would like to see the actual implementation of the Traditional Knowledge and Natural Resources Exploration Act 2016 to the latter, from the national level to the county level, and to be implemented also at the national, the international level. We from the Ma community, we are very proud and we brag that we have what it takes when it comes to NPI. We have the products, we have the forest, we have conserved our natural resources. We are very proud about our culture, about our natural foods and organs and the genetics and everything. But without the help of the national government and the county government and the international community, we cannot patent our products, we cannot have licenses to trade, we cannot get royalties for all the culture that is being showcased across the international communities. So we are getting zero, we are getting nothing out of our very, very good culture and national products. So at the end of this forum, we'd like to have a very good way forward on how our community and all other local communities in Kenya can benefit. So Honorable Mohammed, we trust that with you being there and the great team here, something will come out of this forum.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, we're proud to have seen you here. We are sure you're going to take this to the international level. Thank you so much, and thank you once again.
Asante sana. Wilson, are you going to say anything? You're his secretary.
Just briefly, yes. Well, one of the problems of making noise, okay, my name is Wilson Mosian, is actually when the government responds. So now you don't even know what to say. But we are profoundly thankful to the Attorney General's office, and we are profoundly thankful to the Ministry of Culture for the response that you've done. And I think right now we're just saying thank you, and we're really, really looking forward to the outcome of this conference. So just my word is just thank you for that, and then I look forward to the interaction.
So your letter is the one that went to her,
yes,
and then she sent it to them, and we're here.
No, you know, then you're left. We're used to making noise to the government,
but now they've reacted. Please give a round of applause to the government for reacting to that. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Next, I'd like to invite from the other Ma community in the north, Narok. Is it Narok? Narok is south, eh? Yeah, so Kimaren, on your remit, there's a microphone right there. Be as concise as possible. Don't be too long, please. Okay. I know, no, you're normally concise. Just go ahead.
Thank you very much, Honorable CS and distinguished guests. My colleagues have said it all. The law is in place. The political will is here demonstrated. What we want to see is a mechanism to make it happen on the ground. This world will be a better place when indigenous knowledge informs science. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, making it happen on the ground, okay. I see you've given the microphone to my friend from Ogiek community. Bwana Koibe, you want to go ahead, sir? Just introduce yourself and say something.
Thank you. I'm Daniel Kobei from Ogiek community. And today, I happen to have been when the late Michuki was speaking in Angoya. And it was 2 a.m. when an Angoya protocol was being announced. And I happened to have been there. And he spoke, they were saying he was an old man, but he spoke very strongly about Africa. That is when people accepted and said it is important that Nangoya, the ABS, is very critical to indigenous peoples and especially for Africa. By the end of this meeting, the bicultural protocols for the communities is what I'm requesting the government of Kenya to adopt the by cultural protocol of communities in Kenya. Because this is another step for us to see that some of the things we are doing are properly documented and accepted, because we have documented. I have some communities who have documented, but now it needs to be accepted and adopted by the government. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Is it the government or the people of Kenya?
Well said, the people of Kenya.
Yes, thank you. Give me a round of applause. Thank you, Bwana Koiben. Koibe, sorry, I apologize. Nimeambia hata tunaweza ongea na Kiswahili tafadhali. Msikie kiwa mnamruhusa kuongea hata Kiswahili, lakini ni ruhusa ama ni mko free? Mwe uhuru. Am I correct? Is that the word? Kiswahili changu mbaya sana. Umenitupa kwa maji. Haya basi tuendelee. Tafadhali Bwana Eric Kimalit kutoka Endorois, the Endorois community.
Madam CS, all protocols observed. As he has said, my name is Eric Malit, and I'm the chairman of the Endorois Welfare Council, which is a CBO for the Endorois community, which reside in Baringo mainly, and also parts of Laikipia and Nakuru. Madam CS and all the stakeholders here, we are very grateful as one of the IPLCs, indigenous peoples and local communities to have been involved today. Madam CS, we have always wished to be involved on the table of decision-making processes in this country, particularly in matters indigenous knowledge and genetic resources. For most of the time, maybe it is an oversight. You find that our issues are being discussed and you're not represented. Maybe a good example, for instance, a very recent one on the 31st December last year, that's 2021, there was a Gazette notice which came out, and there's a task force to look at the regulations of traditional knowledge and cultural expressions. And if you scan through quickly, even through that one task force, you realize that the entire IPLC community, fraternity, are not there. So we request that as we go forward, we humbly request that let's all be involved, so that we're the people who are putting on the shoe. We know it pinches. So that whatever the government comes up with, it is incorporating all our views and interest. Also, we are asking the government and other stakeholders, so that when it comes to investment of exploiting these genetic resources, there should be a very robust system, as somebody has already said, that it will ensure that all whatever we are investing in, the communities are not taken advantage of by some people. Some of them are even from the same communities. We have some cartels who will come and want to take advantage of the ignorance, so to speak, of the communities. And then they even pretend to be representing their communities because they come from the communities, but they have their own self-interest. So we need to be protected from that, so that we really get away of knowing who is really representing this community, and we know how these communities representation can be identified. So that one, if you have that one anchored in law, I think it will help us a lot. You will find that and there are other issues. I think I look forward to a lot of interactions, and I'm sure we have the AG office, we have very many issues we can discuss, and all the other stakeholders. And we go this way, I think we are going to one place as a family of Kenya and the international community.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Kimalit. Appreciate that very much. Round of applause for him. Basically, we have everybody in the house. Remember what we said earlier, that everyone is here. Government, private sector, international partners, friends in the industry, everybody is here. The IPLC are here. Everybody is here. It's time to make this happen and move forward, and there is a will for it to happen. Moving on to the next is my friend from Turkana. By the way, madam, I've been to Lake Turkana, and I've swum in the waters of Lake Turkana. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Mr. John Eresit Ebenyo.
Madam CS, all protocols observed. My name is John Eresit Ebenyo. from Turkana. And I'm happy to be in such a high-level forum. This is my second engagement with ABS, organized by NPI. The first was a training, now is a discussion. I think my objective in this forum is to see into it that the national government connects the county governments and with the communities, so that the issue of ABS as put up by Nagoya Protocol can be achieved. That's one objective. The second objective that I want to see is that I want to see a multi-agency approach, as said by the Office of Attorney General, in approaching to this in such a way that no one is left in the decision-making table, and that from the word go, we all get it right. Because I'm equating this discussion with the community land discussion that is on the ground, that have brought a lot of mixed reactions. And reasons being, there has never been a connector between the national, county, and also community. And I see ABS as the same angle in terms of looking at this issue. So we wish to see into it that even the law that has been passed at the national level should be domesticated at the county level through a capacity building of some kind, so that we see into it that even traditional governance systems at our community levels can pick up this discussion, and because it targets them.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wasit. You also talked about earlier, remember you told us you've got different communities within your area. You have the people from the Karamajong, you have the,
yeah.
Who else do you have?
Yeah, we are an international community. It's part of our culture. So we share culture with the Karamojong of Uganda, the same culture, same language.
Wow.
With the Toposa of South Sudan, same culture, same language. With the Nyangatom of Ethiopia, same culture, same language. And that's why we inaugurated Tobonglore Festival, which helps us to always celebrate our culture and also minimize conflicts among us. And then we also are happy that we are the cradle of mankind. So
there you go. Which also falls under Ministry of Culture.
Boy is the oldest boy on earth. So we are the father and the mother of all in the world.
Thank you very much, Professor Wasit, very well said. I'd like to go to Mr. David Wata. Where are you, David? There you are. Daktari. I call him Daktari because he is a practicer of traditional medicine. Daktari Wata. Are you ready? And tell us from where you are from.
Okay, Madam CS.
You must, at least they can see your face. Akikuta pale na itajua ni wewe.
Madam CS, our protocol observed. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Okay, my name is David Wata. I like to prefer myself as herbalist because that's what I was brought up doing with my grandmother. So I inherited the heart from her, and I'm still practicing it. And I represent the Luo community, especially in line of herbal medicine. Other than that, I'm also a young champion for indigenous knowledge and genetics resources at the county level, that's in Siaya. So other than that also, I represent the interest of herbalists in Kenya, because we know when we talk about natural products, most of them originate from plants. Most of them originate from plants. And in Kenya, there is no good relationship between herbalists and the government because of the policies. When we see government, we run away, especially the Food and Poison Board, the Pharmacy and Poison Board. So at the end of this, I'd like that one addressed, because if that one will not be addressed and you come to me, I'll still run away because maybe I'll say you want to arrest me. So that's one thing that has been affecting us as herbalists. Then on behalf of the youths, I want to see how this process will
come out to benefit youths in terms of creation of employment. Because as you walk outside here, most of us, we are left to learn through Mr. Google. We go there, you learn something, you start implementing. But it is my wish that after this process, the government agencies that are here, you come up with a way of starting an institution where a youth can go learn how to prepare herbal medicine, how to make soap from plants. Then from there, at least we'll move together. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think that is what the NPI is about, by the way. That's what the NPI is, basically. The government already has a body in place, and that's why we're here. Thank you very much, Banawata. Dr. Wata. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to move, we've got the only last three people. Joseph Lentunyoe, where are you, sir? Soft-spoken from Laikipia, Uko June.
Madam CS and all distinguished guests, my name is Joseph Lentunyoe from Laikipia County. I work for an organization called Laikipia Permaculture Center, where we are commercializing an indigenous aloe called Aloe secundiflora. Most people know aloe vera. Aloe vera is not ours, but we have our own indigenous aloes where we are commercializing them for cosmetic use and for the food industry. I think this is the moment we have been waiting for, where there is a will from the political goodwill, development partners like my friend Dr. Hartmut. We have worked with him together with the KWS team, NPI. In the last 2 years, we have been under ABS ourselves in Laikipia because of the products we are deriving from that particular plant. And then the opportunities are there. And we need to know as a country we are very rich in natural resources, only that we are diverting to go to other countries to get other genetics from outside the country. Well, we have enough. I think this is really a big moment for us as a country, and that we should understand that it's our work to be able to recognize this and utilize it. Thank you very much.
Hey, Bonaventure, very well said. Round of applause for him. There is a lot we have, we're just overlooking it. We need to actually make sure that we maximize on it. That's what ABS is about, isn't it? Mr. Yator Kiptum, where are you, sir? From Sengwer. Chep.
Okay, thank you, Madam CS.
Master Fadali. Asante.
Madam CS, all protocols observed. I'm Yator Kiptum from Sengwer Indigenous Community from Cherangani Hills, and also a member of Npi Abs Forum, a network for traditional forest indigenous communities in Kenya. I want to say that for sustainable utilization of indigenous knowledge and genetic resources is dependent on three things. One, recognition, respect and protection of the rights of indigenous peoples and local communities. Two, effective engagement, participation and representation of these communities at the local level, county level, and also at the national level, especially at the structures that are put in place should have representatives of these communities all the way from county to the national level. And finally, as my brother Kobe had said, the recognition and respect and adoption of the biocultural community protocols that have been developed so far by some of these communities. Thank you.
Mr. Kiptum. Round of applause, one more round of applause for him. My brother from Kwale, where are you? Yes. Introduce yourself and say something.
Madam CS na wageni wote ambao wamefika hapa. Mimi kwa majina naitwa Jafet Wande kutoka Kwale. Mimi na represent community ya Mijikenda, lakini Kwale tuko na mchanganyiko wa kabila ambazo sote tunafanya kwa pamoja. Kuna Wakamba, kuna Wakikuyu, kuna Wajaluo, kuna Wamasai ambao tuko pamoja katika Kwale County. Mimi ndiye mwenyekiti wa Kwale County Herbal Studio ambaye nimekuja hapa kurepresent hiyo community. Na nikiwa naweza kuzungumza zaidi ni kwamba kidogo Sisi Kwale tulijitayarisha kwa muda mrefu sana. Niliandika petition kwa county government kuhusu hiki kitengo, lakini kilipuzwa. Na ni kutoka 2016 wakati nilikaa kwa kikao hicho, ilinibidi kwamba ni engage katika serikali kuu, hata nikafika Kericho kwa mkutano ili tu engage hii system. Kwa hivyo nitafurahi sana ikiwa tutaingizwa kama wenzetu ambavyo wamesema. Na katika Kwale tuna miti mingi au madawa, tuna dawa nyingi sana katika zile forests. Kuna zingine zinapatikana rivers, hills, hata kule sehemu za chemichemi pamoja na bahari. Kwa hivyo kama dawa hizo zinaweza kupatikana, kwa nini tusizipate zikaweza kuweka mtisha na kutibu maradhi tofauti ambayo kwamba saa hii yanaleta shida. Na kuna dawa zingine ambazo kwamba tunazitafuta za COVID-19, hata ina sampuli hapa. Pia tuna dawa za mturituri ambayo kwamba ni dawa inasimamia upande wa upangaji uzazi. Ninazo hapa. Kwa hivyo kama madam utanikubali nizitoe muzione, nitafurahi sana. Kwa hivyo asante sana kwa hayo. Mungu atubariki sote, hii session iende vizuri na serikali itubebe, maana kule niliko wengi ni wale hawajasoma, na inabidi munipe uwezo pamoja na serikali ya county tuwezi kuwaelimisha ili waweze kukaa vizuri, makini madawa na ujuzi wanao mwingi sana. Asante.
Wow. Absolutely fantastic. There is a lot of knowledge out there, madam. And it's incredible what just this few group of people here represent, the wealth that is here. And indeed, it can unlock the subsector. You know that has been Dr. Taracha's dream, opening a new subsector of the economy where funds flow from wherever it is and the communities are benefiting. I'm sure you look like you want to respond, but let me just say quickly, we have a young what shall I call her? A champion of indigenous knowledge. Her name is Lucy Wanjiko, or she calls herself Empress. She'll impress us with her impressness, and she says culture is key. She is a profession is spoken word, and she would like to give one spoken word for us so that we can have this moment, close this session with something to think about. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Wanjiko, Empress. From Nakuru, I believe.
All protocol.
Yes, you come in front. Please come in front. Do you want to go on stage or you'll be fine there? Okay. Go on stage. It's your moment. Please give a round of applause once again as she comes on stage. Thank you.
Madam CS, all protocols observed. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Lucy Wanjiku. I'm a youth champion for culture from Nakuru, or rather can I say Nakuru City. And I'm honored, I'm so excited to be here today. Yeah, so I want to thank you so much, Dr. Tarasha, for even inviting a creative. You know, for creatives, yeah, this is a great moment for us, yeah, since it's so much easy for us to pass the information out there, since we have the numbers and the influence. So thank you so much. And it's also still a disadvantage, since you'll find that most youths out there are not conversant to their cultures. But through art, we get to pass this information. So this piece that I'll be performing may speak to you. And I believe that even youths out there, with time, wataweza kujua cultures zao and will embrace, since this is our roots, yeah? So this piece is titled, Culture is Key. Today, I was told to proudly introduce myself as an African. Now, keeping in mind on the cultural diversity in place, I had to make sure that no one felt out of place. Isimwacha mila ni mtumwa, but now let's get back to our roots, our indigenous knowledge, which as much as we are enlightened to the modern culture as we grew being taught, you see this knowledge on our skills, foods, innovation still sticks. Now this one is inborn. Hili story sio lazima uwe online. I'm sure no one will be left hanging. But you see, this knowledge became common as we got to interact while living in close contact with nature. And as it said, this ought to reflect new wealth, good health. But welcome to my motherland where vitu kwa ground ni different. Now culture shouts, since when? Since when did we get carried away by embracing the foreign cultures, yet we can't tap to our own benefits? That I get to dish managu, mrenda, sageti, and be placed in accordance to class of not having a better choice. Yet we can attest that these are the first sale foods in the foreign lands. Now what about our increased variety, yet we still seek for assistance from the foreign lands? Ironically, sisi ndio wenyeji, yet we point fingers kwa wale daktari wa mitishamba. Eti siwezi tumia dawa za kienyeji, stereotype ni ati watasema mimi ni mshamba. Yet this might be that solution to that problem just after taking that concoction. So may we not perish as we got to embrace our cultures. Now big up to all government institutions, all communities, individuals, doing their best to protect the indigenous knowledge. Now this is to tell you that your actions are not in vain, as culture ought to prevail. And if they ask you how natural you went, east or west, proudly attest that all this is pursued from home. Now culture is key. And I'm the best runner, Lucy Empress. That's why I've just run out of words. Shukran.
Makofi! Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Culture is key. In fact, one of the greatest Pan-Africanists, Marcus Garvey, said, a people without the knowledge of their past history, origin, and culture is like a tree without roots. Oh, so you need to give this somebody, to me. I'm not loud enough? Oh, okay. I'm extremely loud, I think. You can hear me? Madam CS, I know you'd want to respond. We can give you, we'll have to have lunch first, then we can come back and interact. We have the first session coming in. Would you like to respond now or you respond later? You ready to say something now? Absolutely. Wonderful. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for the CS. And we have the sessions immediately after lunch, but let me first respond, and then I'll say something.
Well, thank you very much. Truly, truly honored to be among you today, listening to all of you. And I think that's really why we are here for the next 5 days. We've begun a wonderful conversation, a really wonderful conversation. We, I think, understand much more now than we did earlier this morning as to, what the needs of many of our indigenous compatriots, many of our compatriots who actually deal with indigenous knowledge, indigenous products, natural products, right, require from us as a government. And therefore, I'm just really, really pleased that we began talking to each other, and that we are moving away from the petitions to basically listening to what your requirements are. And I can tell you for sure that it's the same requirements we have. I think Dr. Aman has told you that he's been involved in this for the last 15 years. I could actually say the same thing, because when I was in Geneva, I started the conversation on traditional knowledge there. The first ever meeting, international meeting on traditional knowledge, right? Was held because I demanded it at WIPO. And then they remembered that because a few years ago they invited me back to make a keynote address on traditional knowledge, and I remember that I spoke to both Dr. Taracha, PS Mkobe, to help prepare the statement that I made there on how far we had gone and what we needed to move to the next phase. So we're all ready, I think. And I think this is the moment that all of us have been waiting for. Those of us who've been talking about this, endlessly, but also the practitioners. The practitioners, the lawyers that are here, that are speaking also on behalf of communities. I know that 2 years ago, I met some of those that represented many of the communities from across the country, by the way, from across the country. There was a young person that was from Kilifi that I met at that time. There was a young lady from Isiolo that I also met, and who was very, very, very determined to make sure that, that we, as a government, did what was required to ensure that the benefits accruing from this very unique, knowledge that she had, right, would be supported. And so it's a good conversation. Everybody that is required to be here is here. Everybody is here. The Attorney General's office is here. The Ministry of Culture is here in full force. The Ministry of Health is here. The Ministry of Education is here, and especially those that we really need. Who are, Ambassador Nabukwesi, the Research Fund, NATCOM, NACOSTI, I know is also present. Yeah? So everybody that we need is here. The museums are here. IPR is here. So there's nobody missing. So in fact, for the first time, you have everybody that you need, that we need, in one space. So there's absolutely no reason why after the 5 days, we cannot walk away, right, with clear recommendations and a clear way forward. It has to be implementable, because we cannot come back, after a few months, a few years, and be saying the same things that we've said today. When we meet again, we must now be talking about new demands, new requirements, right, new needs that we have, after we've addressed the issues that were raised here, today. And so I think that the message is that clearly we're very fortunate. And I personally feel extremely privileged to be among you today, because I think we have everything that we need, all the ingredients to make a wonderfully successful meal gathered in one space. Yeah? And so Dr. Taracha, your dream is almost being realized. Almost. But everybody has a responsibility, by the way. Each and every one of us has a responsibility. It's not just about, government responsibility. We can do what is needed, but communities have to do some of the heavy lifting themselves. The conservation, the preservation, the sharing of information, right? Because I think that has been one of the biggest problems we faced. Every time that we try to interact, the sharing of information, right? So we need to find a formula for sharing information that will protect that information, right? But will not make it totally inaccessible, because you cannot benefit from something that is inaccessible. You can only benefit, right, after the information is shared and moved, right, to the place where you are value adding, right? So I think that we just need to think through these things clearly. Make sure that even as we look at the benefits that we're going to reap as communities, as peoples, right, that we don't do it in a manner that prohibits anybody else from supporting your own cause. Yeah. So GIZ is here, and as you heard, they're responsible not just for German resources, but they're responsible for international basket in terms of ABS. But also you have UNDP here, okay, and they do amazing work. So I hope that they'll be able to share with you, what they do and how they can support the work that you're doing. So ladies and gentlemen, I'm just really happy to be here. I think we are moving forward. A moderator, we are now moving forward. We are not stagnant anymore. And so let's just all of us pull together to make sure that we're heading in the right direction. Asante.
Asante sana. You can give a better round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, than that. Political will is so important. And we have a very powerful minister who's going to make sure that this goes forward. But as he said, everybody has a responsibility. Everybody has to play the heavy lifting. Everybody has a role to play. And I liked what you said, Madam CS, that we need to come out with something implementable. So I think that should be the key word. Even when you go for lunch, tell your friend, implementable. In fact, turn to somebody right now and tell them, implementable. Turn to somebody and tell them, implementable. Simple request. Implementable. Absolutely. We must come up with resolutions that are implementable so that we can be able to come back. And let's share information. Very important. Those are two key things that have come from there. Just to let you know, inform you that we are now going for lunch. We have closed this session. Everybody needs to go past the registrar or the registration desk and pick your meal voucher, and then we proceed to the hotel, and then to the right. Climb up the stairs, and to the right, you will find a place where they will have a lunch served for us. So let's have everybody doing that. I will say a quick thank you to each and every one of you, and a quick thank you to the CS, the PSs from the Attorney General's Office, UNESCO, UNDP, Bano Chandaria, GIZ, and other ministries. And thank you very much for being here. Appreciate you, each and every one of you. Give yourselves a round of applause for this opening session. If you're giving yourselves an applause and you give yourself applause like that, you're not appreciating yourself. Please appreciate yourselves. Yes, that's better, absolutely. So I understand we are having a group photo with all these dignitaries up here. Please, you have to stand and get closer together, and you may need to remove your masks, otherwise we shall not know. In the annals of history, what do you say?
Yeah, just tell me. Stand there, the rest come here.
All of us? Sisi zote?
Those who can speak.
Oh, I see. Okay, so we need some representation. So you, young lady, you need to be the first one here. And the local communities, can I have the local community guys please come over here? And researchers, okay. Local communities, researchers. I need you in the front here. And yes, I think that will cover everybody. So take that photo. So don't forget to take your meal voucher, then you can have lunch. We would like to be back here. Ladies and gentlemen, please check your watches. Can we do an hour and 15 minutes? So that we're back here by 2:30. Oh, is that 2:30? No, just stand there. They will stand. So we're being directed how to do this by our chief cameraman. Oh yes, sorry. If you're making a presentation in the afternoon, all of you that are making presentation in the afternoon, please submit your presentation to the digital desk. What do you call the to Gilbert? Yeah, to Gilbert, please. Please submit your contribution or your presentation to Gilbert so that it can go onto the screen. It can be projected onto the screen. All right. So are we together? They just move. Yes. Yeah. Oh, Chico, don't go far away. Go in front. Huh? Dr. Taracha, I need you upstairs. Dr. Taracha, I need you up there. I need you up there, please. Director, I need you up there as well. Yes, thank you. All right. Okay, now what you do is a secret called not breathing. I'm kidding. Okay. Yeah, take out your mask so that you can have your face. Bernard, Sebastian. Are we smiling? Okay, smile, guys. This is Npi Abs. Everybody say ABS! Oh, no. Everybody say ABS! Thank you. Excellent. Thank you very much. Please go for lunch. We'll be back here at exactly 2:30. Thank you.
Our equipment, are they safe?
Yes, the equipment is safe, ladies and gentlemen. The equipment is safe here. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you.
Thank you.
Many products in food, cosmetics, biotech, and medicines, as well as advances in science, are based on genetic resources. Already in 1992, the CBD had established access and benefit sharing principles, which includes the obligation for users of genetic resources to share benefits with providers of those resources. However, one challenge remained: to ensure benefit sharing once the user has left the provider country with the genetic resource. There was no international system that allowed the provider to keep track of what was happening with their resource abroad. With the Nagoya Protocol, which entered into force in 2014, this changed. The ABS Clearinghouse was established as the central hub to facilitate the necessary communication and information exchange between users, providers, and governments. The ABS Clearinghouse facilitates the monitoring of the utilization of a genetic resource once it leaves the provider country. The Nagoya Protocol sets up a system to inform the provider country on milestones related to the utilization of genetic resources abroad. However, to make this system work, every country needs to take action at the national level. Therefore, a country must establish at least one competent national authority, or CNA for short. The CNA issues a permit to grant access to genetic resources in accordance with domestic regulations. Key information from the permit must be transferred to the ABS Clearinghouse. The submitted information now constitutes the internationally recognized Certificate of Compliance. Now, let's turn our attention to a user. After possibly many years of laboratory work, she has succeeded in research and development and now puts a product on the market. With her certificate and the required documentation, she goes to the authority for market approval in her country. This authority, since it has been designated to act as checkpoint in the ABS process, sends a message called a checkpoint communique to the ABS Clearinghouse. The ABS Clearinghouse, having received the checkpoint communique, automatically informs the CNA in the provider country. This allows the competent national authority to compare the communique with the initial permit, domestic legislation, and with the contract documents. Action can now be taken by the CNA if the utilization was not in accordance with the initial agreement. Certainty for all parties is ensured through this process, no matter how much time has passed. Let's take a closer look at the key elements of this global system for monitoring the utilization of genetic resources. The CNA in a country is responsible for issuing a permit when access requirements are met and benefit sharing is agreed. When the information from the permit issued by the CNA is registered on the ABS Clearinghouse, it becomes the internationally recognized Certificate of Compliance, the central document to ensure legal certainty in the user country. The ABS Clearinghouse facilitates the exchange and flow of information with respect to the utilization of genetic resources. Furthermore, countries that have ratified the Nagoya Protocol are obliged to share information on their national ABS procedures in the ABS Clearinghouse. This information helps users to understand the particular ABS requirements of a given country. Checkpoints gather information from users on when and how genetic resources are being utilized in order to report back to the ABS Clearinghouse and thus inform the provider. Typical checkpoints are patent offices, funding institutions, publishers, market approval authorities, and other institutions dealing with innovation, product development, and commercialization. The checkpoint communique is a standard form for compiling the information gathered by the checkpoint in order to make it available to the ABS Clearinghouse and forward it to the provider. All countries have to put all these elements in place. Only when these elements are operating effectively will monitoring the use of genetic resources between countries be possible. This will contribute to increasing transparency and trust and result in more ABS agreements and partnerships, which in turn translate into advances in science, more innovation, products, and benefit sharing for users, providers, and the conservation of nature. Many products in food, cosmetics, biotech, and medicines, as well as advances in science, are based on genetic resources. Already in 1992, the CBD had established access and benefit sharing principles, which includes the obligation for users of genetic resources to share benefits with providers of those resources. However, one challenge remained: to ensure benefit sharing once the user has left the provider country with the genetic resource. There was no international system that allowed the provider to keep track of what was happening with their resource abroad. With the Nagoya Protocol, which entered into force in 2014, this changed. The ABS Clearinghouse was established as the central hub to facilitate the necessary communication and information exchange between users, providers, and governments. The ABS Clearinghouse facilitates the monitoring of the utilization of a genetic resource once it leaves the provider country. The Nagoya Protocol sets up a system to inform the provider country on milestones related to the utilization of genetic resources abroad. However, to make this system work, every country needs to take action at the national level. Therefore, a country must establish at least one competent national authority, or CNA for short. The CNA issues a permit to grant access to genetic resources in accordance with domestic regulations. Key information from the permit must be transferred to the ABS Clearinghouse. The submitted information now constitutes the internationally recognized Certificate of Compliance. Now, let's turn our attention to a user. After possibly many years of laboratory work, she has succeeded in research and development and now puts a product on the market. With her certificate and the required documentation, she goes to the authority for market approval in her country.
Bwana PS is here. He's joining us just now. Your Excellency.
Good afternoon. I take it that now you are at the coast region and it's warm enough and you have got good lunch and you are willing to discuss issues to do with the digital knowledge and genetic resources that we are properly assembled. I'm waiting for the speakers to properly assemble. And thank you for issues this far. I'm ready when you are. And I'm proposing we start. If you are ready, yeah. My name is Waweru Kamau, representing PS Torome, State Department for Planning. And from the outset, I would like to say this forum comes at the right time for us in planning, and if you wish, for those of us who are interested in the national planning agenda and the role of indigenous people and the resources thereof. And maybe a few keywords maybe that were not mentioned earlier during the opening session, that the review of policies is going on. It's important for purposes legal and regulations, and for that we have been working on a knowledge management policy. That is at the cabinet stage for purposes of moving everything forward. And everything, because there are some of the key issues that will be part of the Kenya Vision 2030 of a global competitive nation, prosperity for all, and with it are the medium-term plans. As you are aware now, we are doing the medium-term 4, and that will be leaving us with just a few years before you get to Vision 2030 end period. At the beginning, we were thinking that the Vision 2030 would never come and go. Now we are starting thinking about what other theme can we have for a newer vision as we move around. That said, there's also the issue of the Constitution of Kenya and matters knowledge sharing, and clearly it is implicit, but it is in there. And I don't talk about others that we all know about the issues function in the public sector with proper necessary linkages with the private sector and non-other stakeholders, so that you can be able to reach what we are saying is a knowledge-based knowledge economy. That said, there will be need, for example, and this is where we say it's a point of alignment, a kind of coming together, be able to ensure that you are able to manage and harness indigenous knowledge and genetic sources for sustainable development. And we are saying this because anything that flows into sustainable development for the people of Kenya becomes key, because we say development is people-centered, people are the key actors, they are the key beneficiaries of development, and should there be issues, knowledge management, the issues indigenous knowledge, and the issues genetic resources, and therefore we start moving towards knowledge management, we are saying we are good to go as a country. Other issues we want to pull up are the issues to do with research, innovation, and technology, see how it comes through. And of course, will be everything being equal. I've seen it as a core theme from the concept, ensuring protection of the rights of the knowledge originators, because there are incentives that we need to worry about, the needs that we move to stakeholders are included. I would want to see how this forum move that agenda forward, ensuring that no one is left behind, and most importantly, that the indigenous people have their say and input inside what we are saying must be knowledge management policy for this country. That said, because I know we are a bit pressed for time, I would wish to call my able panelists, very properly constituted, and I'll be requesting we start as per the program, and I call for my good friend, Madam PS, Madam Kobe.
Thank you, Representative for PS Planning for inviting me. I don't think I should salute you because I had saluted you in the morning. You require more salutes. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Good afternoon once again. I thought we have eaten lunch and we are feeling energetic. Are we feeling energetic? Yeah, the way you are responding is as if you are going to collapse the following minute. Okay, from the State Department of Culture and Heritage, we just wish to highlight on current policy, legal administrative landscape for harnessing indigenous knowledge and genetic GR subsector in Kenya. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, the State Department for Culture and Heritage is putting the necessary measures in place to create an enabling environment for harnessing the indigenous knowledge and associated genetic resources. Genetic resources, in short, when I say GR, is genetic resources, as a new subsector in our economy. The enactment of Protection of Traditional Knowledge and Cultural Expressions Act 2016 has paved the way for identifying, protecting, and prioritizing indigenous knowledge associated assets with clear provision for equitable sharing of resultant benefits between owners and users of these key resources. We are in the process of operationalizing the TK and CE Act 2016 in order to promote innovations, thereby generate intellectual assets for marketplace. This will contribute to developing the indigenous knowledge and genetic resources subsector as a new growth area of our economy at community, county, and national levels. An interagency task force has already been gazetted to develop regulations as well as identify gaps in the TK and CE Act 2016 for amendment. Therefore, this conference provides a good opportunity for participants to explore and propose areas for improvement to create a more enabling environment to harness the indigenous knowledge and genetic resources subsector in our economy. As you know, when an act of parliament is passed, it cannot just be implemented. You must get certain regulations to help you implement. And that's what we have put in place. It has already been gazetted. Indeed, it is planned to roll out documentation and digitization of indigenous knowledge as a pilot program in 13 counties. This will lead to establishment of community and county digital registers, as well as national digital repository of indigenous knowledge associated assets as stipulated in the Act. These platforms of identified, protected, and prioritized indigenous knowledge assets will trigger business in the subsector and create wealth, jobs, and enhance the livelihoods of our youth in our country. Finally, we welcome your input and considered views as we operationalize the Act and better position ourselves to collectively chart the journey towards unlocking the indigenous knowledge and genetic resources as a new subsector of our economy. Thank you. I think I just wanted to say that for this session.
Thank you. Let's give our applause. You can see clearly that the issues are not left out there. We are able to digest and see how things move forward. Like we say in Africa, nothing is done until when it's done. And think there will be a Q&A, and of course right of reply. Let's see how it goes. Thank you very much. Let's give a better applause. I think we should stay with the kind of voice he said, we have written, we are strong, it's an afternoon. And just in time to be able to say something will be Ambassador Simon Nabukwesi. Yes. Karibu sana. Go on.
Peers, fellow panelists, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, I'm very honored to be here this afternoon to talk about matters related to indigenous knowledge and genetic resources protection. And I want to commend you, peers, for the diversity of the people in this room, because we are looking at all issues in our diversity, but boiling down to one thing of preserving our heritage, improving on it, and making it profitable for our country. I know that legislation was enacted way back in 2016, and you invited the State Department for University Education, and strong in the State Department we have the National Research Fund. The CEO is here, introduced her. We have the National Commission for Science, Technology and Innovation. The CEO is here. And we have the Kenya National Innovation Agency, which, if we can improve on what we have, patent, and even commercialize, the Kenya National Innovation Agency will be of great value in even internationalizing the products. I want to appreciate the Ministry of Sports, Heritage and Culture through the State Department for Culture and Heritage that is working very hard to promote artifacts, oral literature, songs and dance, and traditional cultures as a whole. I know, for example, in our place, I come from Western Kenya, where circumcision was a big thing and people used to wait for it every even year. Right now, it is almost 75% dead because it was considered repugnant, backward, and primitive. And from the point of view of literature and history, if you want to make people or to make somebody to feel inferior, you declare the way he or she does her things to be backward, to be primitive, to be the old type. And so somebody feels inferior and will feel superior by taking on what belongs to those that are considered to be superior. And that's how we very rapidly lost our traditional ways of treating the sick. For example, I want just to give an example of our circumcision. There are people who are born with the spirit and with the knowledge to circumcise. Not just everybody does the circumcision. You don't learn it in a school. You are born with that spirit, and when the song is sung, the spirit comes into you, and when you are given the knife, you circumcise neatly. It happens, and it still happens. Researchers can go and carry out the research. Not just everybody imposes himself onto the practice. And then there were traditional herbs that were used for treating the young people who are circumcised. And they healed very fast. But it went with a lot of pain, a lot of pain. So because of the pain which was not reduced in the herbs, people opted for the modern medicine which treated without pain. And we lost the traditional way of treating our people. Among the Kalenjin and some Luya communities in Western Kenya, there is Mursik. In my language, we call it Kumuimbui. It's the same thing. It reduces, according to research by Professor Mibei, this is documented, it reduces one's chances of getting stomach ulcers. If you've grown up taking Mursik, you are very unlikely to develop stomach ulcers, even when there is a lot of stress caused by the life and your responsibility. And people lost it because they thought it was dirt. They thought it was meaningless. They didn't understand it, and we lost it. So the Ministry of Education is strong here, and we want to support the people who are strong in the traditional practice of medicine, of ways of life that cover a whole span of the things that we do as human beings, so that through it we can sustain our heritage, we can preserve our heritage, and we can develop some sense of self-confidence in the way we look at ourselves and in the way we manage our lives. The Ministry of Environment and Forestry, which promotes indigenous trees and rangelands, is very key in supporting those who want to deal in traditional medicine and the preservation of herbs, the flora and fauna. The Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock is very key in maintaining our biodiversity, especially of the flora and fauna, the materials that arise from that, the genetic resources, and so on. The Ministry of Tourism and Wildlife, in taking care of the conservancies, the national parks, and the national reserves, is very important and very critical in also providing an avenue for those to practice and to safeguard our national heritage, to thrive in what they want to do. The Ministry of Industrialization, Trade, and Enterprise Development, and of course the Office of the Attorney General, are very key to this. So from the State Department for University Education, Madam PS, I want to assure you that our researchers, especially in universities, working with the National Research Fund, being supported by NACOSTI and Kenya National Innovation Agency, we are very keen on going about the indigenous knowledge in agriculture for production of food items, such as honey, mushroom, traditional vegetables, which are also herbs that assist in making us healthy, to support the food security component. And then in the area of manufacturing, indigenous knowledge is very key in the production of kiondos, for example, amongst the Wakamba, the wood carvings among the Akamba community, the Maasai shukas, the bracelets, soapstone sculptures by the Kisi, among many others that we sometimes tend to overlook. In the area of healthcare, we want to encourage the use of herbal medicine, genetic materials, and traditional Medicare systems, traditional birth attendants to be more knowledgeable and to integrate their traditional knowledge in the modern medicine practices so that they are more effective as they look after the patients. Madam PS, we are interested in healthcare, and I want to mention one Professor Abdile, who was sacked from Masai Mara University. I think he took time away from the university and came up with herbal medicine for containment of COVID-19. And he has been recognized in Japan, in China, and many other countries. He's been traveling from one country to another to collect awards. In our country, Madam PS, we have not yet recognized him. And that's where we go wrong, because we only believe in what we get from elsewhere, not what our own people can do. Madam PS, in housing, the use of the earth-baked or burnt bricks in construction of houses, the thatching using makuti and coast, and using some special grass in the other parts of the country is very important, and it was a very, very special art that maintained those houses even for over 10 years without repairing the roofs. And in the same houses, there used to be fire from particular firewood from particular wood that kept away mosquitoes and other pests so that people were in good health. Madam PS, when I grew up and I stayed in a thatched house, which was my cottage, and where we used to light fire, I never saw mosquitoes. But when I got a job and built a house with the concrete walls and iron sheets, mosquitoes arrived and became a problem. So there are certain things we thought were bad, but they were actually not bad. They were the correct things for our environment. And we are talking about pottery. Pottery, which is used for decoration, for preserving foodstuffs and water, and for cooking as a way of traditional practice and cultural practice in relation to marriage, to circumcision. I talked about burial rites, birth celebrations, and so on and so forth. So, Madam PS, there is therefore adequate policy support. There is legal and administrative framework to push forward the indigenous knowledge and genetic resources subsector, and I'm happy you are driving it. And from the collection of these brains in this room, the demonstrated commitment and focus, I believe from here henceforth, we shall get a clear sense of direction. We shall pick up the momentum and the right mood so that we get to do the right things and put things in order. Thank you very much, Madam PS.
A better applause. Thank you very much. You agree with me. Very incisive, provocative, informative, and for that, Npi Abs Ambassador, we thank you very much. I'm sure there will be issues coming from the plenary in terms of how we move forward. I know we are still also trying to manage time so that we're able to start more in a better way. So please allow me to go on to Dr. Magenya. Please proceed. Go on, please.
Okay. Good afternoon, Madam PS and Bona PS, my fellow panelists. Good morning, colleagues. Good afternoon, colleagues. Yes, my name is Cyrus Magaria. I work in the Ministry of Environment and Forestry. I'm sitting in for the PS, Dr. Chris Kipto, who was supposed to join us, but unfortunately he was not able. And for that reason, I'm sitting in for him. And I am currently the director in charge of multilateral environmental agreements at the Ministry of Environment and Forestry. This is the docket that we deal with all the agreements that pertains to environmental sustainability. And for that reason, I think this part of discussion is squarely in our docket, and we want to provide some useful insights as far as the topic is concerned, which we are supposed to address the current policy and regulatory framework as far as issues to do with indigenous knowledge and genetic resources are concerned. Madam PS, I want to approach this particular discussion in two ways. Number one, I want to approach it from a global perspective. And then from a global perspective, I think I'd also approach it from a national perspective. And if time allows, I can also approach it from a local perspective. Now that we have the devolution, and it is very rife that part of the discussion that we want to undertake, you recall that the parting words for Ambassador for the CS was that we need to come up with actions that are implementable. And for us to be able to implement these actions, I think it is squarely relies on our county governments, our devolved systems, and more importantly, the resource users. So I think if you allow, I can approach it from that perspective so that we can have a clearer picture in terms of what we are discussing. As a ministry, we are charged with the responsibility of overall coordination and management of environmental matters, all of them. And we drew this particular mandate from executive order and also from our principal environment policy, our act, that is the MCA. And for that perspective is that we are able to coordinate all the actors within the space so that we can harmoniously be able to carry out activities that are going to ensure that we have environmental agenda dimension in all our aspects, be it in terms of economic, be it in terms of social, and more importantly in terms of environmental. From the global perspective is that we have various instruments that we as a country, we have already ratified and signed, thanks to the constitution that says that all the international instruments that we have ratified becomes part of our national law. So I think for that, we can take advantage of that. Basically, specifically in this particular agenda, we have what we all know of us, that is the Convention of Biological Diversity that was actually enacted and signed in 1992. And within that framework is that we have a very specific objective that is to do with access and benefit sharing, that address the issues as far as access is concerned, indigenous knowledge being part of it. Or those of us who can call originally, we are talking of indigenous, but of course, because of the dynamism of the issue, we included the local people. So I think it is more broad in the sense that some people thought that if we talk of indigenous people, it is a bit limiting. And now that we are broadening up the scope to include the local people, I think all of us are covered up. So when that particular framework was signed off and started to be implemented, a few challenges came as far as the scope, as far as access and benefit sharing is concerned. And there was a need, or the global community realized that for us to be able to effectively implement that particular objective, we needed to come up with a standard sort of a secondary instrument, and that is what we are calling the Nagoya Protocol, that has actually elaborated as far as issues of access and benefit sharing is concerned. So I think globally we are already covered. We also have others that also touches on it. We have issues to do with trade issues. We have also issues to do with plant genetic. So I think as far as the global perspective is concerned, I think we are already properly covered. So I think from there, now we come back home, because that's where the rubber meets the road. And I think part of our mandate is to ensure that what we have ratified at global level gets domesticated and implemented. So I think for us to be able to do that, the ministry has been able to provide that oversight and coordination in terms of ensuring that various players and actors within the space are able to come up with proper regulations and other management measures that are able to help us to do the implementation. And specifically when we talk about issues to do with the indigenous people and indigenous knowledge and genetic resources, we have what we call the access and benefit sharing regulations, the 2006. This is a regulation that was actually enacted even way before the protocol was actually signed off. The beauty of it is that already I think as a country we had really moved ahead in terms of trying to include part of the principles as far as access and benefit sharings are concerned. And the fundamental principle in that is the issues of access, the issues of benefits, and of course the issues of equity and equitable access. So that has already been taken care of, and it has been implemented for a while. So I think that is also happening. So what is happening currently is that because of the new issues that have already been included, and of course because of the emerging issues that are coming up globally, that we needed to domesticate, and we realized that the current existing legal framework as far as that regulation is concerned, there are a few gaps that has been identified. There is a move to actually to review it so that it is in line with what already the global discussion is all about. And this is also in line with what the ministry is also spearheading in terms of the review of the MCA. So I want to believe that that is an opportunity that we can be able to utilize and be able to ensure that all the issues that we want to discuss get the legal framework. In addition to that is that as a ministry being in charge with that responsibility, we have been able to come up with what we are calling a coordination mechanism. This is where we have brought all the stakeholders together so that collectively we can be able to take corrective actions that are geared towards the implementation. For us, we are more or less looking at it in a very holistic manner because there's no way we can talk of indigenous knowledge minus the resources. So I think our approach is to ensure that the resources that we are trying to govern are actually safeguarded so that even that indigenous knowledge gets a place or gets a home. So in that perspective is that we have created sort of a coordination mechanism that comprises of both government and non-government actors so that they come together and be able to discuss one or two things as far as issues of implementations are concerned. The secondary is that we have been able to support our actors in terms of enhancing their capacity so that they are able to understand the topical issues that we want to discuss. So I think in terms of capacity building and also creating awareness, the ministry has been able to really spearhead that. Just like I said, is that one of the requirements or one of the obligations as a party is that we are supposed to come up with strategic action plan as far as issues to do with genetic resources are concerned, and also how do we infuse the aspects of indigenous knowledge. So in that perspective is that we have provided some sort of an overarching strategy or framework that guides all the actors within the space, and that is what we are calling the National Biodiversity Strategy and Action Plan that was actually developed through a consultative process where we got views from all the actors, the providers, the users, the managers, the regulators, so that collectively we can be able to discuss and come up with implementable actions that will enable us to the implementation. The other thing is that we are at the stage where we want to ensure that for us to be able to mainstream, because issues of IT and issues of genetic resources are cutting across. They cut across several sectors. We are championing what we are calling the mainstreaming of biodiversity conservation because we want to believe that once we do the mainstreaming, some of those issues will be sorted out effectively and ensure that even as we do business, we are able to ensure that the environmental dimension is actually taken care of. So in a nutshell, what we have done is that for the purposes of easing doing business, is that we are trying to ensure that the permitting and the licensing system gets digitized. And I think one of our colleagues said that we have been able to support some of those lead agencies or some of those competent authority institutions so that they can be able to ensure that that is done. So we want to move to the next level so that we can be able to integrate all those systems so that within a click of a button, you can be able to see what are the requirements as far as the access is concerned, what are the requirements as far as permitting is concerned, and of course, in terms of having up a discussion for us to be able to exchange experience and information, in the sense that one of the things that we have to do through that portal that we want to create is that we are also going to have some sort of sensitization platform where the custodians of these resources are going to be enlightened as far as issues to do with prior informed consents are concerned, issues to do with material transfer agreements, and mutually agreed terms. So those are the principle or the very basic sort of structures that I think as a ministry we have been able to put up in place. And we understand that the biggest gap or the biggest challenges that we are having, despite having all these fantastic regulations and policies in place, the aspect of implementation has been a little bit wanting, and that's why you realize that there's always this hue and cry that, oh, we are not getting enough benefits as a result of the resources that we are being managing. So we want to understand that to make sure that that gap is actually bridged, so that even as users of our genetic resources come to the providers, they have a way of understanding in terms of what it is that can be able to benefit. And I think we also want to come up with a framework that will ensure that not only the resources, the providers get the benefits, but of course, what percentage of that benefit do we plow back so that at the end of the day, we have the sustainability as far as our genetic resources are concerned. So I wish to stop there, Madam PS, so that we can open up the discussion. We are available and we look forward. This is a journey that we have to move, all of us, and we invite you to come and dream with us so that we can have this big dream as far as safeguarding our indigenous knowledge and our genetic resources are concerned for the purposes of our socio-economic development and prosperity. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. An applause. There you have it. Dr. Ila has been able to navigate the global, the regional, and administrative issues. And most frequently, we ask him the issue of getting to have a strategic plan of action. He discusses issues, licensing. It's a topic that is coming up. And you get to see how these get interface, because everything works well when you have a network and everything is linked to something else. That means, therefore, if you ask me, the issues, policy, administrative, and issues, indigenous knowledge, and everything being equal, issues GL have been dealt with so far, and there'll be issues that are purely legal that we want to focus on. Remember when I was making my opening up, talking about the issues that are constitutional, issues that are legislative, and we are not the expert with that, and the expert is here with us. With that, I'm inviting Madam Catherine Kahuria to take the floor. Our rapporteur is taking all the notes, and like I said before, keep everything for us so we have a good light of reply, discussions, comments, and clarifications. Please go on, Madam.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Session Chair. I think I do have a PowerPoint presentation. I don't know whether the Secretariat received it.
Okay. Proceed, please.
Yeah, I have it here. Yeah, I prefer to do it myself. Yes. So it's, I suppose, with this one, yeah? Back and front, that and that, okay. So has it come? Not yet, okay.
Because you're ready when you are.
Okay, thank you. Hey. So I guess as they set up, I could be continuing for purposes of time, saving time.
Go on, please.
So there you have it. That is just the introduction, so you can just scroll. It has everything, my names and so on. Can you put it in slide format, please? Okay, so Kenya's journey. We did touch on this a bit in the morning, so I'll try to just rush through. We came up with this journey after looking at several documents. So we went through the National Development Agenda, TKTC's policy, which came to fruition in the year 2009. We looked at our constitution, and all relevant policy documents, including the National Cultural Policy. At this stage, we did interact deeply with indigenous peoples and local communities. So you can see there we have 42 tribes in Kenya, and of course we have a very rich heritage. I think I'm not able to scroll, huh? Okay, so key issues. Of course, I'm not going to go into all points there so that we rush through. is that we narrowed down on the constitutional provisions, and we did make sure that we had fulfilled whatever Article 11, 40.5 and 69 envisioned. And of course now this led to the birth of the TK and TCEs Act 2016. Okay. So the Act has the TC's definition. I'll not go into that, but it's very detailed, whereby it talks of cultural expressions, verbal expressions. We have expressions of movement. And when PS Nabokwesi was talking about the circumcision and the rituals that are done, I really thought of how it fits into the TC's definition. Okay. It's not working for me. Yeah, maybe you can scroll, eh? So I'll continue from this end. Okay. So we have what the PS was talking about. The circumcision would fall under the expressions by movement. Then we have our tangible expressions, pottery and all that, jewelry. Then, of course, we have our TK definition, which under the Swakopmund Protocol, you can just scroll, it falls under the protection criteria. So you would need to have creative and cumulative intellectual activity, collective creativity, communities' cultural identity and cultural heritage, and this is where you see the cross with the, where culture meets TK, and then intergenerational context. Next. So, role of customary law, and here we look at equitable sharing of benefits for commercial exploitation and distribution of compensation in the event that there's an infringement of intellectual property rights. And then, of course, we have all, we have based it all on the protection of TK and TC's Act. And we also have this Act taking the mode of a sui generis regime, meaning that it is special. It is something outside the typical legal protections. So there again, we have mentioned the Swakopmund Protocol. Kenya signed it in the year 2011. I don't think we have ratified it yet. Then we have holder of TK or TCs, owner of TK, TCs. A lot of people asked us, why did we mention sometimes owner and sometimes holder? And we can comfortably say that every owner is a holder of traditional knowledge, but not every holder is an owner, okay? And you'll find in the Act it has been used interchangeably, and this is not a mistake, it is contextualized according to the circumstances. So, if you look at the holder, you'll find that they may not be the owner, but they could be able to license. And the owner is able to probably assign and license at the same time. Present generations are not considered the owners, but rather the custodians and administrators of the collective knowledge they possess. So once you get this clearly and do a lot of research and reading, you'll get to see where we are coming from. So you can just continue scrolling. So important tools, we have documentation methods, databases, and we do envision the national TKDR, that is the national repository. And for this purpose, it is deemed that it is at Kekobo. And then we look at having community databases, of course county administration of databases, and also community. So you'd have them threefold, where you have the national register, the county register, and community register, all working towards storage, information storage, and documentation of TK and TCs. Then we have practical initiatives. What needs to be done, and this also now comes to that what Moniki was talking about, implementable. We need to strengthen communities' capacity to document. So this is one of the things that government needs to work towards. Also protecting, developing, teaching, and applying all aspects of communities' heritage and TCs, TK and TCs, and then developing a wide range of education and training opportunities in the form of co-curricular activities. And this is where, of course, it's very important to have a multi-agency approach, like, for example, with the Ministry of Education, for example, where you could have actually children being taught about the folk tales, the folklore, and about traditional knowledge. As I highlighted in the morning, it is leaving us. And the youth are not in a position, they're not in control. Social media has taken over. But I like what the young lady, the poet, Wanjiku, talked about. You know, we need to see how are we, you know, instilling this in our youth, so that they know that you can actually use traditional knowledge as an incentive to not only to identify and you know, acknowledge communities, but to derive wealth. So as we continue, we need to build the capacity of individuals, communities, and national institutions in negotiations and conflict resolution. And when we were doing one of the discussions, we realized that we need to look at elders. The elders in the communities are very, very important, especially when we look at negotiations and conflict resolution. Then dissemination of the different IPRs, not just copyright, but we have different IPRs that can come into fore. Apart from copyright, you have trademarks, which is very important, and I'm sure the representative from KIPI will be able to talk about that during the week. And then, of course, the copyright, the CEO is here. We have very many IPRs that the communities can use, either as certification marks, collective marks, when you're looking at geographical indications. Then we have facilitate access by the local communities to appropriate information and technology, enhance peer-to-peer exchanges. So moving on, we are also encouraging the communities to enter into contract, either by assignment and licensing. And this comes in as a right. So they have a right to assign and conclude licensing agreements. So the IPLCs who are here, it would be good to also isolate and know what are your rights. So that is one of them that you can see right there. As we move on, we look at monetizing. I've just picked an example of copyright, for example, as one of the IPRs, whereby you would take it as a derivative work within the legislation, and the creator of that work would be deemed to be the owner, but him or her would need to attribute that work to the community. And that's why we come in with the moral right. If you can just scroll. I'm trying to rush through the presentation before session chair tells me to stop. So we have exceptions and limitations. This is a copyright model whereby certain things would be allowed. If it is for teaching, it is for private use, personal use, non-commercial, it would be allowed. And this is whereby the co-curricular activities, curriculum would come in here, where you are teaching and sensitizing the youth or our children what is happening as far as traditional knowledge is concerned. So without prior informed consent, the law says that there should be no reproduction, publication, adaptation, translation of the work without the express authority of the communities. Again, this is a copyright model. Just scroll down. And then there are many of them: performance, broadcasting, translation, fixation. So remember, you have to get the authority, the permission of the communities in writing. Now, this is an area on compulsory license, and it's contained in Section 12 of the Act. And it talks about where TK is not being sufficiently exploited, the owner or where the owner or the holder rights in TK refuses to grant licenses for exploitation, the CS, and this is one of the rules of the CS, may, without prior informed consent of the owners, grant a compulsory license. Now this is it's a sticky area, and I know I've already highlighted it because I know it's going to be an area of discussion. And there is a mistake in the Act because it says with prior informed consent. So we are already aware of it, and it is something that is being worked on. Please scroll. So recognition, I heard one of the participants talking about recognition in the morning. It is there in the Act, and there must be an acknowledgement of the knowledge. There must be an indication of the source of the knowledge and the origin in a manner that respects the cultural values of the holders. So we have taken care of the communities. There's a big area, and this is something, again, that is a subject matter on its own, on authorized user agreements, because it talks about the benefit sharing arrangement. And this is something that you'd say the legal notice 160 of 2006 of MCA, or the annex, would have incorporated some of this in terms of the non-monetary and monetary compensation. So here we also provide for identification and disclosure of the TK. And I know we are going to have a discussion around this, especially where a patent is concerned, and prior art. You can just scroll. So this authorized user agreement involves a bilateral approach or negotiation between the user and the indigenous people's representative. And how will we be able to know who is the indigenous people's representative? This is where the Ministry of Culture is very important in identifying. And also, this registration process that we envision at the different counties is also very important, whereby it is something that is known, we have discussed, the elders have identified that this person is able to transact on behalf of the community. For those who are not able to read or write, the Act has provided for video format. So this is one of the recommendations that we got from one of our stakeholders who was reviewing the Act. said that how are you going to be able to reach out to those who cannot read or write, but they hold the knowledge? So just continue scrolling. So we did have, remember I said this has been a journey, and when the team was coming up with this law, and again I say there's no perfect law, that's why there's always room for amendment. Some of the members were able to go to India to look at the TKDL, and there's a lot that was learned there, and the same can be used for implementation purposes. So management of rights, there we have grant authorization. This is what the owners of TK can do. They can grant authorization. Please scroll. They can they can authorize the government or any other person to exploit their TK and cultural expressions. What happens is that the relevant community must be identified. The relevant community must always be recognized and identified. And there should be nothing misleading. You know, anything that is derogatory to the community will not be accommodated by the Act. There is sanction for that. And where the use or exploitation is intended to be gainful, equitable remuneration or benefit sharing, the use or exploitation is on terms determined and agreed with the relevant community. So this is somewhere where we see there is that synergy between government, the county government, national government, county government, and the communities. So that is there throughout the Act. We can continue scrolling. So I'll not read that next slide because it applies to copyright, but I believe the CEO will touch on that. So on scope of protection, this scope of protection again talks about the rights. And remember this Act, it goes on, then again it comes back to the communities. It moves a bit again and comes back to the community. So it means that the communities are highly recognized throughout the Act. So there, every community shall have the exclusive right. I don't know whether we are in sync as I move, the Secretariat, to authorize the exploitation of their work, prevent any person from exploiting their work without prior informed consent. The owners also have a right to institute legal proceedings, and every community shall make community rules so that we are also bound by community protocols. And this also brings in the role of customary law. Now, in terms of registration model and no formality, I don't know whether we are together, but I'll continue reading as you find me. So the registration is for respective counties for the purposes of recognition. And it is something that has to be taken willingly. So there will be no force. And this is where Madam Pierce, the County Executive Committee relating to culture, officer relating to culture, and any other officer relating who deals with culture matters needs to be very tactful on how they are going to get information from the community so that they don't feel that they have been deceived, they don't feel like something has been stolen. There is proper recordal and there is willingness. So there is no coercion. That should be very clear. Now, something that has come up also is where one or more than one community in the same or different counties share the same TK or TCs. What happens? Respective county, that should be county, governments shall register the owners. That's what happens. Now, We'll take an example of the Maasai who border and they are in different counties. Maybe someone from the Ma community can give us an example. So we have the Maasai community spread over 2 counties, and each of them have their traditional knowledge, and they're claiming that they're the ones who have come up with that traditional knowledge. How will we handle that? One of the things that we recommended is that each county will record. Each county will record whatever it is this community is talking about. No 2 traditional knowledge will be similar. Once you come to recording, even the way it will be expressed will be different. So that's how you'll deal with it, where communities share the same TK. And this applies also across boundaries. Like Kenya and Tanzania, we have Kenyan Maasais in Tanzania, we have Maasais in Kenya, and they are the boundary there. So what happens? So we've taken the same procedure that it will apply, where registration is done, and you'll be able to say this is for Maasai Kenya, this is Maasai Tanzania, and the same in counties. So I just want to continue by concluding, because I think I've been on the floor for some time, is that the law has stringent sanctions and remedies, and it has, on areas of possession, if you're found in possession, you're manufacturing, maybe contrivances, to portray the, and this brings me to the Maasai, the Ma petition, where you are saying that, our name is being used somewhere, and people are dancing, and they mention our names, and what we feel that we are not being recognized. So how are you going to deal with things like that? Because people do that everywhere. Yeah, and it's something that just needs to be streamlined, because if the moral right, your moral right as a community is not being violated, and this person, it has been expressed to them, or this, whoever it is using the TK or TCs, they need to look at the moral right where they acknowledge you, they name you, and they don't use it for derogatory purposes, and they don't mutilate your work. It would also give you more leeway where you are known out there. So we also want you to use this TK for wealth creation. And remember that our TK owners, most of them are dead. The TK holders, we may be the 3rd or 4th generation, are dying with the knowledge. Our youth are not very interested. Okay? So we have other mechanisms to resolve dispute. We have taken an ADR approach. So we look at mediation, and we're looking at disputes being sorted out through customary laws and practices, using community protocols or customary protocols that are not inconsistent with the Constitution. So they should not be repugnant. Now, you can imagine this is, I find it it's a very rich, detailed law in few words, okay? Because it's, you find it's less than 40 pages, and we have tried to put everything in there, and there are things that can always be amended, okay? The important thing is that the law is there. So we need to make it work for us. And we are very happy to hear that there are many counties that have domesticated. There are many that have also written to us and say, we want to know ABCD, and we give relevant advice. So our, in terms of the regulations, of course, we believe that it is administrative, and it will pave the way for implementation. And procedure for applications of authorization for exploitation, that will be done under the AUA, that is the Authorized User Agreement. Fees will also be determined. Remember that these fees will be there to help systems run, especially the registers. And it will also determine mechanisms for fair distribution of benefits. Remember, we talked about there being non-monetary benefit and monetary benefit. So you can find that a community maybe would want to have a borehole or something, and they're able to negotiate. I'm just, giving examples. Then we have preventive mechanisms and forms. The forms have already been made. It's just a matter of subjecting them to stakeholder engagement once we are done with them. So in conclusion, and as I see the session chair has already stood up, we need to assist IPLCs in coming up with community logos. I know many of you maybe already have an idea of what you want to have. Brands, designs to encourage creativity, and I'm sure KP will be able to take you through that and what you need to do. And also establishing linkages and collaboration, not only with our local and regional stakeholders, but also international stakeholders and partners. So capacity building, sensitization, we are going to embark on that. And this, I always dedicate my presentations to the Kenyan communities, because this act is about you and preserving our rich cultural heritage and making you gain benefit through the intellectual property aspects of this act. So I'll stop there, and thank you very much. I have my contact there in case you need to contact me, and I believe Secretariat will be able to share this with you at a later stage. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I did not want to interrupt this because clearly you can tell that the framers of the program knew that we needed to have a clear line of sight, a common thread within issues, policy, legal, administrative, and laying the foundation becomes key. That said, I think she has done well. The jargon explained issues teased out in a manner that is quite elaborative. Some issues maybe we have been able to preempt questions, but everything equal, what is coming out clearly is that common thread between what must be areas, policy, legal, administrative, and especially towards issues, business knowledge and resources. The examples are coming out clearly across board, which in my opinion is very good. And also I do not want to take so much because I know there will be other discussions moving forward. But that said, I still believe we have some light of reply so that we can be able to give back the program to the moderator. That said, I'll be requesting for quick, punchy questions, comments. And if you're able to do like in between 5 and 10 minutes, I will appreciate that, so that we also be able to manage time. Time is also indigenous knowledge. It's also a resource. Let's see how we're able to manage this. Who is running with the mic? Passing it on quickly. Do I have 1, 2, 3 hands? Then we can move on. Please let us know whom you are, you want to say something about what you're asking. Thank you. Go on. And please introduce yourself.
Good afternoon. My name is Akimareno Leriamit. I come from Narok with the indigenous communities, the Maasai community. My question goes to Madam from the AG's office, and I appreciate your effort to unpack the legal elements of the law. Very, very, very useful. So the first comment is that it appears very comprehensive in capturing the elements that we are interested in. And the question I have is not technical, it's more administrative. It appears that county government are the heart of rolling out or giving life and meaning to this law and the aspiration of this workshop. And the question really, and as I ask, I'm not sure whether now it is to you or to the conveners, the extent to which there is a deliberate effort to build the capacities of the county government to take up this. I know you've mentioned that some have picked it up, but I think the sooner most pick it up, the higher the likelihood of us going where we want to be sooner. Thank you.
Let's take two more. And the ones that are not answered in this session, I'm sure by the time we are coming to the end of the forum, be clearer. There's always hope. Who has the, okay, go on, proceed or introduce and ask. It's on.
Yeah, my name is John Ewesi Tebenyo. My question goes to the Attorney General's office. And the question is, from your presentation, it seems different agencies and different departments are playing a role in ABS, meaning there should be somewhere a stop shop that needs also to be put in place so that whichever information we require can be accessed. Because I see one of the gaps as a multiplicity of laws, because different agencies exist on different legal frameworks, but they all have a bearing on ABS. So how can that be addressed through putting maybe a multi-agency sort of stop shop so that we can make this thing practical, implementable as much as possible?
Thank you. A third one, we get to the panelists. Go on. It's okay if you want to ask the AG again.
Yeah.
It's all right.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Be Good is my name. I wish to reiterate what Mwalimu Nabukwezi spoke about. There are things we seem to be losing. He talked of pottery. I come from Western Kenya, where meat or beef was prepared using a special pot. Mwalimu talked about the grass-thatched houses. I grew up in such a house, and indeed, we did not experience the menace of mosquito. But I want to add this, because it took time to speak about circumcision. The drug that was applied after circumcision ilikuwa chungu sana. And maybe, Ambassador, the pain was meant to test the tenacity of this man. So, I want to add this. We are losing traditional vegetables. In my community, we have what we call tisaka. Tisaka is quite medicinal, but cabbage seems to have taken over that type of vegetable. So it is my desire that as a way forward for this forum, we should be able to communicate to the society about what we are losing and what we should do not to lose such. Then, lastly, what is the role of the youth in all this? Because they form a special category of the people to consume this information. Thank you, and B.
Thank you very much. I think we take the three first. Okay. Madam Eji, Madam Kahuria. Ambassador PS, you maybe make a small comment, then you go back to plenary. Just hold it. Let's get to here. No, I'm saying we hold. Okay. Yeah, I don't want to go too much. Yeah.
Yeah, so I think the first intervention was a comment, so it is well noted. On the issue of county governments being at the heart of the matter, you are very right. And that's why we in our multi-agency approach, and if you look at the transitional measures, at the end of the act, we have provided for a national competent authority. Initially, we had put down in the act National Traditional Authority, NATA, that would be a state corporation with a board that would have all the agencies that need to be there, as already mentioned. When we went to defend the act, and you know, it takes me back, because when we went to the committee of the implementation of the Constitution, and the advice that we got after that, we were there with the chair, the vice chair, that was the chair. We were advised that we should not put down any authority. So we followed what we were told then. And this now, I think, went on, and we were now not able to get any parent ministry. So it was deemed that Kekobo, because of the national register, was the implementer. But Kekobo could not do it alone. And that's why we had the delay. And then now when we had the Statutory Miscellaneous Amendment Act of 2018, moving the law to the Ministry of Culture, we were very happy that we now were no longer orphaned. So the law still envisions that there is room for an authority. And if, Madam PS, we do have a state corporation that is able to take on this act, then so be it. But if not, then for purposes of specificity and not to allow it to be diluted, it would be in order to consider, can we come up with an authority, a competent authority that would have a board that would have all the agencies represented, or can we look at an existing state corporation under State Department of Culture? Thank you.
Yeah, noted. Bana PS, quick response.
PS, Madam.
Oh, you have another? Go on, Madam PS.
Well, of course, what you were saying about the role of county governments. I think the county governments are very important in the implementation of this act, because even the knowledge holders belong to those counties. And for us, even here, the Council of Governors is a key and strategic member of this forum. And I think we sent our invitation, and they did send someone. But from what is coming out here, we need to also have a discussion with the Council of Governors, because without them, we cannot, proceed. And even in this forum, we are working hand in hand with the departments of culture and counties. And even for this forum, we worked with that department. I don't know why they're not here, but we worked with them for us to be here. So I think there's a gap that when we go back, we'll have to really get in touch with the arm of the Council of Governors that deals with culture. We have a specific meeting with them so that we can clear these things up, so that they can take up and own up this IK knowledge. And even as we go out there to sensitize the members of IK, the counties will take the leadership.
Thank you, Madam PS. I will hear you. The forum is properly guided. In my opinion, you have given direction. Ambassador,
Session Chair, I want to thank you. And I want to take this opportunity to introduce Dr. Gatama Gishini. He's Deputy Director General of Kenya National Innovation Agency. I don't know if he's in the house, but I met him some time before I came in. And I just want to stress the need for all of us to cooperate and work with the Kenya National Innovation Agency as well. Apart from working with the National Research Fund and NACOSTI, Kenya National Innovation Agency will be very useful if they will work with all of us in preparing to strengthen our ideas on matters to do with our culture, to do with our tradition, to do with our heritage, and so on, so that we create opportunities for commercialization of innovations, participation in the development of innovations, to liaise with academia in identification of noble ideas, and to mobilize resources for the same purpose. I believe we are on the right track, and we shall achieve if we make this the beginning and be consistent in our thinking, in our focus, and in our effort to put things back on track. I thank you, Session Chair.
Thank you. We are properly guided. The forum takes note, gives direction to what must happen. Again, people come together so that we can listen together. And I'm quoting the Bible, because clearly the more we unburden it, the more we're able to move forward in terms of what must happen. I need to close this. How many hands do I have? I have 1, those have 4. Is that it? 4, and we close it. Thank you very much. Who has the mic? Proceed, please. Introduce yourself.
Yes, yeah. My name is Wilson Mosiany, and I was guiding my community on this petition. I just needed to, again, say thank you to the AG's office, and perhaps, just for this opportunity to clarify what you have just mentioned. Actually, in our petition, we did not complain about the use of our name, especially nationally, because nationally, actually, it helps promote culture, and we're happy what Kenya Airways is doing. Would never make such a claim. They're paying taxes that trickle down to us. We cannot. Or even the Maasai market that we sell there and that continues to perpetuate our name. But there are 3 examples I want to give you, which are international. Louis Vuitton has a clothing line that is Maasai. The source of goods, the industry, our women are not involved in the manufacturing of those clothes. So that's what is the subject of our petition. Then the second one was Land Rover. They had created a car, a version like, Land Rover Defender, Land Rover this. Then there was Land Rover Maasai, which didn't go to the market, perhaps because of some activism that didn't really go very well. We didn't really think it was well advised, or the government was involved. Because we think if the government was involved, there would be negotiation. And they can use the name, but then there's royalties. So that's actually what we wanted to do. In fact, if I was to speak again, is please consider renegotiating with Land Rover. And that's what I was saying. Then the other person is, there was Louis Vuitton, there's Land Rover, there's Richard Branson. Yes, Richard Branson also was one of them. So the subject, okay, Guido Mugai told us not to use the spirit of something, but the subject was that you as the government, we want you to negotiate on our behalf with international. So the key word is international organization, not local. Certainly that's not, I needed to clarify that very clearly on the brand. You had mentioned the brands. There are some other subjects on GI that perhaps I'll bring it up when we talk about. And thank you for emphasizing on the counties, because we need them to hear that. Yeah, thank you again for that. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Quickly, let's manage time.
Thank you so much, moderator, and good afternoon once again. I've just stood to, first of all, commend and strongly support this the contribution given by the Office of the Attorney General, and for appreciating our position as my community, and for accepting our petition, which we tabled at the State Law Office in Nairobi late last year, which was strongly commended to the National Museum and the Office of the CS Culture. Thank you so much. It was very, very good. We didn't expect that kind of support from the government, and we are so, so grateful. Okay, I just to put a few or one or two things straight, because my partners just said as much. As my community, we are proud to be associated with the Republic of Kenya, and we wish our attire to be the national attire of Kenya. We are proud about that. We are very, a clap for me on that. Okay, during the last concluded International Olympic, the Kenyan team did open the field with a Maasai dress. True or false? We are very, very proud. Our only concern is the international corporate bodies which are using the Maa traditional knowledge and attires, especially clothing and all that, to market the international product. The government of Kenya is not gaining a single penny, leave alone the local community. That is our concern. You find big banks like the former Barclays Bank and other airlines outside Africa which are using a Maasai Moran holding a shield, killing a lion, or a Maasai young girl singing with those beads. They're using those kind of things to market their products, and no royalties for the local community, no royalties for the Republic of Kenya. Nothing is coming our way, but we are being exploited. That is our only concern. And thank you so much for listening. I'm sure you're going to address this when you go back to Nairobi.
Thank you. Number 3. The hands cannot crop now. There were 4. And number 3. Please, I need to wrap this up. I don't want to. Resources can be renewable or non-renewable. Now go on, please. First time to get ready. We welcome you. Go on.
Thank you very much. My name is Kulamo Bulo Ikimire, CC member for, we said we drop other things, so it's culture, tourism, gender and social services, county government of Marsabit. Madam PS, we are here. We have not been left behind. I can see also my colleague from Narok. So county governments are here. We are very grateful that this conversation is taking place now. It's not too late. I was briefing somebody yesterday on Facebook that this conversation is happening because this conversation sort of, for me, I have a little experience in the land sector, and we've had so much struggle with community land registration or Community Land Acts of 2016. And I like that my brother from Ogiek is also here, because when you look at some of these things, unless again you place them appropriately, we will be doing too many things and not making any strides. And I am glad that this act, as the AG's representative has said, places primary responsibility with the county government. But that responsibility, without the resource to be able to implement what the county governments need to implement, again, we will not make stride. But we are not here to complain. What we are asking from this conversation, and which should form part of our implementable resolution, is how do we come together and put resources to this very important act or the product, the traditional knowledge, so that it makes sense to all of us, because ultimately we are all working for the common good of the people of Kenya. And we can't achieve that if we are working as though we are parallel agencies, or we are working as though we can never meet somewhere. So we need convergence of ideas, convergence of resources, so that we pull in the same direction. And we can do that, maybe not 100%, but can we even just structure, see where the weight of the indigenous knowledge or traditional knowledge, where does it which one are we likely to, move faster with, so that we are not scattered again, but that we are able to move with certain critical clusters that will help us, even as we learn from that and try and implement it so that it makes sense to the people of Kenya and those people that we represent.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The narrative is coming out. Last one, please. I need to wrap it up. Remember, this is topic 1, day 1. Yeah. Somebody had here. Oh, please, can you make it like one sentence so that you give your neighbor one sentence only? Say in conclusion.
Hello. Moderator, my name is Joseph Mbeva. There is something which keeps on coming, and issues of where we are losing some of, like, identity with some of our communities. And I think that can be sorted by doing a documentation of what we call cultural intellectual property, about our lifestyles, about our practices, culture, and all those things. So that any given time somebody is using that, there is a reference point where, even as we try to request for royalty, there is a link where, yes, this is the cultural property for this country. This is associated with the Maasais. So for you to use this, because of course we are using it for economic gain, this needs to be done. I know that was supposed to have done around 2007 by Department of Culture. I don't know whether it was done or not, but I know there were efforts towards that direction.
Thank you. The rapporteur is noting it gets to the report. It might find its way into the communique. Quickly, I'm wrapping this one up.
PS Higher Education. Madam PS, the representative from the Office of the Solicitor General, and colleagues, good afternoon. Now, sorry, I stepped out when my PS was looking for me, but I just wanted to bring this, which highly resonates with us. Within Kenya, Kenya National Innovation Agency, we are concerned with coordination and management of innovations. What has come out from here is that innovations are either a product or a service. I mean, from the panelists. This is what has come clearly. And when you think of a product or a service, there are 3 circles which all of them overlap each other. There is the developer, and there are the intermediaries. Developer are those who are now working on the traditional knowledge to come up with the various products. The intermediaries are the regulators, the Kikobos, the Kipis, the Kenya, the Nakosti. And the consumer is the aid, the one who is going to consume the product. And we find it resonating very well within Kenya because, for instance, the issue of capacity building within the county. Within Kenya National Innovation Agency, we have what we are calling the National Innovation Academy. And we can partner and make it practical and implementable to build the capacity within the county government for purposes of creating awareness, sensitization, and then also building the capacities and capabilities. Another key thing which is really coming out on the issue of the traditional knowledge is all the aspects of partnership, because as it has come quite clearly, this is not an area where one will do it in silos. We all need each other, as those circles are overlapping on each other. And one key thing is the market, which is highly unpredictable and very volatile, that the way the market is today is not the way the market is going to be in the next 2 or 3 years. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm wrapping it up. Remember, we said the topic 1, and I wish to take it back to our panelists. Maybe last one word. Madam PS, one last word.
I wish just to respond to one of the participants who is wondering where the funds are going to come from to implement this IK knowledge. Funding, as we know, is a problem. Even the national government has that problem, the county government. All of us have a problem with funding. However, we cannot just have a special fund for IK. IK is part and parcel of activities of culture and heritage in the national government, in the county governments. And when county governments are given funds, actually they're supposed to allocate a bit of it to the Department of Culture to run programs such as this one. So you don't expect money to be allocated specifically from National Treasury to go to IK. It will have to be part and parcel of the money that has been given, allocated to each county. And maybe that's why we need to have a forum with that arm of the Council of Governors that deals with culture and heritage. Because we feel that area is not being given enough prominence. Yeah? So that they see the need to allocate funds when the funds have come, even if they are little. A mother, if you have little food, you don't just give some to other children and leave others. You try to distribute that little that you have to all, to ensure that all the kids have had something. And that's what we are calling upon the county governments to do with the money that is allocated to them. Let them allocate some to the departments of culture and heritage. Thank you.
Asante sana, very well put. Ambassador, parting shot. You're good. Daktari Maganya?
Thank you, Session Chair. I think from what I get from this is that there's need for us to work as one unit. This is one Kenya, it's one government. I think it is important that we use that the whole of government approach so that we can be able to enhance collaborations and partnership, and also be able to leverage on our strengths and opportunities that revolves around that collective responsibility. Third, I think last to share is that this is a collective responsibility, and I think if all of us can be able to undertake our responsibilities and duties effectively, then some of those issues are well articulated in the policies, and we shall be able to ensure that we safeguard not only our IK and genetic resources, but also in terms of ensuring that we also get that sustainable development that we want. Thank you.
Yeah, very well. Madam Kahuria.
Thank you very much, Session Chair. I just want to leave you with a parting shot for issues or areas to do with the youth. And you can sleep over it and see what you come up with. It says, it's by somebody called Ciro Guerra. He says, the problem now is that young people, young indigenous people, are not so interested in preserving traditional knowledge. So for them, seeing that it was important for us and for the outside world, this traditional knowledge, it was a big deal to them. Okay, so it is us who will make the youth appreciate. Thank you.
Very good. Let us applaud my good panel. Very well put. Make it better on next three. We came all the way to discuss issues and they are coming out well. Asanteni sana. I'm sure we'll be picking better issues with you as we go along. Quite a lot for the AG. I hope you're able to manage that, and clearly we have done well. I wish to return this to the Ofalo Moderator Chair, and thank you for allowing me to do the sleeping session when people have eaten, but people have been very kind and Santeli, knowledge is power. Thank you very much.
Round of applause for Mr. Wawero. Thank you very much, sir. You did very, very well. Another round of applause for the panelists. Now, Dr. Taracha, we have got two more sessions. I can only do one, I think, between now and, but we need to break for tea?
Yeah, we'll break for tea.
Okay. So now the thing is, normally people make you stand up and stretch and do those kind of things, but we will not do that for now because you will actually stand up and stretch your legs as you go for a cup of tea. Can we come back in 15 minutes? We want to do one more session. We want to push in one more session before we break for the day. Yeah, so if you like coffee, take coffee because that will wake you up. It's good for the, it's a nicotine, nicotine boost, is it? No, wait, no, caffeine. Hey, what am I talking about? All right. Thank you very much, appreciate you very much, and God bless you. Don't forget our keyword is implementable. Absolutely, implementable. And we're sharing knowledge so that we can be able to see how we can implement this knowledge and pass it on with ABS. Asante sana bana wewe. Very well done. Appreciate it, yeah. Okay, guys, let's go for tea. And then we come back in 15 minutes. So what time is it now? It is 4:40. Can we be back at exactly 5 minutes to 5? Yeah? 5 minutes to 5. Are we going to be able to do one more session? Yeah? The next one.
Food, cosmetics, biotech, and medicines, as well as advances in science, are based on genetic resources. Already in 1992, the CBD had established access and benefit sharing principles, which includes the obligation for users of genetic resources to share benefits with providers of those resources. However, one challenge remained: to ensure benefit sharing once the user has left the provider country with the genetic resource. There was no international system that allowed the provider to keep track of what was happening with their resource abroad. With the Nagoya Protocol, which entered into force in 2014, this changed. The ABS Clearinghouse was established as the central hub to facilitate the necessary communication and information exchange between users, providers, and governments. The ABS Clearinghouse facilitates the monitoring of the utilization of a genetic resource once it leaves the provider country. The Nagoya Protocol sets up a system to inform the provider country on milestones related to the utilization of genetic resources abroad. However, to make this system work, every country needs to take action at the national level. Therefore, a country must establish at least one competent national authority, or CNA for short. The CNA issues a permit to grant access to genetic resources in accordance with domestic regulations. Key information from the permit must be transferred to the ABS Clearinghouse. The submitted information now constitutes the internationally recognized Certificate of Compliance. Now, let's turn our attention to a user. After possibly many years of laboratory work, she has succeeded in research and development and now puts a product on the market. With her certificate and the required documentation, she goes to the authority for market approval in her country. This authority, since it has been designated to act as checkpoint in the ABS process, sends a message called a checkpoint communique to the ABS Clearinghouse. The ABS Clearinghouse, having received the checkpoint communique, automatically informs the CNA in the provider country. This allows the competent national authority to compare the communique with the initial permit, domestic legislation, and with the contract documents. Action can now be taken by the CNA if the utilization was not in accordance with the initial agreement. Certainty for all parties is ensured through this process, no matter how much time has passed. Let's take a closer look at the key elements of this global system for monitoring the utilization of genetic resources. The CNA in a country is responsible for issuing a permit when access requirements are met and benefit sharing is agreed. When the information from the permit issued by the CNA is registered on the ABS Clearinghouse, it becomes the internationally recognized Certificate of Compliance, the central document to ensure legal certainty in the user country. The ABS Clearinghouse facilitates the exchange and flow of information with respect to the utilization of genetic resources. Furthermore, countries that have ratified the Nagoya Protocol are obliged to share information on their national ABS procedures in the ABS Clearinghouse. This information helps users to understand the particular ABS requirements of a given country. Checkpoints gather information from users on when and how genetic resources are being utilized in order to report back to the ABS Clearinghouse and thus inform the provider. Typical checkpoints are patent offices, funding institutions, publishers, market approval authorities, and other institutions dealing with innovation, product development, and commercialization. The checkpoint communique is a standard form for compiling the information gathered by the checkpoint in order to make it available to the ABS Clearinghouse and forward it to the provider. All countries have to put all these elements in place. Only when these elements are operating effectively will monitoring the use of genetic resources between countries be possible. This will contribute to increasing transparency and trust and result in more ABS agreements and partnerships, which in turn translate into advances in science, more innovation, products, and benefit sharing for users, providers, and the conservation of nature. Many products in food, cosmetics, biotech, and medicines, as well as advances in science, are based on genetic resources. Already in 1992, the CBD had established access and benefit sharing principles, which includes the obligation for users of genetic resources to share benefits with providers of those resources. However, one challenge remained: to ensure benefit sharing once the user has left the provider country with the genetic resource. There was no international system that allowed the provider to keep track of what was happening with their resource abroad. With the Nagoya Protocol, which entered into force in 2014, this changed. The ABS Clearinghouse was established as the central hub to facilitate the necessary communication and information exchange between users, providers, and governments. The ABS Clearinghouse facilitates the monitoring of the utilization of a genetic resource once it leaves the provider country. The Nagoya Protocol sets up a system to inform the provider country on milestones related to the utilization of genetic resources abroad. However, to make this system work, every country needs to take action at the national level. Therefore, a country must establish at least one competent national authority, or CNA for short. The CNA issues a permit to grant access to genetic resources in accordance with domestic regulations. Key information from the permit must be transferred to the ABS Clearinghouse. The submitted information now constitutes the internationally recognized Certificate of Compliance. Now, let's turn our attention to a user. After possibly many years of laboratory work, she has succeeded in research and development and now puts a product on the market. With her certificate and the required documentation, she goes to the authority for market approval in her country. This authority, since it has been designated to act as checkpoint in the ABS process, sends a message called a checkpoint communique to the ABS clearinghouse. The ABS clearinghouse, having received the checkpoint communique, automatically informs the CNA in the provider country. This allows the competent national authority to compare the communique with the initial permit, domestic legislation, and with the contract documents. Action can now be taken by the CNA if the utilization was not in accordance with the initial agreement. Certainty for all parties is ensured through this process, no matter how much time has passed. Let's take a closer look at the key elements of this global system for monitoring the utilization of genetic resources. The CNA in a country is responsible for issuing a permit when access requirements are met and benefit sharing is agreed. When the information from the permit issued by the CNA is registered on the ABS clearinghouse, it becomes the internationally recognized Certificate of Compliance, the central document to ensure legal certainty in the user country. The ABS clearinghouse facilitates the exchange and flow of information with respect to the utilization of genetic resources. Furthermore, countries that have ratified the Nagoya Protocol are obliged to share information on their national ABS procedures in the ABS clearinghouse. This information helps users to understand the particular ABS requirements of a given country. Checkpoints gather information from users on when and how genetic resources are being utilized in order to report back to the ABS clearinghouse and thus inform the provider. Typical checkpoints are patent offices, funding institutions, publishers, market approval authorities, and other institutions dealing with innovation, product development, and commercialization. The checkpoint communique is a standard form for compiling the information gathered by the checkpoint in order to make it available to the ABS clearinghouse and forward it to the provider. All countries have to put all these elements in place. Only when these elements are operating effectively will monitoring the use of genetic resources between countries be possible. This will contribute to increasing transparency and trust and result in more ABS agreements and partnerships, which in turn translate into advances in science, more innovation, products, and benefit sharing for users, providers, and the conservation of nature. Many products in food, cosmetics, biotech, and medicines, as well as advances in science, are based on genetic resources. Already in 1992, the CBD had established access and benefit sharing principles, which includes the obligation for users of genetic resources to share benefits with providers of those resources. However, one challenge remained: to ensure benefit sharing once the user has left the provider country with the genetic resource. There was no international system that allowed the provider to keep track of what was happening with their resource abroad. With the Nagoya Protocol, which entered into force in 2014, this changed. The ABS clearinghouse was established as the central hub to facilitate the necessary communication and information exchange between users, providers, and governments. The ABS clearinghouse facilitates the monitoring of the utilization of a genetic resource once it leaves the provider country. The Nagoya Protocol sets up a system to inform the provider country on milestones related to the utilization of genetic resources abroad. However, to make this system work, every country needs to take action at the national level. Therefore, a country must establish at least one competent national authority or CNA for short. The CNA issues a permit to grant access to genetic resources in accordance with domestic regulations. Key information from the permit must be transferred to the ABS clearinghouse. The submitted information now constitutes the internationally recognized Certificate of Compliance. Now, let's turn our attention to a user. After possibly many years of laboratory work, she has succeeded in research and development and now puts a product on the market. With her certificate and the required documentation, she goes to the authority for market approval in her country. This authority, since it has been designated to act as checkpoint in the ABS process, sends a message called a checkpoint communique to the ABS clearinghouse. The ABS clearinghouse, having received the checkpoint communique, automatically informs the CNA in the provider country. This allows the competent national authority to compare the communique with the initial permit, domestic legislation, and with the contract documents. Action can now be taken by the CNA if the utilization was not in accordance with the initial agreement. Certainty for all parties is ensured through this process, no matter how much time has passed. Let's take a closer look at the key elements of this global system for monitoring the utilization of genetic resources. The CNA in a country is responsible for issuing a permit when access requirements are met and benefit sharing is agreed. When the information from the permit issued by the CNA is registered on the ABS clearinghouse, it becomes the internationally recognized Certificate of Compliance, the central document to ensure legal certainty in the user country. The ABS clearinghouse facilitates the exchange and flow of information with respect to the utilization of genetic resources. Furthermore, countries that have ratified the Nagoya Protocol are obliged to share information on their national ABS procedures in the ABS clearinghouse. This information helps users to understand the particular ABS requirements of a given country. Checkpoints gather information from users on when and how genetic resources are being utilized in order to report back to the ABS clearinghouse and thus inform the provider. Typical checkpoints are patent offices, funding institutions, publishers, market approval authorities, and other institutions dealing with innovation, product development, and commercialization. The checkpoint communique is a standard form for compiling the information gathered by the checkpoint in order to make it available to the ABS clearinghouse and forward it to the provider. All countries have to put all these elements in place. Only when these elements are operating effectively will monitoring the use of genetic resources between countries be possible. This will contribute to increasing transparency and trust and result in more ABS agreements and partnerships, which in turn translate into advances in science, more innovation, products, and benefit sharing for users, providers, and the conservation of nature. Many products in food, cosmetics, biotech, and medicines, as well as advances in science, are based on genetic resources. Already in 1992, the CBD had established access and benefit sharing principles, which includes the obligation for users of genetic resources to share benefits with providers of those resources. However, one challenge remained: to ensure benefit sharing once the user has left the provider country with the genetic resource. There was no international system that allowed the provider to keep track of what was happening with their resource abroad. With the Nagoya Protocol, which entered into force in 2014, this changed. The ABS Clearinghouse was established as the central hub to facilitate the necessary communication and information exchange between users, providers, and governments. The ABS Clearinghouse facilitates the monitoring of the utilization of a genetic resource once it leaves the provider country. The Nagoya Protocol sets up a system to inform the provider country on milestones related to the utilization of genetic resources abroad. However, to make this system work, every country needs to take action at the national level. Therefore, a country must establish at least one competent national authority, or CNA for short. The CNA issues a permit to grant access to genetic resources in accordance with domestic regulations. Key information from the permit must be transferred to the ABS Clearinghouse. The submitted information now constitutes the internationally recognized Certificate of Compliance. Now, let's turn our attention to a user. After possibly many years of laboratory work, she has succeeded in research and development and now puts a product on the market. With her certificate and the required documentation, she goes to the authority for market approval in her country. This authority, since it has been designated to act as checkpoint in the ABS process, sends a message called a checkpoint communique to the ABS Clearinghouse. The ABS Clearinghouse, having received the checkpoint communique, automatically informs the CNA in the provider country. This allows the competent national authority to compare the communique with the initial permit, domestic legislation, and with the contract documents. Action can now be taken by the CNA if the utilization was not in accordance with the initial agreement. Certainty for all parties is ensured through this process, no matter how much time has passed. Let's take a closer look at the key elements of this global system for monitoring the utilization of genetic resources. The CNA in a country is responsible for issuing a permit when access requirements are met and benefit sharing is agreed. When the information from the permit issued by the CNA is registered on the ABS Clearinghouse, it becomes the internationally recognized Certificate of Compliance, the central document to ensure legal certainty in the user country. The ABS Clearinghouse facilitates the exchange and flow of information with respect to the utilization of genetic resources. Furthermore, countries that have ratified the Nagoya Protocol are obliged to share information on their national ABS procedures in the ABS Clearinghouse. This information helps users to understand the particular ABS requirements of a given country. Checkpoints gather information from users on when and how genetic resources are being utilized in order to report back to the ABS Clearinghouse and thus inform the provider. Typical checkpoints are patent offices, funding institutions, publishers, market approval authorities, and other institutions dealing with innovation, product development, and commercialization. The checkpoint communique is a standard form for compiling the information gathered by the checkpoint in order to make it available to the ABS Clearinghouse and forward it to the provider. All countries have to put all these elements in place. Only when these elements are operating effectively will monitoring the use of genetic resources between countries be possible. This will contribute to increasing transparency and trust and result in more ABS agreements and partnerships, which in turn translate into advances in science, more innovation, products, and benefit sharing for users, providers, and the conservation of nature. Many products in food, cosmetics, biotech, and medicines, as well as advances in science, are based on genetic resources. Already in 1992, the CBD had established access and benefit sharing principles, which includes the obligation for users of genetic resources to share benefits with providers of those resources. However, one challenge remained: to ensure benefit sharing once the user has left the provider country with the genetic resource. There was no international system that allowed the provider to keep track of what was happening with their resource abroad. With the Nagoya Protocol, which entered into force in 2014, this changed. The ABS Clearinghouse was established as the central hub to facilitate the necessary communication and information exchange between users, providers, and governments. The ABS Clearinghouse facilitates the monitoring of the utilization of a genetic resource once it leaves the provider country. The Nagoya Protocol sets up a system to inform the provider country on milestones related to the utilization of genetic resources abroad. However, to make this system work, every country needs to take action at the national level. Therefore, a country must establish at least one competent national authority, or CNA for short. The CNA issues a permit to grant access to genetic resources in accordance with domestic regulations. Key information from the permit must be transferred to the ABS Clearinghouse. The submitted information now constitutes the internationally recognized Certificate of Compliance. Now, let's turn our attention to a user. After possibly many years of laboratory work, she has succeeded in research and development and now puts a product on the market. With her certificate and the required documentation, she goes to the authority for market approval in her country. This authority, since it has been designated to act as checkpoint in the ABS process, sends a message called a checkpoint communique to the ABS Clearinghouse. The ABS Clearinghouse, having received the checkpoint communique, automatically informs the CNA in the provider country. This allows the competent national authority to compare the communique with the initial permit, domestic legislation, and with the contract documents. Action can now be taken by the CNA if the utilization was not in accordance with the initial agreement. Certainty for all parties is ensured through this process, no matter how much time has passed. Let's take a closer look at the key elements of this global system for monitoring the utilization of genetic resources. The CNA in a country is responsible for issuing a permit when access requirements are met and benefit sharing is agreed. When the information from the permit issued by the CNA is registered on the ABS Clearinghouse, it becomes the internationally recognized Certificate of Compliance, the central document to ensure legal certainty in the user country. The ABS Clearinghouse facilitates the exchange and flow of information with respect to the utilization of genetic resources. Furthermore, countries that have ratified the Nagoya Protocol are obliged to share information on their national ABS procedures in the ABS Clearinghouse. This information helps users to understand the particular ABS requirements of a given country. Checkpoints gather information from users on when and how genetic resources are being utilized in order to report back to the ABS Clearinghouse and thus inform the provider. Typical checkpoints are patent offices, funding institutions, publishers, market approval authorities, and other institutions dealing with innovation, product development, and commercialization. The checkpoint communique is a standard form for compiling the information gathered by the checkpoint in order to make it available to the ABS Clearinghouse and forward it to the provider. All countries have to put all these elements in place. Only when these elements are operating effectively will monitoring the use of genetic resources between countries be possible. This will contribute to increasing transparency and trust and result in more ABS agreements and partnerships, which in turn translate into advances in science, more innovation, products, and benefit sharing for users, providers, and the conservation of nature. Many products in food, cosmetics, biotech, and medicines, as well as advances in science, are based on genetic resources. Already in 1992, the CBD had established access and benefit sharing principles, which includes the obligation for users of genetic resources to share benefits with providers of those resources. However, one challenge remained: to ensure benefit sharing once the user has left the provider country with the genetic resource. There was no international system that allowed the provider to keep track of what was happening with their resource abroad. With the Nagoya Protocol, which entered into force in 2014, this changed. The ABS Clearinghouse was established as the central hub to facilitate the necessary communication.
Without looking. Nakuona ukiangalia, hiyo ni Google. Wewe unasema Google. You're Googling. Who remembers? Who remembers? Who remembers? No, sing. You have to sing it. Madam, we learned how to sing it. Chonyi digo duruma giriama jibana kambe kauma riberabai. You remember that? It is a song because you have to remember the Mijikenda. How will you remember the Mijikenda if you don't find out of remembering them? I'd like to invite on stage to be with our wonderful chairman, if you will allow me, representing the wildlife sector, none other than Mr. Kavaka Mukonyi. Where are you, Bona Kabaka? Good. Karibu sana. Please give him a round of applause. I also want to welcome on stage Professor Gideon Nyamasio. Where are you, sir? Good. Yes, he is with the ABS expert. And it's breaking. Is it me? He's the ABS expert. Karibu sana. Access, benefit, sharing. And I would like to invite also on stage Professor Walter Oyawa, who is the DG in NACOSTA. Where are you, sir? He said he was here. Oh, there you are. You're right in front. Okay, please give him a round of applause. And finally, the gentleman who's been running around today, I tell you, he has lost some weight. I can bet you. He has definitely lost weight in the past 1 week or so. So, of course, is our coordinator, Natural Products Industry Program, Dr. Evans Taracha, and he's walking in with his tea, I can see. Make sure he has some nourishment. Good. You came with your tea. Well done. We're just about to clap for you. Please clap for him. We're clapping for you. So I'd like to hand over now back to the chairman, Banambeva. Please take it away. Enjoy yourself. And we'd like to finish by 6 sharp.
Thank you. Chairman, it becomes very difficult to do something in front of your Malemu. That is Professor Nyamasio. He was my lecturer for my undergraduate. So I think we need to honor him to produce a chair who is the current chair of today's session. Sindio? Yes. He told me mambo ya biological sciences at Jomo campus. So, without much ado, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed, in this session, we'll be looking at
You sit there.
What gaps and opportunities exist in Kenya?
Just sit there.
In terms of the policies and legal framework we have in IK subsector. Here we'll be getting some experiences and the lessons learned for those who have been working in that subsector. All of us know that we have been having, or we have various laws which have been developed to give support or to promote utilization of our indigenous knowledge. And you got these from the previous session where Catherine from the AG's office was able to present the legal framework we have for the promotion of our IK locally. With those, some of the policies and the legal framework in place, we know most of these laws have not been tested. Why? Because implementation has not been done. So most likely the regulations are not in place. So the effectiveness has not been tested. But I know from where we sit, from the utilization of these knowledge in terms of access, we have been working with other organizations who have been wanting or looking to utilize our resources, and we know the experiences we have, what kind of gaps have come up. For example, we know quite a number of these access to our genetic resources and traditional knowledge has been subject to issues of prior informed consent, issues of mutually agreed terms, so that when you give out your material or your information, tomorrow you will not be crying to the government and saying, oh, my information, our information has been stolen. So they have been subjected to some of those mutually agreed terms. You'll be able to tell us what are the experiences, what are the gaps when we come to discussing. As we also look at the international arena, we can see genetic resources are subject to access and benefit sharing regulations. In particular, at the international level, we have the Convention for Biological Diversity, and we have also is Nagoya Protocol on access and benefit sharing. And we have also the other one on the fair and the equitable sharing of genetic resources, which is under the International Treaty on Plant Genetic Resources for Food and Agriculture. And we have also, which is, this one is based on the United Nations Food and Agriculture Organization. And there is a newer area where we have the pandemic influenza, which is under the WHO. So as we come now looking at this, there is the element of intellectual property. So we also want to look at, or to get experience in terms of intellectual property. Has it been management, has it been an issue, a factor in terms of affecting the issues of access and benefit sharing? Then we'll get to know, is it on the negative, is it on the positive side? Those are the experiences we want to come from us. So here we are looking at the key issues and the gaps in the laws and the policy or the legal system. Then what is existing gaps and how can we fix it? The other one, number 3, is whether do existing laws define a role
and the need for strategic management of intellectual property in access. So I think we need to go straight to our issues, and I would like to call our speaker this afternoon, number one, Mr. Kavaga Mukonyi, who is going to share us his experience. You know, Kavaga has been involved in a lot of issues on these natural.
There was a slight change.
Professor Ndiatanza. Yeah. I'm being corrected that we need to start with somebody else. Professor Yao?
Can you use that?
Yeah, you can use this one. Welcome on board.
Yes, thank you very much, Chair, and sorry for interrupting the program. I was to present tomorrow, but due to other things, I requested to present now. We were requested as NACOSTI to give the regulator's perspective when it comes to research licensing. As much as indigenous knowledge is developed by communities, unlike the normal scientific researchers, it still needs to fall within available regulations and policies of government. So the topic that we picked was research licensing in the midst of science, technology, and innovation, regulatory framework. And when I looked at literature, I thought we could share this, which was mentioned, the importance of indigenous knowledge systems worldwide. And if you could read just the last paragraph, this is information available in the web, that the World Health Organization estimates that the herbal medicine currently serve the health needs of approximately 80% of the world's population. That's a very high figure because statistics never lie. And if you move further, especially like in the area of in the Chinese, traditional Chinese medicine, then the numbers again speak almost the same figure. The amount of monies that are involved in this is quite colossal. And it's indicated again in literature that's available that around 2018, out of the 520 essential medicines in China, 2 or 3 were traditional Chinese medicine. So this is what we would want to put to National Museums of Kenya and the ministry, that this is a big major industry and a game changer for this country, particularly in the times of COVID. And it needs a special direction. It needs to be prioritized as an agenda. I know my colleague and sister, the CEO of NRF is here, Dr. Jemima, and I'm sure tomorrow she'll be presenting that NRF is funding a research consortia on traditional medicine focused on COVID-19 pandemic. So I'm just highlighting that these are the kind of national priorities that need to be brought on the table in a language which talks in terms of numbers, because if you look at the kind of economy where the Chinese have invested, the same was said about Germany. I think I just also checked on something. China, for example, went ahead and developed a white paper on the development of traditional Chinese medicine. I think that's the next. Yes, they developed a white paper on the development of traditional Chinese medicine that targeted to provide access to Chinese, for every Chinese by the year 2020. Traditional medicine. In the country, I have not had a strong thrust towards adopting this traditional technology. One is the patented medicines. I think these have gone through the formal scientific processes, and that's why they're patented. But there's a second group they're calling decoction pieces. This is like drinking mwarobaini or ginger in the morning, or they call it what, dawa in a shop or in a bar. So that's decoction pieces. And then the third one is Chinese herbs. They have actually gone ahead and classified them. On the other hand, in our system, we are being told that if you bring herbal medicine, probably you're expected to go to that number one, to take it through the normal scientific processes, things that have been known to work in traditional societies, whether from the Mars society or whether from the society that have come. So this is an area, and I think the COVID pandemic really necessitates that we take a different approach. As NACOSTI, our very first function is to work with stakeholders to determine the national priorities on science, technology, and innovation. And I think that document has not been done. The first draft is on our website. So it's an area which also the ministry can help us recommend as a standalone priority area in science, technology, and innovation. Literally everything that you do nowadays is within what we are calling the STI sector, because we are told the Vision 2030 is strongly anchored on science, technology, innovation. And therefore, if you are contributing to Vision 2030, most likely we would classify you as a member of the science, technology, and in innovation sector. These again are the statistics. I think this is from Germany, where you're just seeing the use of herbal medicine in Germany. And I think he mentioned, our good guest mentioned it. I just picked this in the internet, that in 2018, for example, the amount of the turnaround, the money which involved the traditional medicine was, if I convert to Kenya shillings, this is euros, like this is 20, yeah, the first one is, I think, 2018. It's 991 million euros, which is 125 billion Kenya shillings in a year. I think everybody here would be smiling in their house and in the bank if we got serious on this business. So with that, I just mentioned this. I think my colleague will mention it, that at the local front, I think NRF is doing a great job. Challenge they have as usual, and I don't have to speak for her, is the limited funding that goes to the National Research Fund. Because this one area which I would imagine needed a dedicated funding. And so at the end there, my question is, how would Kenya mainstream traditional medicine, not only traditional medicine, but this indigenous knowledge which cuts across? The one which has direct impact on the populace, of course, is the medicine, but the other aspects, other traditional arts and so forth, which are very valuable and even have been patented out. How would we mainstream this? On our side, I think from the regulatory perspective, the science, technology, and that's what I was told to talk about, there's, the research, science, technology, innovation sector is regulated under the STI Act, and these are the reasons that the lawyers, the Attorney General and Parliament gave for the purposes of that act, and I'll go straight to the third one, which was the act was enacted to entrench science, technology, and innovation into the national production system and for connected purposes. It means whatever we do, whatever technology we do, whatever funding that NRF and other agencies do, until it percolates and ends up at the very end, then, and when JICU feels that impact, then we have not achieved our act as a key players in the sector. So again, under the Act, one of the things when you talk of STI mainstreaming, for the first time, I think the government of Kenya has introduced a performance contract on STI mainstreaming, which is being coordinated by NACOSTI. And I just thought the National Museums of Kenya could be able to include the indigenous knowledge systems, maybe in the next financial year, as one of their key targets to come up with something which needs to be mainstreamed in the entire government system on these indigenous technologies. After all, they're being used anywhere. We are not reinventing the wheel. I guess the ginger in Kenya would be similar to the ginger in Germany with a little difference. So if it's working there, why is it not working in our place? Reverse engineering, like I think was done by China. So coming back to the legislation, I'll move very fast. There are three agencies, three core agencies under the Science, Technology, Innovation Act. Starting, as I said, from the bottom there, I would say the National Research Fund, which is the great banker that rolls out the researchers on behalf of the national government, and Madam is there, so I won't say much. The other one is Kenya National Innovation Agency, which is, my boss, the ambassador, also mentioned about. But as NACOSTI, we are the regulator of the sector. And very quickly, I won't go so much, I'll skip some. I just want to highlight one other thing when you talk of NACOSTI, when you talk of research, that NACOSTI regulates research systems, not research. We regulate research systems. And the Act clearly defines what research system is. It has four components. It has research, it has science, it has technology, it has innovation. We license research, but we regulate the entire system, ecosystem. What you can call the innovation system or STI ecosystem and so forth. The research system is so connected that the research has no meaning until it ends up in the innovation. And innovation is where there's the business component. Innovation is where there's the patenting. So as we talk of converting these indigenous technologies into something useful, we should always think of the stream. At which point is it? Is it at some traditional research part? Is it in some scientific way, or it's not? Is it in technology stage? Is it in innovation? Innovations might not even require research, because like the indigenous have been carried over a long, long time, and I'm sure various cultures have documented what they used to use for healing. That is what we need to record. I would pray that we adopt the Chinese approach, where we talk of decoction. You don't talk of the scientific way decoction. The elders have sat, this one works to treat this, and we record it, and we move ahead, we package it and market that. That is what would be our proposal, and when you talk of such systems. Now, very quickly also, for the purposes of a regulated framework, the Commission was established, this is word as in the Act, to regulate and assure quality in the science, technology, innovation sector, and advise the government in matters related thereto. It has 17 functions, very many, very wide, but I just want to mention 1, 2, 3 very quickly. Number one is developing consultation with stakeholders, the priorities in scientific, technological, and innovation activities in Kenya in relation to economic and social policies of the government. That is yet to be done. I think there have been transitional issues for quite a while. But for the first time, I think there's a draft in our website. This is where all stakeholders, when you develop it, it means more of the voice of stakeholders. They think this is a priority, biotechnology is a priority, several things. STEM education is part of that. Of course, education and human capacity development is an important part. We ever thought of the indigenous communities to develop their capacity so that they can do what they do in a better way, in a way that they can replicate their decoctions and so forth and so forth. So that is there, and I would again highlight to NMK that please bring on board what you think are national priorities. The rest, I think, you can read, lead interagency efforts to implement sound policies, advise the national and county governments. They've been given that mandate, and I think we are moving to the counties now. And very important is the one which requires us to annually submit the state of scientific research system to the Cabinet Secretary Ministry for Education. That, again, we are doing for the first time, and that would capture some of the highlights, because when it goes up to that point, it's likely to end up at a higher forum where it can be allocated funding. So we request again for partnership on that. Then, just as I'm almost to conclude, the licensing. This is a cause for debate, and the various agencies, I'm told, up to about 12 agencies license research. And I'm told Nacosti's licensing is the easiest. So I don't know whether that's a plus for us, or because we take 3-4 days to license your research. KWS is here, I guess, and I'm told they're the most difficult. So I don't know whether that's a plus for them or no. But I think the stakeholders can query them. We were trying to work with them so that either we have a one-stop shop, or if it has to be different, we have timelines to be set. But this is what the Act provides for in the STI Act. And at the very top, I've picked the section very quickly. The section specifies, and this is to all of us, including those involved in community work, that if you're doing anything research, it specifies that any person, it doesn't talk of institutions, it doesn't say this institution, no, it talks of you as an individual. Any person undertaking or intending to undertake research in science and technology in the country, or who assesses, handles, or transfers any material, even the transfer of material. If you want to transfer chicken from Kakamega to Vihiga, if it's for eating, that's okay. If it's for research, you need to inform Nacosti, and it's so that you can give your license to transport that chicken. So this is, we are trying to effect this, because the penalty is very severe, and we pray that it will not befall any one of us. So material transfer and so forth, please read that Act. Again, it's readily available. Further, section 12.5 of the Act specifies that Nacosti shall only license research in Kenya based on what you are seeing there. Now, if you look at number one, we cannot license research that adversely affects culture of any community in Kenya. I think this speaks to the ministry, this speaks to UNESCO, this speaks to other players. So this is the kind of research proposals that
we are now moving forward to involve peers. So when we receive this kind of research, we'll mark it either to the ministry or to NMK or to UNESCO, that please can you check the cultural aspects of that research when you suspect that it has that. Because it just, in some communities like Baringo, I think we heard of some materials moving out of the country and ended up somewhere. So culture is a very important part. That's why we do research licensing. Sometimes you're asked, I mean, this is your research licensing, why should you, especially if you're in the university and you have been given the power to undertake that needs to be undertaken. So we license on culture, we license to check on the environment, we license to check on exploitation of intellectual property rights. That's when your research is licensed and somebody tries to pick it up, that license number will give a record, even if you go to KIPI or to WIPO or to any other place. So it is a good thing to seek licenses, and I think universities are doing it now. Your master students, your PhD students, and those, even those who do opinion polls, like these election opinion polls, they seek license from NACOSTI. Then, again, below there says the commission shall, upon receipt of an application under section 12, evaluate the application, and if satisfied that the conduct of the research is beneficial to the country. So you can decide to research on planet X, and we can deny you if you're using resources of the country. We had an interesting situation, and it's good, also my other sister, Catherine, is there on Dadaab. Maybe she's left briefly. On Dadaab campsite, where the government has made a policy direction that this is going to be closed, and then we get an application that we want to research on whether the government's decision was right or wrong. Would we license that research? Because as NACOSTI, we work on behalf of the government, and national security takes priority. So that's the reason why you need somebody to peruse over your research license. If it affects, like you look at there, that statement, it should not affect any aspect of nature harmfully, environment, and the security of the country. In fact, that becomes number one. So in a nutshell, if I don't want to say many words, this is really why we license research. Number one priority is always national security, okay? And for that, we would take your proposal. We don't have the experts to do that. We take it to the relevant government agencies that deal with security, and they're there. Who can check whether you are researching on something to destroy people or to destroy plants and so forth. And for example, if somebody decided to use this plant, which is now very invasive, the Madenge plant, which now is a problem. I think Kefri is here, and they're even trying to have a center of excellence on the invasive Madenge plant, because it's moving very fast and occupying. And also, the thorns, I think, are somehow poisonous. Would we license you if you applied to do a research on Madenge? Would you license you if you applied to do a research on cannabis, bangi? You want to make it better, or you want to cure it? We'll have to consult other agencies. Maybe you want to use it for medicine, but for now it's a banned product in the country. Would we license you if you wanted to research on Mera? NACADA says it's a drug, but we do not know. So those are the complications that we deal with every day at NACOSTI. Then you have other things, nature, environment, research ethics, especially in the medical field, is mandatory, plus all the rest. The last one also is very critical, that researchers to conform with Kenya's international obligations. As NACOSTI, we are also the focal point of a number of Kenya's international obligations. Just wanted to show. Yes, we are focal point of a number of Kenya's international obligations, including, like, number one, being the focal point for the Biological Weapons Convention. And I think there were meetings that happened in Geneva recently. We were there. We are part of that convention. So we have to ensure that what we do also in the country, we have to report annually to that convention. We are also in quite a number, you can say, the International Center for Genetic Engineering and Biotechnology, we're in the Governing Council, and there's a team which I think is right now in the country, just came this morning, coordinated by NACOSTI, trying to select one of our institutions to be a regional research center for biotechnology. So there's a lot of work that goes into all this. And so when we license, like this is just from the newspaper cutting, this was in 2016, where Kenyan security agencies announced that they have successfully foiled a plan by a group of medical interns. Surprise, it's not even other people. Medical interns to unleash a biological terror attack using anthrax bacteria as a weapon against Kenyans. So who checks on that? That's why research licenses become very important. This was recorded. Luckily enough, it was foiled. The COVID thing has made it easier now to develop these biological weapons. Even aflatoxin, It can come naturally the way it comes, but suppose somebody decides to use it to even attack a community, just ensure they're eating aflatoxin every day for a few months, what will happen? So these are the things that the times have changed that we need to be proactively checking on this. And again, the same thing in 2020, I think our own very own CS in the news that Kenya has a risk of chemical and biological weapons attack due to lack. Where do they get these weapons? It's from research. So we need various eyes to be able to see and assure the country that even in this room that we are sitting, we are not breathing in chemicals and so forth. So I'm just about to conclude. So with that, this is the penalty if you don't seek research license. Any person who assesses, handles, transacts, blah, 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 and I go down, contravenes the provision of Section 12 and commits an offense and shall, in addition to any other penalty which may be provided for in the STA Act or any other written law, be liable on conviction to a fine not exceeding 5 million shillings. Maybe somebody can afford that, depends, or imprisonment for a term, not exceeding 4 years or to both. That's how serious avoiding to get a research license is. So, and the KWS one, I think, could even be more stricter, because you're dealing with animals of different diversity, the impacts could be large. So these things that are to protect our communities, as the PS mentioned, is really a multi-sector approach that we need for this. So with that, I just want to skip a number. Yeah, one of the challenges of our research is on the funding. And I just want to quote, I think, as far as the government is concerned, I think none other than His Excellency himself has confirmed that he's willing to set aside the 2%. And the institutions are being asked to set aside 2% of the budget in the STA mainstreaming target. It is for a particular purpose. We are sure that if people focus on research rather than adopting technology from elsewhere, there will be definite impact on that. Also, a warning we are given 2021 by United Nations Conference on Trade and Development that we prepare for a period of deep and rapid technological change that will profoundly affect markets and societies. Can indigenous products be there? Can indigenous products, the billions that we are seeing that are being used in Germany, people are getting money out of the traditional products, can our own traditional products be there as we prepare for this profound change which will affect us? That things that took 20 years will now happen in 1 year or 2 years, and it's already happening. So we are at different times. We want just to tell you, we had a symposium some time back, and one of the key resolutions, like I hope this meeting will also have some resolutions. One of the resolutions was that R4, which again is very close to what NMK is doing and the ministry is doing. The participants resolved that one of the areas that needs funding and focus and support is Afrocentric indigenous knowledge in the prevention of emerging infectious diseases. So that is there. Also as a conference, the same thing, COVID. We had another conference recently with Easter, COVID, everything. COVID has just turned to be the key thing. I think lastly, these are the priorities I'm talking about. Draft, this is draft. The priorities which are being proposed, and when the stakeholders are exhausted and satisfied, they will probably be condensed into 7 groups. And you can see R&D is at the top, R&D facilities, STI infusion in county development plans, investment, so forth, so forth, so forth, so forth. That's available. I don't have to read. We are also implementing the National Research Priorities document, which was approved by the board of NACOSTI. The first level committee, National Research Steering Committee, chaired by the PS, our PS, Ambassador Kwesi, has had his first meeting. Again, the NMK can play stake because the focus of this is on research consortia, which NRF has already commenced to implement. We're encouraging as much as possible all researchers to be consortia. It means the focus is on the product, not on your specialty. So with COVID, who are the professionals that lead into solving the COVID? If it's a car, who are the professionals who lead into getting that Kenyan car? So it means we have to work together. So with that said, I think that should be, yes, there's something which the National Museums of Kenya owe Kenyans. I don't know whether they're aware that there's Section 40 of the STA Act says that stipulates that the National Museums of Kenya, on the recommendation of the Cabinet Secretary, by notice in the Gazette, shall establish a museum of science and technology, the repository. So in this conference, I'm seeing you are well funded and you look very well, CEO. So put part of that money to have this repository. Yes, thank you. Thank you very much.
Let's give Professor a better applause. Sasa. I think you have seen that I was reluctant to interrupt Prof. And it was intentional. Why? Because they play a key role in the approval for any material transfer leaving this country. And I wanted our indigenous people who are here, elders, and other R&D institutions, not everybody, I'm sure, Prof, who knows exactly what NACOSA is doing, at least to get the gist of what you are doing, so that at the end of the day, as we have been saying, there are some gaps where we are no coordination or not. You know at least now who is doing what, and in case of anything, you need to know where. Sasa, thank you. Let's move to the next presenter, Kabaka. The next one. Let me call Professor, my mwalimu, Professor Nyamasio. Yeah. You can do it there or here. Yeah.
Madam PS, the CEOs present, distinguished delegates, participants, have been requested, all protocols observed, have been requested to present on behalf of the ministry. My CEO is here. This is a shoe where you go to school and you are given your father's shoe, which you don't fit. You go to school. So this is the situation I'm in. And what happened was our ministry, they are supposed to have been here. They all confirmed from the CS, the PS, and all the wildlife secretary, and we have other members around. But they had a pre-planned meeting commitment in South Africa where they are, and they thought they could have come in on Sunday. They in fact confirmed even up to late, and they wanted to be here. And they said, this is something that touches their hearts. So they said, kindly, madam, accept their apologies. And in fact, they are saying if they arrive, they will still come, isn't it? They talked with Dr. Taraja. So to make sure that this cup is filled, Dr. Kanga sent a presentation where I will give briefly, because my boss could have presented, but he's going to give a detail now in that of licensing and related. And what Dr. Kanga actually said, as I've said, that this is where the rubber meets the road. And the aspect of indigenous knowledge and wildlife genetic resources is a key area where they have the practical experiences. I'm just reframing what he spoke. And we have a lot of experiences where they have had elements of compliance, enforcement, various court cases. As Professor Oyawa was talking about, I think I will not go to that detail, but here they have practical experiences being taken to court by communities, aspect of wildlife conflict, issues of benefit sharing from resources, and the genetic resources. They have been taken to court that permits have been issued without the authority of communities. And the communities are supposed to be involved. So if you give a permit without the involvement of community, it's case a place that is taken to court. And when it comes to enforcement, they are the ones taken to court. So based on this experience, he prepared something brief, I think next, in all that for the sake of caps and challenges. So he prepared and said he will mention very briefly on aspects of enablers for genetic resource and indigenous knowledge subsector, where they said this is a very important meeting, that all affected sectors, if they come together, I think they are coming with an implementable action plan that will say, because actually these things, professors here will say, we have spoken these things for over, from 1992, and even before that. So here we have to speak on practical issues. So next slide. Next. So here actually he mentioned that where they get their powers as a ministry, you know, is a political created by the president. So they are established under the executive order of the July 2018, which was revised now as a Ministry of Wildlife, of Tourism and Wildlife. But now we came here as the State Department of Wildlife. And the main focus is actually on the country's wildlife heritage and the business, where the business is the traditional knowledge, indigenous knowledge, and the wildlife genetic resource. This is actually the main business they focus on. Let's move to the next one. And here he mentioned briefly that actually element of sustainability, the legality, the legal aspect, and equitable share of benefits arising from trade of wildlife and related, where wildlife, the wild genetic resource, and the associated traditional knowledge, if you handle it very well, then this one is a key pillar on indigenous knowledge and the genetic resource economy in the country. That is what he spoke. And for those who have participated in international meetings, you have had a lot of debates that have been affecting here, that the key element is sustainability, putting in place a proper legal framework, and element of equitable benefit sharing. We know, all of us, we are here, we are asking for haki yetu, which has not been put in place. Ask for any benefit sharing. Even Professor Yawa, what is the benefit sharing under your permit system? Is not clear. This is now, the challenge is how do we put such systems in place? So they are saying if they are put in place, then what we are talking about, I think we shall realize the economy, the sub-economy. And they are saying the promotion of the indigenous knowledge and wildlife subsector economy be identified as a potential area of focus for recovery program after the COVID-19 pandemic. Just focusing on what you have. The COVID came and shut down the economies of most countries who could not move anywhere. So you have to focus on what you have. So innovating on what you have, and this is actually based on the indigenous knowledge and the wildlife resources variability. I know most people, when you focus on wildlife, you only see the big five. But the wildlife ranges from all those microbes and many things. So that if we focus on them and the indigenous knowledge and we put in proper systems, I think it will assist in leveraging most of our economies. And it also contributes to the 4 Big Five agenda. Let's move to the next one. So this one, I think, mostly wildlife has been associated with tourism, which contribute about 10% of the GDP and 9% on the formal employment and a lot on informal employment. But this tourism is also contributed by cultural tourism, where we have even the cultural festivities, the food tourism, and all this is part of what contribute to this tourism sector. This is what they are talking about. The next slide. And briefly, he mentioned something to do with the trade and the industry based on indigenous knowledge and wildlife. For example, an area of the copyright, the filming, which generate billions, a lot of money, a global multi-billion industry worldwide. If they are put in place, we have had just the Ma community talking about those photographs and such. And in fact, we brought here the representative from the Narok County because she negotiated very well on the element of film on what happens on the wildlife resources in Narok. So now, things to do with the bird trade and chin trade. This is what they talk about. This is based on wildlife resources. Things like commercialization of aloes, non-wood forest products. When it comes to research, when you put together, it's over $1 trillion business globally. But it's being the foundation where we are not benefiting from it. And next slide. So this industry, actually, when you are doing business, you have to understand the laws. This is the challenge. Why are we not realizing? Yes, we have several laws. What are the caps? Why are we not benefiting from this? So we have to understand, even if you go to the marketplace, you have to understand how do you put your product on the market? What is regulating that market? That is the challenge. Even if whatever you do, you have to develop a business plan that informs you the requirement and how are you going to benefit. So this is the challenge we are having. So you find this business of indigenous knowledge and genetic resource is regulated by various laws, both at the international level and national level and at the county levels. We have to consider it's not only one law. So this is why we are here, that how do we, so that we don't focus maybe on the wildlife sector alone is the one delaying, but we have to see what are the caps so that all of us, we have to benefit from this, because if you miss out, I remember sometime there was a case that actually when they checked all the laws, they went back to the Constitution, that we violated actually a multilateral environmental agreement as per the Constitution. So you find all this, what involves we have to understand and see so that we realize benefits and how to revamp this subsector of indigenous knowledge and the genetic resource. Let's move. So already the previous speaker spoke about how the international process, when people can negotiate at the international level during the conference of parties. Now those decisions, how they are domesticated in our domestic measures, that is through the supreme law. We have our national laws, our county laws, and community laws, policies, and such. So that whenever we negotiate, how do we customers and now realign all this so that all benefit? So these are some of the things they are talking about, because these things have already been captured at international level. Let's move. So this I've already mentioned. And actually, the business is in this area, when you analyze, is over 13 pieces of legislations that regulate the trade of indigenous knowledge and the genetic resource. Let's move. So what are the key challenges? That what the ministry said, the genetic resource and indigenous products value chain and markets are not clearly known. Prof, this is the challenge. Whenever you give a permit, you don't understand the value chain. So now people lose out. So this is now, how do we understand? For example, the research is a multi-billion industry worldwide. Most of those are raising money to work on our indigenous resources, but we don't have clear framework of equitable benefit sharing. Dr. Hartmut, you see the EU, the first focus is on due diligence, on the proposal, the nature of funding. If you are funding on a particular activity, how are the providers benefiting from it? If you are just doing your research and they are not benefiting, like for example, if an RF is giving a grant, have they factored in also the role of the local communities who are granting this? So you find when these things are not very clear, they cause a challenge. So this is a big, you find the USA Defense alone fund billions of shillings to work on our resources. And when we don't negotiate very well, sometimes we are looking at end point of the royalty, but we are missing at the point where the benefits, and as the CPT said, prosperity, that is on technology transfer and others. This is what they are talking about where we miss out. So he gave an example, for example, that we had 8 international filming and TV companies that generated about $3 million US. And here, you can see Kenya Wildlife Service granted about 224 permits. We they generated about 30,000. And this how much did it go to communities. But we missed out on royalties. But we found that innovative way, I think the narrow government will present, where they are maximizing benefit from this because they understand the value chains, how we miss out. Then we have the misappropriation based on intellectual assets arising from the indigenous knowledge and the genetic resource. How is a major area of biopiracy and many other things, but just coming to the tangible, not intangible. At the AU report, it showed we had, I think, about over $120 billion US were lost on illegal wildlife fishing and locking. So if this was put in place, we could be realizing benefit. And one of the key things, this was also identified at the AU meeting, we have low capacity of negotiating contracts and the nature of contracts we have. Africa loses out, they are on the owning the resources, both the indigenous knowledge and the genetic, the intangible and the tangible. But the problem is the capacity to understand the market and negotiate for the contracts. That is what is making us lose out on this. Then element of incentives and tax, it was also what you talked about. Let's move. I think I'm finishing. Then impacts of climate change, loss of the indigenous holders, knowledge holders through natural attrition and genetic resources. That is a lack of clear governance structures. Like when you go to the community, this is now a challenge because when you have no clarity, it becomes difficult on business. Who is granting the authority at the county? Who is granting authority at the community? So this, but we have flight of the indigenous resources and genetic resources taking place. So how do we streamline this? Who is the community? This is what we have talked about. Who is the community and who granted the right? So this is now the challenge why we don't benefit from this. Then we have elements of the emerging issues, like for those who are in Sharm el-Sheikh, remember there was an issue. Adal, you are there. Hatmut, you are there. Where people, now the issue of benefits sharing, until the meeting was prolonged, the closure, it became so difficult. The issue is what triggers benefits. So what triggers benefits currently is at the digital sequence information level, where now they are accessing the material through the bilateral system. They want to focus on bilateral, that transformation, it costs now benefit to all and is not linked directly to the owner of the resource. And at this point, if the laws have not factored in those emerging issues, even if you give a permit, it becomes difficult at element of compliance and enforcement. You go to court, you lose. I remember sometime people might wonder, when you go to court, you are telling somebody, you caught me with wildlife. Unless it's well defined, you see, I will go free. So this is now the things we have to understand, how the laws will be improved. If the laws don't factor in those, then you have a law, but it can't enforce anything, so you can't benefit. So we are not factoring these emerging issues. The other issue they told is even spoke, this we had a big meeting, that indeed that what Professor Yawa spoke, we have many multilateral environmental agreements on the countries ratified that deal with what? indigenous knowledge and genetic resource. And this, they inform, we have various country positions at international level, which comes now to inform formation of various laws. These laws don't speak to one another. We have varied country positions. One is saying for benefit sharing, another one says there's no benefit. So these are the challenges. How do we harmonize so that we benefit from this? The aspect of permitting and licensing is very key. How do we promote ease of doing a business from the national government, county government, and the local community? Right now, we are only talking about the national government, and there's a seriousness at the county level which requires to be streamlined so that business is well done. So also the element of diversifying products. Like in wildlife, they have been focusing on tourism, but we have wildlife utilization, farming of insects, doing what? So many things. How do we diversify so that we promote? I think, let's move. I'm finishing. So he mentioned some few things that based on these experiences for several years, before independence, during independence, now after the new constitution, the ministry, he said, is focusing on establishing appropriate enablers. And what they have done is actually they have developed the Wildlife Strategy 2030, which has a major focus on the traditional knowledge also aspect, access and benefit sharing. Those elements have been put in place. Valorization using research value addition in all of this, bringing users and providers together. Then we have the wildlife policy, which is recently, we're 2020. It has all those focus. Then right now, the wildlife law is being reviewed to capture all of this so that people will benefit to avoid what is happening. Then we have had recently the wildlife research and training has been established. That is what I was told, for value addition in all this and putting the required statement and working with the other need. And focusing on reviewing, now they want to review, and they say this is the reason why they are in South Africa, to benchmark on how they have been doing business in this sector. So they have been there the whole week, so they are coming to share the experiences they have learned. Traditional knowledge, benefit sharing, wildlife farming, and all that. I think, let's move, I'm finishing. Let's move, next one. So this was part of the recommendation that it's a must that if we have to move, we have to harmonize. Otherwise, we shall have such a meetings every time. We have to harmonize all our biodiversity laws and the multilateral environmental agreement. We have to see, we sit as a nation to see how we move. Then we have to harmonize our country position. I was happy Hartmut is here. We were briefed for any country position like in Germany has to be signed by 5 key ministries. And it's actually the Minister of Trade that takes charge. So now here, we normally do our country position, so they are not signed, so it becomes, and we start preparing at the end. Like, I'm sorry to say this, my friend Makeri is here, but you find the Minister of Culture has a key stake in NACOA protocol, but they are not competent authority, and they don't participate in the NACOA meetings. So these are some of the things how we miss. Then, reviewing and establishing a coordinated licensing and permitting in this subsector. It's a small sector, Prof, but has brought a lot of challenge where people have to sit and do a radical surgery. Otherwise, the licensing and we always miss out the APS based on the TK and the national heritage. This is what we have to see. Then establish effective structures at the county. Then valorize our genetic resources and indigenous knowledge. Understand different business models and diversity of indigenous knowledge and genetics for wider markets. Next one, I think it's through. Next. So thank you very much, and God bless you. I think I just read when he sent. Thank you.
Participants, let's give him another applause. You know, I know issues to do with the KW has been an issue, and that was the reason why we gave the presenter a time, because I know there has always been conflict between indigenous knowledge holders and the KWS. When it comes, who is the custodian of what? Sini kweli? And it has come out clear. Sini sawa? Yeah, here we are trying to get the gaps and the recommendations so that we can be able to work in harmony and move forward and get a benefit from this. The next presenter, Prof. You will do it from there or here?
Thank you very much, Session Chair. Madam PS, all protocols are observed, ladies and gentlemen. It's okay. I'm very happy to be chaired by my. I'm very happy to be chaired by my student, and I am told there are very many others here. I've been in the University of Nairobi for the last nearly 40 years and retired 2 years ago after attaining the age of retirement. But I don't say I've retired, I say I have left formal employment because I have refused to retire. I'm still active. I'm very interested in the biodiversity issue, which I started way back in 1990s. The long journey, as it has been said, yes, it has been very long. We are talking from about 1992. Actually, 1990 is the base year when things started getting active. And since then, we are talking of 30 years since then, and at least 80 years when the Nagoya Protocol was signed. And so far, we are still struggling. Now, Nagoya Protocol is a child of the Convention on Biological Diversity. The three broad objectives of the convention, very well stated: conservation of biodiversity, sustainable use, but the third objective, those of you who have been supervising students, you don't accept that kind of objective, where you say equitable benefit sharing arising from and then through access, elaborated for the purpose that it must not be forgotten. So since 1992, that is what we have been working on. Now, the issue is that since this time, the problems that were facing humanity are still on. Human destruction of the environment. We are still destroying the environment left, right, and center. Human greed and competition for resources. We are still competing. We are unable to accept and regulate ourselves. Human and irregular population growth, mismanagement of ecological systems, global poverty and wealth imbalance. It is getting bigger, the gap is getting bigger. And for those who deal with biodiversity as their livelihood, definitely they continue over-harvesting. Then there is a disconnect between scientists and the policymakers. Science grows faster than policy can be developed, and we end up with a gap. Now, the idea is that we must now take into consideration what the Convention on Biological Diversity was aiming at reducing biodiversity loss. So Nagoya Protocol was coming in to emphasize that. Now, the issue is that since 1990, biodiversity has been declining continuously. And we are told that by 2030, we should be beginning to bend the curve. So there are things we need to be doing to bend the curve as the Vision 2030. We sometimes call it the 30 by 30, meaning by 2030, 30% of the global planet will be protected. Now, without the law, we will continue over-harvesting, competing, and destroying our environment through genetic resources mismanagement. Now, genetic resources, as has already been said, is the basis of our bioeconomy. It is our national and natural asset. In fact, the natural capital. That is where our wealth is. It is wealth all through the entire value chain. Whichever way you look at it, whether we look at it as a whole organism, plant, animal, or microbe, it is money. When we are looking at the knowledge about it, it is money. Whether it is a scientific publication, it is money. Manufactured, processed, or processed items, it is cash. Extracts from organisms, blood, venom, name them, it is money. The mere existence is money too. That's why tourism comes in, we just go and see and we get money. The interactions of the organisms, populations, habitat, and ecosystem is again money. So the whole value chain. And here we are not putting in mechanisms to protect our wealth. We are leaving it at the mercy of human beings. Now, examples have been mentioned before here, but just to give you a bit of it. The first one has been in the news for a long time, extremophile bacteria from Kenya lakes. But don't worry about the money. That's why I say don't quote me. But we are told it's over $1 million per year or something like that. But look at this one, cobra venom. Cobra, snakes. $153,000 per gallon of 3.8 liters. Money. Look at the scorpion venom. I don't even want to read the figure. $39 million per gallon. Money. Look at the black widow spider. $38 per dose. If you want a dose of that, you will have to have, the doctors will tell you why they want to give it to you. Coral snake venom going for $4,000 per gram. Exported, in 2013, Kenya exported live mollusks to US at a price of $82,000. This information is available in the internet. Then plants from East Africa are found in all over the world. I visited the Montreal, what they call a biodome, and you will find Kenyan plants, East African plants, and every time you enter, you pay a lot of money. And they have been miniaturized and kept alive. Now, the global value of coral reefs, when we have a whole 600 kilometers of coral reef, over $5 trillion. That is the global value. And ours is here, and I don't know how much we have made in the last 20 years. Now, access and the use of genetic sources is actually the threat to humanity. Overexploitation will damage ecosystems. Ecosystem services will be lost, and Mr. Kavaka has talked about the ecosystems, air and water purification, pollination, soil fertility, marine ecological stability, regulation of noxious species. Every single thing that we do is natural management. Lost opportunities for nature-based solutions. And now we are being told, even out management of our cities, the way they're having a problem, we need nature-based solutions. International conflicts and economic dominance. If we cannot benefit from our own resources, then we shall be dominated and we shall not complain. The CBD will have lost its value. Now, of course, we need to get to, we say we are talking today. But when we talk about Nagoya Protocol, we're talking about those genetic resources which have a link with traditional knowledge. But the genetic resources are many. You can see it's like partitioning, or it's like a scramble. The human genetic resources are there. Nagoya Protocol doesn't come in there. Microorganisms, much as they can come, but somehow microorganisms are always being set aside because they need certain techniques which perhaps are not part of us. But they are supposed to be looked at also. Livestock, food and agriculture has been mentioned, the genetic resources for food and agriculture. The genetically modified organisms are in a different area too. There are others that are not covered by the CBD, especially if they were collected prior to 1993. So you see, we need to be sure which particular ABS are we talking about. But if we say, okay, let's now center it on the traditional knowledge, again, we have so many other issues on traditional knowledge, many of them, but we are only interested here in traditional knowledge which has links to genetic resources. That's the Nagoya Protocol issue. And the link to biodiversity and conservation, ABS and TK. Majority of our rural communities' livelihoods are biodiversity-based. Crops and animal production, collection of wild foods, herbal medicines, folklore, all this has been said. So genetic resources and the traditional knowledge are the inseparable Siamese twins. They go hand in hand, more or less. Now, the business of Nagoya Protocol has been well stated. To facilitate access to genetic resources from other country parties, facilitate transfer of appropriate technology, facilitate access to financial resources from developed countries, and facilitate sharing of benefits arising from utilization of genetic resources, recognizing holders of the genetic resources and associated traditional knowledge, users, and development of technology. So in other words, that is the business of Nagoya Protocol. Now, therefore, Nagoya Protocol demands that we enact local legislation in order to make provisions of protocol legal, establish regulatory mechanisms for ABS, set up administrative mechanisms to manage biotrade, designate national focal point, nominate competent national authority, nominate national publishing authority, establish checkpoints, and so on. It is well articulated. So whatever law we are talking about, we need to be sure, are we talking about Nagoya Protocol ABS or we are talking about ABS general, in which case we need to be careful. Now, why does Kenya need this law then? Clear, to define the ownership of the resources, this has been said before, to define ownership of traditional knowledge, to provide for the regulation of access to GR, to provide legal mechanisms for equitable sharing of accruing benefits among stakeholders, the providers, the managers, the researchers, and so forth. So what the world wants from Kenya, the world wants Kenya's genetic sources. The world is ready to pay for it. And the world is ready to pay for the traditional knowledge which helped to conserve the genetic sources. The world intends to continue paying Kenya for conservation of genetic sources. There are enormous benefits to be shared. So either we provide it or they take it. And remember, terms of resource capture techniques, they can be taken. They are already being taken anyway, and we are all born witness that. The challenges facing Kenya in accessing the genetic resources: lack of adequate scientific information on genetic resources, inadequate information on traditional knowledge, lack of local ABS law in harmony with the Nagoya Protocol, inadequate and complicated logistics of access to the GR in the country, lack of clear benefit sharing mechanisms, many technical, policy, and legal gaps. Now, we need to bridge the gaps. And the gaps that we need urgently are, first of all, there are scientific and technical gaps. We need to bridge the gaps on traditional and local knowledge systems, national and community awareness of GR, management of the GR, research and training. We have already been given all the details. We need to bridge the gaps of access and permitting procedures, gaps on benefit sharing mechanisms, gaps of policy at national and the county government, and biotrade. Of course, there are many benefits, and this slide is found in many places. There are monetary benefits, there are fees, research, funding, and so forth, and monetary, medical assistance, buildings, and so forth, information. All these are benefits, technology transfer benefits, training benefits, joint research programs benefits, institutional capacity building, local income generation. In other words, the benefits are limited only to our imagination. Anytime there is any particular negotiation, it should be easy to work out the most appropriate form of the benefits. Now, I understand there was a way that it was not necessary to have another authority, but I have a feeling we need a central coordinating authority to manage genetic resources, to steer the country towards compliance of the CBD and the Nagoya Protocol, to guide in scientific studies of targeted organisms, to guide in professional harvesting of genetic resources, to guide in formation of partnerships between communities, research institutions, universities, and foreign companies, to manage the PIC and the MAT requirements, to guide in biodiversity inventorization, mapping, valuation, and monetization, to manage the issues of traditional knowledge and the benefit sharing, to coordinate the interests of various stakeholders. Finally, to effectively do all this requires the enactment of the ABS law. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. A big applause. I think you have added very well. Prof, analala ABS, anamuka ABS, na anatembea ABS. Umesikia? From the benefits amewatuwazisha vizuri, from the challenges, where we are getting mixed up, how we need to come out of it. Sini sawa? Waja tuta engage na after Daktari amemaliza his presentation. Daktari.
Thank you, Session Chair. Madam PS, and all distinguished participants in your multiplicity and diversity, we can't thank you enough for heeding to our call to convene here and have this discourse. I guess I'm the last speaker for the day. It comes with benefits, but it also comes with challenges. I've got a presentation here, which I've divided in two broad areas. One, I'll tell you a little story about this NPI creature you've been hearing about. And then I'll flip the coin and talk about some real practical examples of what we've experienced from the NPI perspective as we worked with the real world. So allow me, Gilbert, I will control it from here. Okay. Okay, just some brief remarks, if you like. Am I loud enough? Yes. Okay, thank you. Okay, so just some brief remarks about NPI, the best concept. The take-home message is that it's an initiative that seriously attempts. Thank you. Thank you. Sit on. Yeah, it's an initiative that seriously attempts to think and consider that needs to be done to open up a natural products subsector in Kenya. But at the center of it all is indigenous knowledge systems. And I really, speakers have talked about indigenous knowledge. Professor Oyao, who opened the session, kept referring to IK. We've had other speakers that have talked about it. Fellow participants, the take-home message here is, you can talk about genetic resources, and I don't want to be controversial here. You can have a genetic resource that is within our boundaries, and you'll have the same one within the boundaries of another country. Okay? So what draws the line? What draws the line is those traditionally accumulated skills that have interacted with that genetic resource over time, that are unique, And that really is where the line is drawn. Indigenous knowledge systems as they apply, as they speak to genetic resources. That really is the take-home message. And so indigenous knowledge on its own won't do much. You have to bring other tools to bear. Science, business, the political will. And Madam PS, my colleagues and I can't thank you enough, together with Madam CS, for accepting to host this, the political will. Now, so if you thought you're considering this best concept because it's very exciting science, exciting thought processes, wait until you look at Article 11, Article 69 of the Constitution, which compel us. We have no choice. We have no choice but to think indigenous knowledge and how it can interact with science, business, to contribute to national development. We're now compelled. It's just not exercising your sense of imagination and doing certain things. We're compelled. And that's really very exciting. So I won't spend much time here because a lot has already been said, but making an economic case for the natural product subsector in Kenya. Okay? You know, you can go to the internet and Google search, and you'll find figures that convey different messages. But in the end, they are conveying one bottom line message, that natural products industry is huge. In the remarks of Madam Cabinet Secretary, she said that from UNESCO reports, a whole 2.25 trillion US dollars are generated from the creative economy. And a good part of that is contributed by creativity that relates to indigenous knowledge as it interacts with genetic resources. Now, this slide attempts to tease that apart. Just a minute. Gilbert, you catch it, it's not behaving. Gilbert, I wanted to go back. Ah, yeah. That one. Okay. So globally, this is a huge industry. But what is also significant is that it's growing at a very fast pace. 10% of any subsector is really fast growth. But look at what the data is also telling us, that market is dominated by certain regions of the world and certain capitals. You saw data shared here by my fellow previous speakers. Germany was cited, China was cited, and as were other countries. Okay? But what is also critical from this slide is that Africa still remains a minor player in this market, despite the fact that it's naturally one of the best endowed. Okay? So there is a very powerful message there. Okay? Let's just move. So Brazil from that list, I like citing this. 2011 we were in Brazil, and it was a delegation. I was there with Dr. Hassan and people from the Office of the President. We paid a visit there. Brazil is very interesting in the area, in this arena of indigenous knowledge as it relates, as it interacts with genetic resources. You'll have so many people with doctors of philosophy in just indigenous knowledge. But here, I'm sorry, it's frowned upon. It's not taken seriously. Somebody talking about indigenous knowledge must be doing so because they tried something else and didn't work. Okay, that's the attitude. Yet it's not working for us. So Brazil, as you know, has this huge resource, the Amazon forest. But then there are people who lived in that forest for centuries, for many years, and learned and developed skills how to use those resources. That was the knowledge that the Brazilian government, that unique knowledge, the Brazilian government invested in it. It connected the traditional knowledge holders, the scientists, and the market. And Dr. Katama Kishina, you're right. If we start to talk about nice scientific ideas, very exciting ones, but we never think about the market, where we will take those ideas, it's just futile. And that's what happens. I'm part of that. I'm part of that culture. But I'm also saying that it's time now to move out of that. Break the mold. Okay? So Brazil invested in that traditional knowledge of the indigenous peoples that lived in Amazon forest for many, many years, and developed a cosmetic industry that competes very successfully on the global scene. There's a powerful message there. Let's go. China, I will not talk about it. It's already been dispensed with. Professor Yawa talked about it. Others have talked about it. But suffice it to say, go to any capital of this world, you will find TCM, traditional Chinese medicine. And I like saying this, fellow delegates. When I was young, growing up, I used to accompany my father going to what was Broderick Falls, what is now Webuye. We go to a shop to buy just simple tools, nails or a hammer. And then the shopkeeper would say, this one costs this amount of money because it was made in West Germany. This is cheap because it's made in China. Okay, so you're left with a choice to make. Those who have money to afford, they would buy, of course, that is now at that time good quality. But that never broke the spirit of Chinese. Fellow delegates, and I'm sorry, don't misunderstand me here. I now want to address fellow Kenyans. Fellow Kenyans. The Chinese are ruling the world because they believed in something. They believed in what is theirs. At tea time, I had the occasion to have a pep talk with Dr. Benson Mburu, Dr. Njiru of KEBS, Mr. Joseph from Laikipia, and I think it was Kobe, one of the leaders of the community. And we spoke about something, just one thing. You know, Joseph was saying, look, we have women groups who are trying to invest in making products from aloe, our indigenous aloe. But to access the market, there is a hindrance. That hindrance is KEBS, getting a KEBS stamp. But I'm not blaming Dr. Njiru. I'm not even blaming KEBS as an institution. I'm blaming the whole system. China just made a conscious decision, fellow delegates. They said, in the area of medicine, we're going to have two systems of quality products, of standardized products, two systems. One that will go directly to the market, and here read the international market, and here read the Western world. But then there will be another system that regulates the medicines that Chinese will use and must pass two tests. One, it's safe. Two, it's efficacious. 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 Two, they never worried that it has to be in quality mint form like that you pick in London, in New York, okay, in Bonn. No, they didn't do that. They said if we did that, we are about 1.3 billion people who will perish. They believed in that. They believed in that. And hence TCM is all over the place. Just they believed in that. These are take-home messages. Let's move. Next slide. Okay? Now, we engaged KRA. we engaged our Kenya Revenue Authority, Dr. Hassan and I and other colleagues. We asked a question. We asked KRA, we asked him a question. We said, KRA, tell us, over a period of time, how much or what's the volume of natural products have Kenyans consumed? What are they? And where are they from? Okay? We asked that question. Perhaps let's just go to the next slide. I can come back to this if we wish. Now, I call your attention to the right side of this slide. Those bars. Okay, that bar graph to the right. And never mind that this is a 2015 data. We have already asked them, they're going to give us updated data. But what comes out of this bar graph, fellow participants, is just one message. That over a period of about 8 years, from 2008 through to 2015, Kenyans' consumption of natural products, and which are specified to the left panel, the top arrow, left panel, was ever increasing, was just ever increasing. Okay. That's the message. So there was a growing demand for natural products, and still growing. But where did they come from? Where? Anyway, but Kenya. But what is disturbing is that you'll find that those products are made with raw material like aloe, cotton from here, and then they're brought back. So that's just a familiar story. But the point is, based on KRA data from our Kenya Revenue Authority, data you can believe, is that our demand for natural products is growing. So there is a market. There are these youngsters who are looking for opportunities. The young champions for culture. Here you come. Here it comes. There is a huge market here. But only if we're going to address certain pain areas, pain points. And I'll be talking about that when I flip the coin. But I'm also very happy that my fellow speakers speaking to this session have done a very good job already. But I will only target areas that we feel from the NPI, NMK perspective, from the Ministry of Culture and Heritage perspective, we need to emphasize. Okay, so growing demand made through imports. So let's move on. Okay, you can go back to the other slide just before this, just one point. So if you remember the global market that we talked about, this is Mintel International data, and then Kenya took a deep breath and said, we will do what it takes to claim a 0.5% stake of that global market. It will create a sizable amount of new money, just new money. It wasn't there, and now it's there. New money, okay? Okay, so let's move on. So there is a recognition that indigenous knowledge or traditional accumulated skills as they speak or interact with genetic resource is a huge opportunity, okay? So that's one way you can capture it. There is another way Professor Nyamasio has captured it. There is another way Professor Oyawa has captured it. There is another way my fellow speaker Kavaka has captured it. But all is the same. We're conveying the same message. The vast, huge potential that indigenous knowledge and associated genetic resources present. Okay? Now, I flip the coin. I flip the coin. I flip the coin. So the topic, what gaps and opportunities exist in Kenya's policy, a legal framework to spur this new subsector that we're intending to open up. And I underlined something there. I just added there, from a shoe wearer's perspective. So I'll now speak as a researcher, and I will be speaking on behalf of my fellow researchers who are in the room. So what we've experienced with the real world, and this is really exciting. But I also want to admit that I did research that involved Kenyan genetic resources without following the law, because that's just what has been there. But I'm equally excited, really excited. The last 1 year, you can now not take me away from Mambo ABS. I like it, I cherish it. And I just want us to take a few moments and see what we interact, our interaction with the real world. Okay, next. Okay, now real world. Madam PS and fellow distinguished participants, I will walk you through here. I'll not take too much time here. But, so you will listen, because if you look at it and I talk, you will not benefit very much. But I would like to say just 2 things about this before we walk through it. So, just imagine this. There is Department of Culture in our ministry. I'm just picking this at random. There is KWS, there is NEMA, there is NACOSTI, there is universities, there is KEMRI, there is IPR, there is law communities, there is private sector sitting somewhere, there is international development partners, there is just all those. Now, I liked what I heard from Professor Oyawa in reference to what NRF is doing. And we'll hear more about that. That unlike in the past, they are now, I think, the research funders in this country are encouraging aggregated approach rather than individual, and that's a very good thing. It's a good thing. But we're still falling short. And I speak this with utmost humility and honesty. But that's a good start. Because in the past way we come, oh, you are just on your own, you go there, if you're lucky, you get some money, you do something, you're supervising an MSc student, you do it, write it up, a proposal, thesis is written, whatever findings, whether they were very interesting, it's kept aside. And you went to the community, got the knowledge, it's just that. So I like that. But they were still falling short. Now, that cartoon there is saying 2, 3 things I would like to invite you to listen to. 1, I invite you to look at the very end of those arrows, written vibrant natural products industry in Kenya. Just imagine that that can happen one day. Just imagine. Either in our time or some time later. Okay, just imagine. But what does it take to get there? What does it take to get there? Using this, isn't it? The light, isn't it? I want light. Exactly, thank you. Now, but what will it take us to reach there? Just have the China we've just talked about, the Brazil we've just talked about, they have done something, they are there. They are making a lot of money there and other countries. So it takes certain resources, certain processes, and certain services. Okay? The interplay of those 3 elements. So certain resources, certain processes, certain services to get there. And it is when you consider those resources and who is responsible, who are the custodians, who is responsible for managing, that you begin to understand who are the key players at that stage or that node in the value chain. Indigenous knowledge resources, natural resources. You've heard a lot from the previous speakers. Okay? So resources. Now processes. What processes? DG of NACOSTI has spoken very eloquently here. In fact, I learned something about narcosis I didn't know very much. I just thought narcosis was permitting. But they also regulate a whole thing, research, science, he said, technology and innovation. So apart from giving us a license to do science, they regulate the whole thing. So they get involved. Everyone here will find a place there. I can promise you that. So then you have an idea, a scientific idea to pursue. Or you went to a community, they told you that this particular plant, when they concoct it and give to sheep or goats, it expels worms unsparingly. And that the owners of those sheep and goats never go to any aggravate. So then you hear that, this is very interesting. But then, look, we keep buying anti-helmetics drugs from outside at a very great cost. And these fellows don't care about that. So you have that idea, you want to pursue it in a structured, scientific fashion, which is what the universities keep doing, and with amazing results. Research institutions. You will hear from Cambridge. You will hear from IPR and other researchers. So then they move there, which in research we call proof of concept. So they have done certain experiments in the lab and proved that what the indigenous knowledge holders claim is true. And they have just scientifically validated it. So then you have done that. You have done the validation. So once you reach there, it invites itself to the next stage in the value chain. You have to start to say, what is this that is expelling worms from goats and sheep? And you can choose as a scientist, I want to refine it to the last molecule. No, I will not go that route. I want to make it stay as natural as possible. The Chinese way. As long as it is safe and is doing the job. It's presentable. So then you start to engage other people there. That's when fellows like Kippy, and we have Stanley, we have the representative of MD Kippy here, we have Kekopo here, the CEO here. Look, you've tested something, it's working, at that stage you want to quickly protect it. So you need that service. Services at the center of that. Services. Protecting it. So you've protected it and you want to move to the next stage. You have to invite other set of experts. So you partner. You want to take that concoction that expels worms from sheep and goats to the next level. Okay? So then it just goes through that process up to the point where you have formulated that thing that you tested in the lab, either as a capsule or a tablet or whatever, or a solution and all that. And you're doing it in a bigger group of animals to show it works. To show it works. Okay, so you're going on. And now at the stage where you really want to provide proof of concept in a bigger group of test animals, or if they are human beings. Okay? You do that. Okay? And then you start to seek other services. Okay, Farmers and Poisons Board, they have come up with a regulatory framework. If you are developing a drug, okay, and all that, it has to meet this. KEPS, if it's a nutritional product, it has to meet this. So you have to engage them. So everyone finds themselves here. But you also need financing. NRF is there to support some of the early stages of this. But you will reach somewhere where NRF cannot fund. You have to look for a serious investor but based on the scientific data that you've generated. But go back to what Dr. Kishina said. All the while you are doing this, and this is really where I said, despite the consortium approach, the good thing the consortium approach is bringing, the good news, we still not have gone far yet. We must now be deliberate that once we reach at that stage, we need to know what the market is talking about. That really is what we don't do. We're working in silos, we're working as individual people, and yet we're serving, as Mr. Cyrus Mageria put it, we're all working for the same government, we're all working for the same population. So then at that stage, you need to bring people on board who will seriously, because Evans Taraja has no idea what the market will look or saying about this potential product. So reach out, reach out. These are the things we're learning, okay? So you're now coming down that journey here, okay? This is a whole set of expertise, perhaps funded from other pots of money, from other envelopes of money, not NRF. Perhaps private capital, but they will come in with their own, negotiation, points of negotiation. So you walk like that. So the resources that you began with and the idea you had, the processes that you've gone through, and the services that you partake of, the interplay of those three key elements is what will take us to the final destination. But the question I must ask as I leave this particular slide is that what is happening in the real world? There are people here, and I'm not blaming anybody. Just get me right. I am there, I'm a researcher, I'm a scientist. We do that. We have been doing that. When I worked at ILRI for a number of years, I went to America, I went to Europe and all that. And Professor Oyawa and other professors here, and other fellow scientists, Dr. Hassan has been out there, and they'll tell you, it's not uncommon to go to Europe or America, and you'll find a professor who is leading a program, and he will talk about my company, my company, my company, my company. The idea he had, he's researched on it, he went into partnership with the critical people, formed a company, and that's where it ends. So it has to be a culture of reorientation, Taracha Evans included, a culture reorientation. But also, you have to know which battles, you have to pick your battles well. I hasten to warn you. We have to know how to pick our battles. The only comparative and competitive advantage we have, and I must make this statement as we move on, is those traditionally accumulated skills that are unique to us. Everything else is in books. You can read. Everybody will read it. You have a good mind, you'll read and understand it, but everyone else will also understand and do the same thing. What sets us apart is those traditionally accumulated skills, the indigenous knowledge, Elimu Chad. That really is why some of us have been at this subject for some time. Because if we don't realize that, look, we'll just do the same things another very smart scientist in Europe or America is doing, or Australia, and we lose out, okay, in competition. I'm not saying we can't do that. We have to do science. Science and generate new knowledge. We have to do that. Don't misunderstand. We have to generate new knowledge. But that new knowledge must lead to something. That's what we're talking about. Next, please. Okay. Next. Just indicate one at a time. So at the resources part, and this slide is not updated, so don't get offended if you don't see yourself there. It's not. So look at the resources. At the resources level, those that are concerned themselves with IK, those that concern themselves with GR and all that. Next, processes level, a number of universities, research institutions, and of course, towards the market, there are those ones. Then at the center, those offering services of different nature. We've talked about them, okay? So it is the totality of all this, how we come up with ways of working together. You know, listen to Mr. Cyrus Mageria talk about the strides our country has made through their ministry to ensure that international instruments are domesticated through national legislation and policies and all that. You've done a wonderful job, a wonderful job, a wonderful job. But that's just a step in the journey. A wonderful job, wonderful, really wonderful. And so is Nakosti, so is everyone else. But how we thread all this together, how we thread it together. My fellow delegates, participants, is where the challenge is. Next. Okay, so NPI, what have we learned? What have we learned? Okay, NPI does so many things. There is a poster there, but I will confine myself to two things. There is a project we're engaged in, and I'm very happy to learn through Professor Oyawa's presentation that there is a whole group of Kenyan researchers doing work towards finding a local solution to this intractable pandemic. Okay? We're really happy to hear that. So at NPI, and a number of us, I'll be naming the partners in this. We also got together around May, June 2020, when this thing had just struck, COVID had struck. We put together a proposal, and NRF CEO, wait for us, we're coming to knock on your door. But we didn't go to NRF. We looked at another envelope of funding from the government. And it was exciting. We approached members of parliament. Members of parliament. And, you know, that's just an unnatural route to follow if you're looking for money to do science. But they listened. They listened. Okay? We put together a proposal and argued our case. So they funded it. So I'm going to present to you a few slides, the journey we have walked in pursuit of what would be potentially a local solution to this problem. Together, but it can't be a solution on its own. No. It will be part of an integrated approach to managing this pandemic, of course. Okay? So, three things I would like to share our experience with. The first one, you had counties here mentioned that we have worked with them. Yes, we have a program, and when I say we, there's the Department of Culture in our ministry, there's our colleagues from KWS, colleagues from KEMRI, and ourselves at National Museums of Kenya. We have had a program that is empowering counties through training in indigenous knowledge, documentation, preservation, and application. Now, that is just in direct response to the Protection of Traditional Knowledge and Cultural Expressions Act 2016. That act, that legislation you've heard about, that's in direct response to that. The one that Madam Wakili Bunyasi presented here. So we are building capacity. And next, on that one. Okay? So we've worked up to now with 20 counties, training people in IK, documentation and all that. But I'll tell you something. Through that training, we ask them one critical question, which often will be asked, of course. So the approach we've followed is that in each training session we have 4 counties, a cluster of 4 counties, a cluster of 4 counties. They then break out as individual counties, and we ask them one question. Can you identify and prioritize your key IK, indigenous knowledge associated assets in your particular county? I'm finishing, Madam PS. I'm finishing. Okay? So the huge opportunity lies in what we've had through interaction with counties. The wealth, the huge wealth identified through this process. And here is just an example, Kericho Machakos, but there are 18 others. And so we already have information on particular counties of what we have prioritized as the IK associated assets. Okay, next. No, next. These are the prioritized assets. Next, next, next. Okay. So the COVID engagement with different counties and different local communities. We have engaged local communities from different regions of Kenya. The Kenyan coast, central Kenya, the western Kenya, and we have ended up signing what we call prior informed consent agreement with now 11 counties out of the initial 22 that we engaged. Now, having signed that, like here, this is Kilifi. This is Kilifi here. And I'm happy, Madam Dr. Anisa and Director Kalume, who are involved in this. This is Dr. Ole Kwala from Mukemri, doing initial engagement that led to the signing of the peak. Okay, let's go. The same was done with Taita Taveta. This is Dr. Mberia, initial engagement, peak signing, and then the purchase of the products that are now undergoing testing at the Institute of Primate Research. Okay, next. Now, through the COVID engagement, we bought 30 different herbal products that were selected based on a certain criteria. And they are undergoing testing after having developed a Mangi model. We have developed a Mangi model that displays symptoms of COVID without putting in a live virus. So we're using that model to test this, to see whether those herbal products can change the course of those symptoms. And that will tell us quite a lot. Now, the last one is this, Muturituri, natural contraceptive. On Thursday, we will be going to Arabuko Sokoke to engage with the community. That's what Madam PS said in her remarks. We're going to meet a community that has perfected traditionally accumulated skills of using a local seed, which in English is called Abrus precatorius, but otherwise known as Muturituri in local language. This seed is small, tiny, brightly colored. Women within a reproductive age bracket use it, and it prevents conception. And so we have, again, accessed material. We're testing it with amazing results in baboons. Okay, it's preventing pregnancy, at least in initial experiment, we're repeating it. So validating that ethnobotanical knowledge. So we'll be going there and you'll hear more about that. Last? Next. Okay. So those are the questions I will leave you with. Okay. So from our researchers' perspective, the whole process of accessing a research permit and licensing, of course, this is not news to the regulators who are in this room. It's too cumbersome. Okay? And initially, before it was digitized, I can tell you a personal experience, you would need a tukutuku to carry documents from Nakosti to KWS to NEMA. Okay, same, 10 copies of a big document, okay, when we still hard copy. But they have digitized and made the process. But then, why it has to be like that? You know, Mr. Mageria talked about it, and we like that now we are working towards a coordinated, a one-stop shop approach, like it happens in Brazil. That would be very good, okay? Just to remind ourselves, NACOE protocol envisages many things, but two key ones, conservation and the enhancement of livelihoods, okay? Enhancement of livelihoods. So through the usage of those resources and all that. The question to ask is, does the current policy and the legal framework, as it is formulated right now, okay, adequately provide for the full realization of the NACOE objectives, which is conservation and enhancement of livelihoods? Those are the questions. Okay, last slide. Okay, so the other question is, you know, Wakili from the HE office said the law defines who is an IK, indigenous knowledge holder, and who is an owner. That's correct, it does. But in the real world, even if these people representing the local communities, if you go there and ask them, who really owns this? Who really owns this indigenous knowledge? Oh, you'll get a whole debate. Never mind that the law says as defined. So in the real world, there is some work to do. Some work to do. So what is missing? Is there something missing in our current, this TK Act or other legislations, related legislations? Because I can tell you, go to the real world and they say, like if this Muturituri succeeds, and then it goes out in the market and all that, you'll get all manner of claims. Oh no, this, we also claim ownership to this and all that. So that, the policy, the legal framework has to be sensitive to all that. And again, our experience was at county level, awareness levels. In fact, very many counties, when you ask about the TK Act, okay, this is a fact. My colleagues can bear witness. They weren't aware of it. The TK Act, okay? So there is the law, and there are the consumers, potential consumers, but they have not consumed it. So awareness levels are quite limiting. They are the red limiting step. But also, we notice there are no structures in the county level, at the county level. We were, as Dr. Hartmut mentioned in his remarks, and as others mentioned, Kakamega County, and perhaps a couple others, have done well. They've come up with a structure called ABS Technical Committee. And that really is a very important structure at that level in terms of ABS negotiations, in terms of the whole issues of access and benefit sharing. So they have a structure there. Others don't. Okay? Last slide. So what gaps exist? I leave you with this message. Okay? From our perspective, you see, you can do very well at the legal policy framework. Come up with a one-stop shop. Okay? So get NEMA, NACOSTI, KWS, do the act together and all that, and which is business friendly, and it's a big plus. Okay, you can do that. So you score there. But then you get to the R&D. Your R&D. Perhaps you have a set of ideas you support and all that. But until we connect the whole value chain, the entire value chain, from where it starts to where a service or a product hits the market, we will not have moved. So the policy we propose from the NPI perspective must be one that explicitly defines the keynotes, the key stages in the value chain, indigenous knowledge and genetic resources value chain. It defines it very clearly. So if you remember the conceptual framework, so it defines it. But also, the policy must be deliberate and conscious in terms of what mechanisms and incentives it comes up to encourage support at each node, so that you move from one node to the next, to the next, to the market. Okay? So if we look at things sort of subject limited, okay, institution limited, we can be sure another 50 years we'll be still at the same point. So that's what we propose. Madam PS, I apologize, it's taken long. My fellow distinguished participants, I apologize, it's taken long, but in another way, that's why I said I will speak last. And I apologize for taking your evening, okay? Thank you very much for your patience and for listening in. Thank you.
My colleagues and participants, yes, you agree with me, we have taken long. But when you look at what we were discussing, issues and gaps, is it not the reason why we are here? Do you agree with me? Actually, this is what is going to form the gist of whether we are going forward or we will continue discussing same issues the day in, day after, like what Professor Jamasi said. So I would like to request for a serious applause for my speakers. They are my speakers now. And ask if there are any interjections. Maybe we give ourselves about 10 minutes for interjections and reactions. And as we continue, even when we go to sleep, please sleep over it. I am sure these slides will be shared with all the participants. They can go through them, refresh also what the notes they have taken, and also compile a list of the issues they think which needs to be addressed. And give us also the proposal. Sometimes the wearer of the shoe knows kiatu anataka ipanuliwe na fundi namna gani. Si ni kweli? So who wants to take the first shot?
Thank you very much. In fact, the speakers were so eloquent and so nice that it kept us awake the whole afternoon. Thank you very much. I think for Dr. Raracha, I don't even know how to put it. He has discussed and actually, summarized the whole session tomorrow. So I don't know what that session will be discussing tomorrow. But my question goes to Professor Oyawa. Two questions. The first question is regarding natural products research. You did indicate that NACOSTI and through our NRF gives some money to do research in the area of natural products. Now, I don't know how much you give, but I would request that if you can ring-fence some money for natural product research, then it would be very important. I'm aware of the funds you have availed to some of our colleagues. These are colleagues who had applied independently to NRF, but they were put together and then given some money, which I would like to inform you that might not be enough for what they want to do or what they wanted to do. So is there a way you can ring-fence some money to do research in the area of natural products? The COVID-19 pandemic has actually taught us great lessons that we must always have a fallback position for diseases which are not known, like COVID-19 when it came, so that we can be able to have therapeutic agents which we can source as alternative B of our own. That's the first question I'm asking you. The second question I'm asking is this permitting for research. Research permit. What do you permit? Because as a medical researcher, before I have a proposal approved so that I start working, it goes through reviews. The final one being an ethical review, which is very detailed. And they look at various aspects of that study, and they give me a clear bill, a letter which gives me ethical approval to do that study. So if you do what we are calling research permitting, can you tell me what process you go through in doing that? Because for us, it's very confusing. We don't understand. Something has gone through a review board, ethical review board is approved, and then you still hear that Nakosti is still saying they want to permit that study? To those questions. Thank you.
Anybody else? Please. Which one first? Pale. At the corner. Just go straight to the question, eh?
Yes, thank you. My name is Martin Oulu, representing the Intersectoral Forum on Biodiversity and Agroecology. I have, I think, two questions. One goes to Dr. Tarachi. I was just listening to Professor Nyamasio, who mentioned that the ABS law would be very important in terms of ensuring that issues of natural products research and commercialization are sort of protected. I just wanted your view on that ABS law. Do you think it is important? Because I know the regulations that we have is 2006, which is, you know, came into place even before the Nagoya Protocol. I mean, what are you doing in terms of bringing those regulations up to standard? And then the next question goes to, still this goes to Dr. Tarachi. You mentioned that in China, they have sort of two standards when it comes to Chinese medicine. There is the sort of the standards that they have for international products, but they also have one for the local Chinese consumers. And I was just thinking, in terms of indigenous seeds, which is part of our heritage, and which you mentioned here that you're using some of the seeds, for example, the mturituri. I'm thinking, in terms of our Kenyan laws, you know it's criminal. I mean, indigenous seeds sale and sharing of those seeds is criminalized. What are we thinking in terms of enhancing agrobiodiversity by sort of, say, promoting that two parallel systems where we're not only promoting certified seeds, which follows the DUS system, but also trying to promote at the same time indigenous seeds, which don't necessarily have to be certified using the DUS system that KEFIS follows. So that would be my two questions to Dr. Tarach. Thank you.
Thank you. Next. At the back.
Yes, my question goes to Kavaka. I've been wondering, I've heard a lot about wildlife. And some we have been using the domestic animals. Nobody seems to be speaking about the animals, the goats, the sheep, and all that, where traditional knowledge also applies. I remember some of us never undergone any vaccination. I think I got only for COVID and yellow fever. So when you get measles, they slaughter a goat and cover you with a goat skin. And you will definitely get healed. But in most of this discussion of ABS and all that, maybe before Friday, maybe people from Calro or from the animal sector, the domestic animals, will be able to discuss this. Because there's a lot of emphasis on wildlife. Please, can you comment on that?
Anybody else? Yes. Kule mwisho. Hata Madam PS.
I just want to thank the four speakers who have proven beyond doubt that they understand the area of IK very well, that they are the experts in this knowledge. And maybe we do not need to go beyond, I think we have what we want here in this room. The knowledge is here, and maybe it's just to come up with a plan on how we are going to get this knowledge, because we have the people, the skills that we require are already in the room. However, one of the speakers, I think from Nakosti, raised an issue on laws, and I would like Madam Catherine from AG's office to respond to that. The issue of laws that seem to be contradicting one another. Laws that are related to one subject, but they seem to be contradicting one another. And I thought the work of the AG in legislation is to ensure that before laws are published, they go through them to ensure that there are no ambiguities or repetitions or contradictions. And then how come we are ending up with such a situation? I don't know whether it is an issue of capacity at the AG's office, but that area, that issue needs to be looked into so that we don't have such situations. And then the other area of concern is we were shown that some reptiles, some insects, some arachnids, they cost, the venom costs so much money. Yet I thought that venom from snakes and such like is something that is very destructive. It destroys people, that you should move away from it as much as possible. And then here you are quoting some very humongous figures that, I got confused. What is this poison? What is it used for? Why is it so much in demand? Thank you. And maybe just the last one, curiosity. I don't know what, the Kenya wildlife, the last picture they showed was a tree that looked like a human being. Is that real? Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Then at the back.
Allow me to stand, I'm very tall. My name is Cecilia Gidaiga. I work with the ABS Capacity Development Initiative, yes, with Dr. Hartmut. My issue is about the institutional structure when it comes to the county, specifically right now. There are other issues, but this particular one, I'm just wondering whether the speakers there who have all interacted with ABS can tell us how the County Environment Committee of NEMA and the ABS committee that Dr. Taracha you mentioned, and I've seen it in several other meetings being talked about, will interact, because it means that we will have an institution that is responsible for environment at the county level, which has mandate under the law, and the people who sit in that institution, the County Environment Committee, are multi-stakeholders from across sectors within the county, and they include communities. So the ABS platform, how will it interact with, sorry, not platform, ABS committees, how will they interact with these county environment committees? I also liked the area that people are talking about research, and I want to also say that, yes, even as part of our research, those of us who have done research in the area, we understand that indigenous peoples have contributed to the flourishing biodiversity which we enjoy, and it is also in those international reports, the IPCC report and the IPBES report, among others. And so what I want to mention is that in one of the papers that Professor Odote has written, he has even suggested that it is time that the courts can now create an indigenous jurisprudence. You understand, such that we start talking about real issues that affect us and how, in our context, they fit in. Because we are all in agreement about the contributions of indigenous peoples. And that is just maybe one of the issues that would be interesting to just discuss as in to locate our discussions within research. And I think we have heard from Dr. Tarata. Research does inform policy, it does inform law, and it also should inform our thinking when we are planning. Thank you.
Thank you, members. The last one here, then they react, including the Catherine from the...
Thank you. I wish to appreciate the speakers, but quickly, Mr. Kabaka spoke of the benefit sharing. It is my desire that KWS checks the gaps in the legal framework on sharing or compensation, especially to the host communities. Two, he went further to talk about artifacts, but particularly I want to speak about what I've seen in my community. When we have the cultural day on the 26th day of December, I have seen somebody carry a stool that Chief Ojuok used in 1924 when he was being installed as the chief of Bunyore. So, Dr. Taracha, protection, preservation of cultural knowledge. For how long will this person keep that stool that Chief Ojuok used in 1924? I mean, should we allow such an artifact to be kept in somebody's private residence? Thank you.
Thank you. Now I would like to request the presenters to react to that, and also I'll give an opportunity to Catherine to say something about the laws which are overlapping. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. I'll be as brief as possible. I think I had two questions. One was about ring fencing of research money, research funds for national products industry. Am I right? Yes, I would kindly request that you reserve that question for tomorrow. There is going to be an exciting presentation by the CEO of NRF. In the past, NACOSTI used to distribute funds before NRF was fully operationalized, but now they are operationalized, and I think that question will be answered fully tomorrow. But what I would say, I think as captured in the Act, the country determines its priority areas. So if you are able to have that area captured in the national priorities, then naturally it will be on NRF's desks. So it's not a one-person decision or one group's decision. It has been a national determination. If you check, like now in the US, the current president has just released about 5 areas for research funding. So you have to struggle. It's like another, not BBI, but another sharing out of resources, and you have to do that. Then the other one is the approach, the processes for ethical review of research. If you looked at what we gave, there are about 7 or so key areas for licensing research. Number one is national security, lives of public safety, and so forth. Ethical review committees only do one. Research ethics, which has 3 subcomponents within it. I know some ethical review committees have been giving something which seems like a certificate, but we are correcting that. We had a recent one in the University of Nairobi. They have standard forms which is supposed to guide you to apply to NACOSTI once they have approved. And we use their recommendations to do the other approvals. So the process, I think some committees have not followed it correctly, but we hope they will do that. And additionally, we are also adding the functions of institutional ethics review committees. They are soon going to be called the institutional scientific and ethics review committees as captured in the legal notice. That will give them more powers, part of delegating to the institutions. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Prof. Kavaka. Prof, you can come. Or you can even do it from there, no problem. From the mic next to you.
Okay, thank you, Session Chair. Perhaps all I need to comment on it myself is on two things. Maybe the venomous, the value of venom, what it is used for. All natural poisons are only poisons and as long as they are causing harm. The same poisons you can convert to medicines. In fact, venom is used for open brain surgery because it's much easier to denature it than artificial anesthesia. So poisons of all animals are absolutely necessary. You can even be treated on paralysis using a bee venom, where the bee is made to sting various points of your nervous system and it reactivates, but at controlled rate. So venoms are not bad. In fact, that is the main business in science. Can we convert any particular thing that we see into a profitable product? So science does that. In some cases, of course, you may find that there was no indigenous knowledge pertaining to that. So it can still fall in the Nagoya Protocol. The next thing I need to comment on is, before Madam Catherine comes in, is on the contradiction of, the seeming contradictions of laws. With respect to the Nagoya Protocol and the Convention on Biological Diversity, these are international agreements, and Kenya is signatory to them. And by law, we are supposed to obey the international agreements. The Vienna Convention of 1969 on the law of treaties, which Kenya is also signatory, says that all treaties signed and ratified should be obeyed in good faith. And we must not enact a law that contradicts the international agreement. Therefore, in this particular law, we are interested in, and that's now for the lawyers, to navigate carefully to make sure that we are not overlapping laws, but we can filter whatever qualifies for that law. If, and this is now I have no evidence to that, if need be, yes, you can combine a couple of things into one law. But if you combine, we have to be very careful. If you are familiar with the biosciences proposed law, which kept on backfiring, I think, the three times now, because it is loaded with many things that it cannot come out clearly. I believe a law has to be very clear so that it can be implemented. I think that's all. Okay, maybe in terms of contradiction, in terms of licenses, if you look at the existing array of licenses, the bioprospectors get confused. They go to KWS, get a license, go to KFS, get a license, go to NMK, get a license. And sometimes the licenses contradict each other. I am aware of a group of people who are, after getting a license from either KWS, go to the airport and were arrested by the KFS because they didn't have a license. Now, the license they have was not wildlife. So whatever the case may be, a few contradictions, there is need to smoothen. And as somebody said, we have the same genetic resources as our neighbors. So if we complicate the process, why should a bioprospector waste time coming here? They will go to where it is easier and they get the material and they go away. And we miss the money. The idea is we need to smoothen the process so that we can benefit from the genetic resources that we have. And the only way to do so is if we can get interested parties in abroad who want to come and collect the material, and we enter into a peak and so forth. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Next, Kavaka.
Thank you very much. I didn't have many questions directly to me, but Madam P.S. mentioned, was wondering how a tree looks like a human being. Madam P.S., if you walk around, you will see various expressions of nature, and also part of cultural expressions. People can modify how trees grow, and you have seen various things, bonsai and vetted. So this is a part, there are many shapes what people do. So when you walk around, you see interesting things in nature. So that's, we got a very interesting photo. Yes, that you can, you have seen even how people grow these English, it's called what? English potatoes. You grow them in a different shape. So you wonder if this is so that is a part of the cultural expressions. People innovate and see what happens. Then, just in addition to the venom, actually when God created everything was good. And these are wide range of markets that are coming partly from the part of wildlife. Those venoms, whatever forms we think they are bad, we have a big market. That is why we have to open and see what can happen. As you can see, part of the venom is doing actually even in HIV management and treating melodies that they are being done. It's a big market. Yes. And now this other issue, a friend of mine talked about who comes from a place called Npi about the benefit sharing. Okay, the certificate, I don't know if it was on a compensation or what. Actually, let us all be serious. It's all about benefit sharing. And we have to discuss it clearly. How do we simplify and come with systems of this benefit sharing? This is where the problem is. A very simplified, seamless process from the community structures, the county, and all levels. Unless we handle that, we shall be going round and round. So this is the area we need to come with clear systems. As you can see, what Brazil has done, coming up with a national benefit sharing process, like 1% and how do they share? Because we have no clarity in the country. Any permit given has no clear benefit sharing mechanism. So this is what we need to be thinking about. Then this other issue of the county committees, the environmental committees, yes, the legal teams have to come and assist us. You know, the law speaks about the basis of benefit sharing at the community level informed by the community cultural norms. The NEMA committees are not informed by those community cultural norms, by cultural protocols. These are the basis of granting the user rights. And that's what they are talking, who own the resource. And based on the law, what structures should we put in place, both at the county and what is happening. When you go to other countries like India, what they have done, those are the community structures from the community level, the regional level to the national level, as a decision-making process of benefit sharing. We are having challenges, this is why we are talking here, in a very open way. You have mentioned something about the KWS, the KFS, and others. These are the structures we are talking about. If we create many structures, they confuse business people, researchers, and it becomes very difficult. Like, for example, under the wildlife, we have the wildlife user associations. Under the KFS, we have the CFS. These are the forest, the community forest association. All these are recognized under law. Then, under the DKC Act, is talking about the community protocols, biocultural protocols. NACO protocol is talking about the community biocultural protocols as a basis of decision making in benefit sharing. So this is something we have to put in place, appropriate clarity, so that we realize what we are talking about. So that is, we create so many restrictions that causes conflict. So we have to be serious so that we make things simplified. Now the other issue we are talking about, I've been asked about domestic animals and wildlife, why we talk much about domestic animals and wildlife. It's not actually about wildlife or domestic animals. I've seen many people talk about it. The Npi Protocol Act talks about actually everything, with the exception of human beings, and actually those under the International Treaty Plan, the genetic resource, the 64 plans or whatever. It talks about Here we are talking about genetic resource, which include about even the domestic animals, wildlife. We have to see. We are talking about the traditional knowledge and the genetic resource. So these are the systems need to be put in place so that we see how do we benefit from all this. Thank you very much.
Okay. I got two questions. One from...
Can you use the mic?
Sorry. I got two questions. In fact, three. Two from Dr. Martin Oulu, and then the other one from Mr. I think Ngolo. So let me start with Mr. Ngolo. The ceremonial stool that has been kept since 1924, a stool that was used to inaugurate a prominent chief. So the question was, for how long can such a stool be kept in private hands? So the documentation and the preservation anticipated under the TK Act, how can it apply to this? You're right in raising that. That stool has significance, and in two ways. So one, the stool will have been made in a certain way for it to qualify to be used for that. That's just knowledge and traditionally accumulated skill in itself. It needs to be preserved. So in that sense, you can anticipate the county government, the Department of Culture in the county, working up mechanisms with the local community to set up what would be a cultural center to keep such a priceless artifact for education, for induction, what the significance, how it was made, how it was used. But the other one, once it's at the cultural center, it can attract income. When people come and they're told the story about the stool. So yes, it will lend itself to preservation. Dr. Martin Oulu, two questions. One was, do we anticipate ABS law to be sort of the silver bullet type of solution that can work for all these challenges that we're talking about relating to policy legal frameworks? And the other one was about the indigenous seeds. Yeah, the ABS, it depends. You know, this can cut both ways. And I say this with utmost honesty. It can cut both ways. If you can have a law that is so broad, it will lack specificity to address some of the pain points that we're talking about. Of course, on the other hand, if you have a law that then is thought through very well, is guided by the key issues that people have raised and all that, that would be welcome. So my answer to that would be, yes, ABS law can work, but it can also have its own weakness depending on how it's pitched and captured. TCM, no, you talked about indigenous seeds. And you said that indigenous seeds need to be protected, secured, harnessed, and kept in that very native state. And it shouldn't be lend itself to certification. And so when you certify, as you know very well, you're certifying because that particular seed is of defined value, has certain characteristics, and there is a market for it. So you really want to guarantee quality over time. And again here, you can have an indigenous seed that is found to be, like, let me use the Muturituri one. If science and technology proves that this is a seed that can be developed into an improved natural contraceptive for wider use, obviously, it will demand that you have to have sufficient material, and what will follow is that science will kick in to generate or produce what they call high-yielding varieties. So you know, again, it has to, you have to strike a balance. You want to introduce the high-yielding element so that you can produce enough for the market, but then at the same time, you risk losing certain genetic properties through that improvement. So there has to be a balance, okay? But at the end of it all, you must have indigenous seeds preserved in their native state, even if just for conservation, okay? But then depending on what the market is demanding, you'll have to be forced to engage in other scientific manipulations. And in that case, it has to lend itself to certification so that you can produce in mass and promise quality, same quality over time.
Thank you, Dr. Catherine Eji. You can do it from there, or you want to come this way?
Can you hear me? Okay. Yeah, so thank you to our presenters. Thank you, Madam PS, for those very interesting questions, which I don't have concise answers for at this time. But I'll just say this, that of course, our laws should complement each other. But in many instances, you find that they don't. And also, I mean, this is not a unique, it's not unique. Also, many regional and even international treaties actually conflict. But we need to realize that institutions are always advised to make laws on their areas of constitutional competency. And that is where sometimes the problem is. I don't think that the problem would be at our office, because the laws or proposals for amendment come from the parent ministry. So for us, it is just to follow the procedures and guidelines as far as the drafting process is concerned. And of course, that's why you'll find there'll be a back and forth between our office and MDAs concerning areas of legislation. Laws are always, in the application of law, it's always contextualized. And we also look at the notion of applicability for a particular case. So that's, in a nutshell, the answer I can give you for now. On the issue of staffing and shortage, I prefer not to comment. But there's always a way out, because you have the room for amendment. And that's why when there are areas that need, you know, when they're not big areas of amendment, we can do it under the Statutory Miscellaneous Amendment Act of every year. It is done at the end of the year. But when we can't, then we actually recommend a total overhaul of the law. So it comes as an amendment act. So for that, I'll submit for now. Thank you.
No, I'm not answering it. Yes.
PS and all participants, I know the day has been long. We have overstretched you, but I think also from where you sit, you can see it was important to cover this one, so that it opens for tomorrow, where most of the issues have been addressed, and I can promise tomorrow will be a lighter day. I would like to request that for our presenters having done a great job, just give a serious applause. Sasa, let's go. Thank you very much. And the chair of the session, so I would like now to call upon the moderator of the overall to guide us from this point.
Thank you very much, Bonambeva. Hey, yeah, give him another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Actually, you know what I want to clap for? I want to clap for you guys because you guys have been paying it. I didn't think it would be questions after that session, but there were questions, very intelligent questions. Please, give yourselves a round of applause. Very well done. Well, we have come to the end of this day. I was hoping that we would have a moment, if it ended earlier, to just look and see what is one thing that we'd like to implement right away. But top of mind, I'm sure you've written down something. I hope you've written down what you've written. We shall be looking at them every end of the day and then compiling them together So what I'd like to do now is remind you tomorrow morning that we shall be starting at 9. Yes, we shall be starting at 9, and I think Cyrus, is he here? Cyrus has just walked out, but he's going to start us off tomorrow with the first session, and that will be the session on, can I see what I have it here? Yes, I do. Licensing and permitting, getting permits as tools of promoting socioeconomic development in IK and GR subsector. So we'll be doing that from 9 o'clock in the morning. But before we close, can we have a microphone for Dr. Taracha? I think he has some housekeeping to tell us about. Let's use them. Yes, there. Yes.
This will apply to only a section of the participants, what I'm going to say. For those of you who are not facilitated to stay here at the hotel here, but instead you're staying out somewhere else, and you're not facilitated by GIZ, this announcement applies to you. I'm saying this from the update we have from. So the ministry has started to pay out your facilitation. They started today, and they will complete it tomorrow. Okay. There is a plan that has been put in place. So please kindly bear with that situation. But they have already started to compensate people for their living expenses. Yeah.
All right. Sasa, asante sana Bwana Mkubwa. Did you see the passion that he has about NPI and indigenous knowledge? Isn't that amazing? By the way, this work you're doing, this is legacy work. This is legacy work. People will remember you for years and years, together with this wonderful ministry. Madam, thank you for staying with us until this very last minute and asking very hard questions about trees that look like people. Thank you. It was very, very, very appreciative that you are here. Guys, are you happy? Are you happy? Is it going well? I can't hear your voice. It's you, guys. You're the community. Are you happy? Muko sawa, eh? Okay, guys want to go for dinner, please go for dinner, stretch, have a nice evening, relax well. At least when waking you up early in the morning, 9 o'clock is good. Sindo? God bless you, each and every one. Thank you for a wonderful day. God bless you. Have a good night. Nakuletea invoice. So
Many products in food, cosmetics, biotech, and medicines, as well as advances in science, are based on genetic resources. Already in 1992, the CBD had established access and Nagoya Protocol, which entered into force in 2014. This changed. The ABS Clearinghouse was established as the central hub to facilitate the necessary communication and information exchange between users, providers, and governments. The ABS Clearinghouse facilitates the monitoring of the utilization of a genetic resource once it leaves the provider country. The Nagoya Protocol sets up a system to inform the provider country on milestones related to the utilization of genetic resources abroad. However, to make